What is up, guys? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. I've been a little bit under the weather. We're going to pick up right where we started. This is new Karen Reed's probable cause affidavit, and Turtleboy continues to blow up his own spot. I've created a timeline that I'm going to go over today really quick. Any money that I get in super chats will be added up, and whatever the total is, I'm giving half of it to Karen Reed. So for her civil suit fundraiser, go send, give, whatever. So welcome, come on in. I've been saying for a very long time that the timeline of why and how Turtleboy got arrested had nothing to do with Lindsay Gaetani. Absolutely nothing to do with Lindsay Gaetani. Here is Turtleboy finally admitting, just on this attorney Mark Diller's bad week, 5150.
Told you on December 22nd not to go to Lindsay's house, and you went anyway, and you dragged me in the mud with Tully again, a fucking again. Do you have any clue what's on my phone? Okay, that's what she said. So that was in the context of she blamed me for going to Lindsay's house on December 22nd. And that, oh, thank you for gifting 5 memberships there, Jesse. Appreciate that. Enjoy your memberships. She blamed me for going to Lindsay's house and said that that was the reason why Brian Tully came to her house in late January and took her phones. That is inaccurate.
Okay. It's inaccurate because that's not, I have the probable cause affidavit. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to pull it up and just show it all to you.
Be very clear. And that's one of the things that we were arguing over. Okay. I say
Karen Reed and Turtleboy, their communications, their arrangement. Okay. What he chose to talk to and tell to Lindsay and whoever else he wanted to tell about Karen Reed and his relationship and however they did things, whoever he chose to tell that to, that is on him. Okay.
After that, I'm like, did you even read the affidavit?
Did you even read the affidavit?
Did you even read the warrant for your house?
For your house. It's not for her house. It's for the seizure, not for the search, because all it was for the seizure of the devices.
Okay. They came to your house because of Natalie.
Because the Natalie. I mean, wow. Wow. Natalie. Fucking Natalie, I can't believe you. Natalie, who the fuck do you think you are, right, girl? Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. They came to y'all because let's get the order right, okay? Which is, number one, Lindsay Gaetani had nothing. And here he finally says it like they came and got those phones because of Natalie. No. But look at how he's not saying anything about being set up or framed or, they got those phones because of Natalie. No.
Because Natalie told them all this shit that like she facilitated communications between us and blah, blah, blah. There's going to be shit.
I'm going to show you how actually Natalie saved Karen Reed because of the intentions of Karen Reed, according to Natalie.
On Karen Reed's phone. And by the way, that warrant was signed by a judge on December 23rd.
On what day? On what day?
Okay. It is my fault, actually. It's not. We're going to see why. So,
you guys, his relationship with Karen Reed and Karen's relationship with him, okay, that's 1000% only them why all of this would have happened. Okay. And I put more so of it on Turtleboy because of him talking to people, right? And I'm going to pull up and show you guys the examples here within the affidavit of what it's saying. Now, to understand this timeline, I'm not going to go through the whole part. We know he's documented everything that he's done. I'm going to go to the part where everything that it says after the arrest of Turtleboy, that's the section that we're going to start into with this probable cause. It's 34 pages. This was all signed under the penalty of perjury by Tully. Okay. And this is what got Karen Reed's phones and not to be able to be searched. This was the seizure of them. Okay. There's a difference. Like they were seized. Okay. And let's talk about another thing here. Ready? When Turtleboy turned himself in on 12/26/2023, did he have any devices on him with him? Because Turtleboy got new phones after he got out of being arrested and arraigned. He came out, they kept his devices. So when he came out in October 11th, whatever, you have to go buy new phones. Where are those phones that he had to go buy from, and any communication from October 11th or 12th to December 26th?
On December 23rd, that it was already signed. Guess what hadn't happened yet on December 23rd? I hadn't gone to Lindsay's house yet. So that warrant was already signed. It was done.
Ready?
They had a warrant for her phone.
Ready? He's lying. I have the warrant. I'm going to show you guys the date. See that signature of Chief Magistrate right there? See that? See that date? Okay. Now, if you scroll all the way back up, though, when was it issued, though? I believe it was on the 22nd. Oh, wait, that's right. Let me show you guys something. On December 20th, 2023, the Norfolk County Grand Jury returned indictments charging Aiden Kearney with 9 counts. Now, again, if this date is wrong, because I had it as, but here you go, on December 20th, 2023. Then in December of 2023, I communicated, again, if these are lies, you need to go attack this. Okay. We're going to come back to all of this, though. Karen Reed was, there was multiple search seizures for her phone because they went to try to go server one in December, and then at the beginning of January, and then at the end of January, because she was not around. Like I said, we'll get into all that.
I didn't even go to Lindsay's yet. Then I went to Lindsay's. Okay. And so the events that happened that night have nothing to do with it.
Thank you.
Nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Thank you. Thank you for admitting that. Nothing to do with any of this. Okay. Because you had already been indicted. Right? Okay. I understand that. Thank you. Finally. Woo! I go over to Lindsay's. I was already indicted. Lindsay had nothing to do with this, with me being indicted. Finally. Okay. So that is the biggest myth of this entire case, is like, what was Turtleboy arrested on? What are his charges? And who can we be expecting to be a witness in this case? Okay. Lindsay Gaetani has absolutely nothing to do with a damn thing. Okay. Where Lindsay Gaetani would have come into the picture is based on what, and now I'm going to show you guys some stuff. Based on what Lindsay then would talk to Tully after. because that's where the whole conspiracy and witness interference and that shit with Karen Reed, to try to get Karen Reed involved in this with Aiden conspiring and shit like that. And this is why I'm telling you on my title, I said Natalie saves Karen, because it's the truth. Because Natalie told the truth. Okay.
So Lindsay was listed. They had interviewed her on the 14th, December 14th, but she only had 2 pages worth of notes in the warrant, whereas Natalie had 7. So, and the shit Lindsay gave them was pretty useless, quite frankly. Like when they talked to her, she like told them that, yeah, you know, he said something about like that his mom, his mom was upset, wouldn't approve of him buying such an expensive car. Because they asked her, like, is there any truth to this rumor about the brother buying him a car? And she's like, I don't know. He said that his mom wouldn't be like, you know, approving of that. And so they actually, so what she said, they actually got a warrant for my car payments as a result of that. That's what she was good for. Okay. Not for the other shit. Like when they talk to Lindsay, I'm like, the fuck do they want from you? You know what I mean? That's how I realized that they were like desperate. I'm like, you're talking to Lindsay?
God, this spin. God. Woo! Thank God. You know what? There's fucking papers, papers.
The fuck you want from her? What's she going to tell you?
This is crazy. This is crazy talk.
You want directions to McMorgan's? Like, what do you want from her? So, like, what are you going to get out of her? Nothing. It's like, what the fuck do you talk to her about? Like, she has nothing to say about it. She's not a McCall. Like, what the fuck do you want from her? But they insisted she was a witness. They made her a fucking witness. They gave her a grand jury summons.
Right there. Not for anything to do with anything to do with your indictment in your arrest, why you were arrested and indicted and what you're facing right now. Lindsay has nothing to do with that. Not a fucking thing.
For some reason they decided she was fucking important. But Natalie was the real reason they got that warrant. So when Karen Reed...
Oh, God, no. Here we go. So now I get to do Lana's timeline, fun timeline thing. First of all, what's really going to fuck up Turtleboy here is we're going to go... So this was his live that he did a couple nights ago because he just keeps talking. And this is probably one of the reasons why they're not doing and revoking his bail, you guys. Because he continues to literally give the Commonwealth straight fucking gold. Continues to do it. Let me go ahead and fast forward here to show you what he did at this 42-minute mark. I mean,
hey, bloggers ever intimidate you? Just wants to make his whole thing about a recording. Okay, let's talk about a recording. And I'm sitting over here like, well, this is fucking awkward. Like, it's like, I felt like it was like when I was in the courtroom with Lucky Lochran and Hank Brennan's grilling Lucky Lochran. Were you ever intimidated by any bloggers? Any bloggers ever intimidate you? No, sir. No, sir. No, was not intimidated at all. You're sure about that? You sure there weren't any handsome, blonde-haired, blue-eyed blog?
I just had to play that part. Okay, so I'm going to bring in now back and have you guys look at a timeline that I've been building. Give you a little peek at it, Turtleboy's criminal case timeline. We'll close this. Just want you guys to see something here. 5/18/2021, John O'Keefe shares TV article with Julie Albert, Julie Fair's Turtleboy. He knew about it. He knew about this. This is not going to... He thinks that this is the greatest thing ever. Okay? Horrible. Horrible for him. Because it was given to him. Okay? He knew about this. How? I'll show you. He talks about it in one of his, what do you call it? Episodes. Okay. So we're going to come back to that. Now, we're going to go over here to Natalie's. I have all these time stamped. Okay. This is going to be quick. These are all these timestamps that I have documented, all right, to show just the fucking lies that this man told, so seeming like just lied. So Natalie was part of, just really quick on Natalie. Natalie knew Karen from college. They hadn't talked forever. Then this happens and they kind of talk again. And she lives in California. So they do everything via like Facebook Messenger, shit like that. You know, texting, phone, whatever. She's not in Massachusetts. There's these Facebook groups out there. Obviously, people are commenting under shit, whatever. Natalie sees someone by the name of Jennifer Altman, and she messages her because Jennifer Altman was sticking up for Karen, blah, blah, blah. Well, we all know who Jennifer Altman is. She was a mod and a turtle rider. Now, straight, we're just going to go right here to, like I said, 29 blogs had gone out in the time frame of Turtleboy and Natalie still being around. And April 18th, April 18th, April 20th, April 20th, April 20th. These are all written work. April 21st. This is parts 1 through 6. Then April 7th, April 23rd, 24th, 24th, April 24th, April 25th, April 26th, April 27th, April 27th, April 28th, April 30th, May 1st, May 2nd, May 2nd, May 2nd, May 2nd, May 3rd. Those are parts 1 through part 21 of his blogging. Okay. So I took all of those. And then I took the first 29 YouTube videos that he ever did on the Karen Read case. And that was the time during Natalie's involvement. Okay.
Where does she get Funky Fresh, the Funky Fresh app?
Okay.
So it's interesting though. It's like talking
what Turtleboy got his hands on. Okay. And this was an episode that he did when he wanted to talk about, I'm going to show you guys Natalie and her interview that she had with the Massachusetts State Police. Because when Turtleboy was arrested, they took his phones. They downloaded them. Immediately they look and they see who he's talking to and communicating with, okay? Well, literally right after Turtleboy was arrested, guess who called Natalie first? Right after Turtleboy was arrested. Alan Jackson's firm on October 12th. She didn't answer. It's in the probable cause affidavit. I'm going to show you guys that. She had never been called from before from Alan Jackson's office number.
about like Karen Read was desperate for somebody to take up her cause. She was so desperate. It was just her and the Nat Pack. You know, it was just her and Natalie against the world. And Natalie's doing all the bitch work, sending pictures over, but it's got to be in PDF mode. So Natalie is just right back to work. Get back.
Exactly. My new name for Turtleboy is Aaron Boy. Okay. He wants to say that it was just Karen Read and Natalie. Okay. For a year and a half. And then he comes into the picture, you know, in April. And this is how he wants to describe things. And to me, Turtleboy's Aaron Boy. Literally, no joke.
Back to work, Natalie. Get the make sure the PDFs are ready. And you know, and then they see a woman by the name of Jennifer Altman running her mouth in the comment section defending Karen Read. And they're like, oh, they're keeping an eye on her. We found someone. There's someone out there who gives a shit about this. But Jennifer Altman knows a guy. All right. Jennifer Altman knows a guy by the name of Daddy. Okay. Fridge Daddy, particularly. And that's going to be the connection there.
I'm standing up for you. So like we were watching her and we would laugh and we would, make jokes like that. She's a little bit too crazy.
Okay. So I was able to get a lot of information from the Natalie interview. Okay. Yep. Or Waterboy. Absolutely. So I was able to get a lot of information from the Natalie interview as far as my timeline was concerned. Now, I think, thank God for Natalie being interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, because Natalie, in my opinion, saved Karen Reed because of what the intent was. And Natalie's talking about what the intent of Karen Reed was. And it was not to witness intimidate.
Whatever. And we decided, like, I said to Karen, I said, you
Now, so now I had to go back to the Natalie episodes. And why did Massachusetts State Police go to Natalie first in the first place? Well, he told everybody that it was Natalie's fault. Well, no. Massachusetts State Police looked through his phones, saw who he was communicating with, right? Natalie is talked to, and this recording is from October 17th, 2023. Okay. I think Turtleboy wants to blame Sean of the Golf. All right. They'd been watching Turtleboy for a long time. In fact, now that we have all the messages that have been coming out, Yanetti's saying something like, you're going to get arrested. You're going to get arrested. Why Turtleboy didn't get rid of his devices after Unetti told him that a month prior, I have no idea. Anyways, so January 31st, 2024, Turtleboy does an article. So January 31st, 2024, episode 280, article. March 5th, episode 301, and October 11th, 2025, episode 535. And that's what I have right here. So the other two were articles, and then this is when he was wanting to play here. I got this from my Discovery. This is the Natalie interview with MSP. Okay. Now, to keep everything in line, so now we're going to be talking about a timeline that has to do with how Turtleboy and Karen Reed kind of became, talking and stuff like that. Well, you're going to have to watch a previous episode of mine. Remember when I pointed out and I said, hey, look at the Google search here. I said, you see how Omni is already written in when he went to type in the house long to die because he wanted to show us how he was going to make this shirt. Okay, well, that was the night before ever going to any hearing. Okay, this man, whether it was on his phone or his laptop, had totally Googled and already knew the Omni Seaport because it was in his Google search history. That's why when you could see that drop down, whatever you've been typing, it's, and when you go to click first get in it, you guys remember when I showed you that. Now, it's a bombshell because of what Natalie says that Turtleboy did on the day that he was, so they have that hearing on May 4th, May 3rd, whatever it was. He's standing out there with his suit on, okay, like an idiot. But wants everybody to know that he's Turtleboy, so I'm wearing this ridiculous outfit. Wait till you hear how Natalie describes, okay, what he did before he supposedly went to go meet them to have lunch, early dinner. At the time of Turtleboy's, at the time of Karen Reed and Turtleboy's arrest. So not Karen Reed's arrest, but Turtleboy's getting arrested. Then a couple months later, he gets indicted, and then they're trying to seize her cell phones. In the search warrant affidavit, it says Turtleboy has 48,000 followers as of January of 2024. 48,000. 48,000. October, then he says April 13th, 2023 is when Natalie told Jennifer Altman about a federal investigation. October 17th, I told you that's when this interview was, but October 13th is Natalie telling Jennifer Altman that there's a federal investigation and the people in that house are being investigated by the feds. That is April 13th, 2023. Now, Altman would go on to delete all of her side of the messages.
Mind if I reach out to Altman and thank her because it's kind of nice of her. She doesn't even know you and she's the only one not calling you a cop killer. And she was like, by all means. So I wrote to Altman and I'm just getting my text. I said, and I got this approval from Karen. And Karen told me what to send. So I said, first, I want to thank you for standing up for Karen. She's a friend of mine since college, and this whole thing is a nightmare. And then I sent her a picture of Proctor with those 3 kids because Karen said, send that. And
Karen said, send that. You know, Karen's not doing it herself because she doesn't want to be tied to it. It is like, send that. You know, it is how Karen, I mean,
Gary just said it. She doesn't want to be tied. You see how he stopped? He's such a fucking idiot. She doesn't want to be tied to what, you idiot? How dumb are you?
I just, from dealing with her personally, again, this is how she rolls. She just doesn't do it herself. She gets other people, doesn't want her name on it. And I get it. I get it.
You do get it. Yes, exactly. You get it. She doesn't want her name on it. Why wouldn't she want her name on it, Aiden? I get it. I get it. She wants what?
But it's just Natalie was doing the bitch work. You got, I mean, say what you want.
Natalie was doing the bitch work. You became Natalie.
That's why I would have handled the Natalie breakup differently, more diplomatically.
Listen to this. Listen to this. He knows. He's like, Natalie knows what we're doing. You cannot toss her to the wolves. You cannot, like, we have to, when people know what you're doing, you better keep them happy. Otherwise, what?
Because I'm like, I'm like, Natalie's fucking crazy. Don't get me wrong. She's annoying as fuck, but she's also done a lot of bitch work. Let's be honest. Like, Natalie did have reason to be like, what the fuck? You're just throwing me out, you know? Like,
no, actually, Natalie had that. See how he's trying to spin that? No, you wanted to keep Natalie around because Natalie knew the operation, which was you guys are communicating now through Signal. You're talking all this shit.
I think it was important in hindsight, especially knowing how crazy she is, like that, like, you know, she turned on you. Like, she's a piece of shit for doing that. Don't get me wrong.
Wait a second. Natalie didn't turn on anybody. You guys, Natalie had the right to talk to the cops, had the right not to talk to the cops, had the right to say, I'm going to get a lawyer involved. I don't know. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. But when the cops come knocking on your door, okay, you have that's where you can either not talk to somebody or talk to somebody. I always recommend don't talk to the cops. The cops are not there because they're your friends. You have no idea why they're there. And before, I don't even know why you're here, but I have nothing to say until I talk to a lawyer as to what's ever going on. I'm sorry. I just don't trust you. Period.
At the same time, I'd be fucking keeping Natalie happy. I always said that. I'm not blaming Karen. I'm just saying in hindsight,
I'd be keeping Natalie happy. Why? Why would you keep Natalie happy? Do you see this? I mean, what an idiot.
It's 2020. You know, I would have just kept her happy. That's just me. And now, because I was around when Natalie got ditched. And you
What do you mean got ditched?
saw my messages with Natalie.
Now I'm going to show you how Turtleboy triangulated Karen Reed and Natalie because he wanted to burn their relationship. I'm going to show you how he triangulated it. And he played both Karen and Natalie. I'm going to show you.
I handled Natalie very differently than Karen did. I was in the messages with Natalie. I published them, and I'm all like, you know, hey, oh, she's just having a rough day. You know, she's going through some trauma. You know, give her some.
Exactly. And then, but what were you telling Karen? Hey, but what were you telling Karen? Goddamn fucking Natalie. Goddamn fucking Natalie. You little fucking bitch girl, man. You little fucking girl, you.
Space. You know, she's being framed for murder. You know, this and that. I was the calm one and being like, it's.
I was the calm one. Yeah.
Going to be okay, Natalie. You're a really important part of the team. You know, you're a really important part of the team. And, you know, we got you on this one, Natalie. You know, we don't worry. And, you know, but Natalie wasn't having that. Remember, she wanted me to like get involved and be like, can you get in there and tell Karen to be nice to me and let me call her back? She wanted Karen to apologize to her. I'm like, oh dear. Based on my conversations with her, we are worlds apart.
Exactly though, but Karen can only go back and check it out and see why the hell did she ever go off on Natalie in the first place. This dude literally triangulating these women. Mm-hmm.
If you think you're getting an apology from Karen Reed right now, you are not even close, not even in the ballpark.
So this is lead detective Michael Proctor and Jennifer McCabe's children. Elizabeth Proctor is his wife. My guess is that a fight broke out in the house and it went too far. They beat the shit out of him and it went too far. In the autopsy photos, it's obvious he was beat up so badly, and also the homeowner's German Shepherd chewed up his arms. Thank you for standing up for us. Then Altman writes back to me, something was very fishy and I thought that from the beginning. I'm also glad they got this evidence and I'm praying it works out for her. What can I do to help? And then I wrote on April 13th, this is all April 13th, I wrote, you've been incredible. I see your comments on all the news articles. You're standing up to family members of these cops who beat him up and tossed his body in the snow to freeze to death. I wish I could tell you the details, but it will slowly come out. I told Karen about you and how we need to make t-shirts that say Altman the Badass. And then I wrote, the feds are involved. So soon, the officers and nephew of the homeowner who beat him up, the officer who stood guard as they tossed his body in the snowbank in front of the house, and the sister-in-law of the homeowner who Googled how long it takes to die in the cold will be brought down.
Okay, so it's interesting too. It is fucking weird.
Of the homeowner who Googled owner who beat him up. And then I wrote,
what a fool. Okay, now listen to what. Now remember, Turtleboy's not in the picture yet. Listen to everything that is being said here. Ready?
the feds are involved. So soon, the officers and nephew of the homeowner who beat him up, the officer who stood guard as they tossed his body in the snowbank in front of the house, and the sister-in-law of the homeowner who Googled how long it takes to die in the cold will be brought down.
Okay, so it's interesting too. It is fucking weird how they said that Higgins just stood guard while the body went out. And this is how this story was initially fed to me.
Please pay attention to this. This is how the story was initially fed to me.
Not fed to me, but like this.
Yeah, it was fed to you because that's all you were doing. You didn't do any work. It was all given to you. There's no investigative journalism here.
This is the original narrative. Was that like Higgins?
Original narrative. The original narrative. Why is there a new narrative now? It's the wrong narrative.
Not fed to me, but like this is.
It was fed to you.
The original narrative was that like Higgins was not really that involved. Like that's. It changed very much so. And again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's the text messages. I think she wanted to minimize Higgins' involvement as much as possible because it was personally embarrassing.
You think that that's why? Because it was personally embarrassing? What an absolute fucking moron. He never even knew about Higgins. Didn't know shit about it. That goes to motive, you fucking idiots. Motive. Motive as to why there would ever even be a fight to break out in the first place, you fucking idiot.
And again, I received messages. Let me see if I fucking, and I feel bad about this to this day. I told some guy to like fuck off. I got some messages here. See if I can find them.
This is how you know this was biased investigation.
Like early on in the process.
Biased journalism and everything. Basically, he ends up not being able to find him, but he finds somebody that he wants to go off on.
But somebody sent me a tip about the Higgins.
Somebody sent me a tip. Told some guy to shut the fuck up about Higgins' text.
About the Higgins messages, just a tip, yeah. And they're like, dude, do you know that she was flirting with Higgins and shit like that? And I'm like, and I wrote back to them, I'm like, shut the fuck, like, dude, get the fuck out. Like, I was really rude to this person. Like, I dismissed them. I told them they were starting shit. Don't start rumors. That's not cool. And that's why I'm like, when I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm like, kind of like, why wasn't I told that? You know what I mean? And it's like, because now I'm telling this poor guy to fuck off.
Because you didn't ask any questions. So for all the people, because you didn't ask any questions. Because you're a fucking errand boy, you motherfucking idiot. And you are going down. Because it's criminal what you did. You're a fucking idiot. You didn't ask any questions. Now,
people that said that Karen Reed recruited me to do this. This is the big lie that they said that like Karen Reed hired Turtleboy to do this. You heard it from Natalie herself right there. Karen Reed didn't even know who the fuck I was when we first started doing this. John Silvera had heard of me. My following wasn't as big as it was. Like I had.
That's not what fucking okay. Right there. I cannot wait to just dump this.
Hired Turtleboy to do this. You heard it from Natalie herself.
That they said that Aiden would be a good person to tell her side of the story because.
So that's interesting. So for all the people that said that Karen Reed recruited me to do this.
See how we just stopped right there? Okay. Yeah, no. Straight from the search warrant. Okay. Straight from the search warrant. Page 16. In April 2023, Natalie noticed a woman by the name of Jennifer Albin on social media. Blah, 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 right? Jennifer responded, she has a friend, Aiden Carney, who runs a blog and would like to report on Karen's criminal case. During this text message conversation on April 13th, 2023, Natalie sent the following messages to Jennifer. The feds are involved and described how people involved were going down. Natalie spoke to Karen about Kearney. The following day, Karen told Natalie she would like Kearney to report on the case. On April 17th, 2023, Natalie was put into contact with Kearney through Jennifer. Here's the black and white. We'll come right back to him. There you go. Bottom up right there. Page 16 of the search warrant. Again, 10/11/2023, Turtleboy arrested. 10/12, Alan Jackson's office calls Natalie's cell phone. Turtleboy's phones led them to Natalie. Janet Altman deleted all of her message with Natalie. Now, we'll continue. Now, let me go back to this.
This is the big lie that they said that like Karen Reed hired Turtleboy to do this. You heard it from Natalie herself right there. Karen Reed didn't even know who the fuck I was.
Okay, and then I said, I want to know when Richie Microdots got involved. When did Alan Jackson hire Microdots? Why was it that on Turtleboy going to the stairs was Richie filming that day? May 3rd or May 4th, whatever the date was for the hearing, that he got dressed up like a turtle. Because it was funny that Richie is there to record everything. Well, if you were Karen Reed and you wanted to do a documentary, wouldn't you, and you're Alan Jackson, like this is, like, wouldn't you have a camera guy? I know I would have had a camera guy. How did Aiden and Microdots meet? Next. Moving on.
When we first started doing this, John Silvera had heard of me. My following wasn't as big as it was. Like I had a decent following. I had like 25,000 subs and 25,000 Twitter followers around this time. I'd been on Timcast. I wasn't a big deal, but I was getting there. Okay.
Yeah, right there. I wasn't a big deal, but I was getting there. Okay. Well, so 1:33 and 50 seconds. This is where he is absolutely royally fucked. Right here.
I was moving up in the world. And so Karen Reed didn't even know who I was. And so she contacted her brother and John Silvera, who's a good friend of hers. And John Silvera was like, oh yeah, that's a big, like when Turtleboy gets on your side, that's a really fucking good thing. And
is that right? Oh boy. Oh, daddy.
You know who knew the power of that more than anyone? The McAlberts. That's why.
Right here. You know who knew that more than anybody? That power?
When I made my post on April 17th saying that I'm going to be writing about this.
April 17th, he made a post. He made a post, not a blog. He made a post saying that I'm going to.
Story and holy shit, the McAlberts. That's why when I made my post on April 17th saying that I'm going to be writing about the story and holy shit, appears to be a cover up. Who did I hear from?
He didn't write that on April 17th.
And then Chris Albert messaged me and Jill Daniels messaged.
So listen to this. He's coming out and saying that I posted on Facebook and I was going to be writing about this. And then I get a message from Chris, right?
Me. The story and holy shit appears to be a cover up. Who did I hear from that night? Chris Albert messaged me and Jill Daniels messaged me. And a woman by the name of Meg Kennedy, who's friends with Jennifer McCabe, all messaged me. And
now think about this. Think about this. I want you to use your brain cells here. Brain cells. Okay. You're writing a story, right? And these people want to reach out to you. They're like, why wouldn't you, like, these are some really good people to, like, these are the people in it. Okay. These are the people in it. Why wouldn't you want to talk to them? Why wouldn't you reach out to them? If they contacted you, why wouldn't you contact them right back? And be getting all sides of the story from every single person. Okay? I want you to think about this. There's only one fucking reason you wouldn't. One.
They all messaged me and were like, you should not, there's more to the story. Like, don't write this. They understood the power of Turtleboy.
Don't write this? They reached out to you to say, don't write this?
Alberts did. Can't read.
I don't believe any of that. I believe it would have been reaching out to say, a cover up for what? Like, hey, we're part of, blah, blah, blah. I'm so-and-so, and cover up for what?
She'd never heard of it. She'd never heard of it. There's more to the story. Like, don't write this. They understood the power of Turtleboy. The McAlberts did. Can't read it. Never heard of it.
They understood the power?
She'd never heard of Turtleboy before. Remember, don't forget this. 2021.
Right here.
John O'Keefe. I'll show you. TV Daily News. Don't forget. This article right here.
Don't forget this article right here.
From 2021.
From 2021.
Get out of there. All right. Canton middle school student withdraws from school after being labeled as a racist and bullied on school bus for criticizing BLM in class discussions, and the school offers no support. And some girl was like being picked up. Middle related. What did she do? She I forget the whole story. Anyway, it doesn't
really so what she did, what happens here?
Matter. Because this story, Karen Reed got it. By John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe doesn't really matter. Was being this story for something BLM related. What did she do? She I forget the whole story. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Because this story was then shared by John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe himself. We know this from John O'Keefe's.
And guess who he shared it to?
Cell phone extraction. Karen Reed got it.
Karen Reed got John's phone extraction.
John O'Keefe sent Julie Albert a link to that article I just published. And Julie Albert replies back. And we've seen this. I've published this message before. I'll show you again.
Exactly. You've published this message. When did you publish it?
If you haven't seen it. This is a wild message.
It's wild. It's not that wild.
There it is. Look at this.
Look at this. Wait till you guys see this.
This is a message that Julie Albert sent to.
And I got the date and I was like, oh, you fucking idiot. John O'Keefe was a turtle rider on May 18th, 2021. I published a story about a middle school girl in Canton being bullied for not supporting BLM. John read it and sent a link to the Turtleboy article to Julie Albert. In response, Julie said it was her worst fear ending up on Turtleboy. She has now been featured on Turtleboy hundreds of times and was a 4 seed in Ratchet Madness. Now, let me ask you a question. When did Karen Reed get that message? He's sharing it and waiting to share it here after the trial started. After the trial started. But when did Karen Reed know that? When did Turtleboy really know that? He is so fucking dumb. It's not even funny. He is absolutely the dumbest motherfucker I've ever come across that riles up his people.
John O'Keefe on May 18th, 2021. And again, if you don't believe this checks out, look at the date of this article. Okay. What date was this article published? May 18th, 2021. So John O'Keefe clearly was a regular reader of Turtleboy Daily News because he sent that article to Julie Albert, who says, oh my God, I read that article. So Julie Albert is also a regular reader of Turtleboy because the McAlberts understood the importance and the power of Turtleboy. And she goes, that is my worst fear, ending up on Turtleboy. No joke. I think I have an idea who the girl is. I'm going to ask Dylan Albert because Dylan Albert went to the school. I'll let you know. She calls her son Dill. And so don't
When did you get that, Turtleboy? Karen Reed knew that existed a long time ago, right? Because they had his phone extraction when? Not going to be looking too good for you. Sorry.
This is, Turtleboy was nothing before the Karen Reed case. Bitch, John O'Keefe fucking was a turtle rider.
Then he fucking says that John O'Keefe was a turtle rider. I am fucking dead. Okay, this is what you call criminal research, by the way. Give me the material And not only will I fucking sift through it, find everything that you need, I'll put together in chronological order so that you could literally rake whoever the fuck you want over the coals. I'm very good at what I do. Call me any fucking name you want. Okay. Sharing info about a case with journalists is not illegal. No, it's not illegal at all. You can share whatever the fuck you want as long as it's not sealed. As long as it's not sealed, that's not what he's in trouble for. And that's never what she would be in trouble for. Okay? That's not what this is about.
And motherfucking O'Keefe rode the turtle, okay? And so did the McAlberts.
It's the expectation of the fear. If he knew that ahead of time, which it's going to look like he did, okay? That looks really bad for him. When people are over there saying, like, that's my biggest fear, okay? So you knew that this would cause this girl, this woman, Julie Albert, fear mentally, right? And that's what this all is all about, is witness intimidation. But if you guys want to keep ignoring what this is about, that's fine. I don't give a shit. Okay? Understand the statute here. It's the same thing with Brian Kohlberger. If you violated his rights, I don't care if you think he's innocent or guilty. You do not get to violate our rights as American citizens. You don't get to fucking do it. It's across the board. You wrong one person, you wrong all people. Okay? Who the fuck? Have you read any of his charges? He is not in trouble for writing about people. God damn it! You look. You come on, need some Z's. You've been over here for how long? A long time. Okay. No one gives a fuck if Turtleboy wants to run his mouth. This is not about First Amendment. Please, like, compare apples to apples. This is about a timeline. And this is about a man who literally cannot shut up. And I could literally do the work for the Commonwealth in which it would not be, I'm allowed to, and say, here you go. I'm fucking dissecting a case like I would any case. Here, if you want this material, you're welcome to it.
Unfortunately, I kicked them off, right? After they killed John, but they rode the turtle. All right? So suck on that, bitches. And Cameron Reed didn't. That's the thing. They all did, and she didn't. So this whole idea that I was recruited by Cameron Reed is just completely untrue. And
okay. Well, that's wrong. That's not completely untrue. All right. And we're going to get into that. Because one would have to ask themselves, if I was covering a case, and I'll show you an example of it. Let's see. Sheldon Jeter Jr. Anybody who'd want to talk to me in that case, I would be welcoming them to talk to me. I would not talk about or talk to somebody depending on who you were. Turtleboy, in any of his other way that he would handle something, why wouldn't you talk to Chris Albert or Jill, whoever's reaching out to you? Why wouldn't you have a line of communication with them? And I'm going to show you how bad now it looks when I'm breaking down. I just broke down yesterday all the stuff that Turtleboy did with Paul O'Keefe and how early on that happened. Okay. And what an idiot he was. Like, you don't have to make enemies in order to be an advocate for somebody. Why do people think that? So now I can assure you that if John O'Keefe was a turtle rider, number one, Turtleboy would know that because he can easily find that out. But more importantly, number two is there'd be a lot more than just this one link. Like, he would have been reading it often, which means what? That Karen would have known about it because they have the phone extraction on what he's searching and what he has and stuff like that. Okay. I never bought into this whole thing on how, like, the Jen Altman shit. I always wondered why Jen Altman deleted all of her messages. So if Jen Altman wants to talk, I would be up for that. Would love to hear from Jen Altman about, yeah. Next. Now at the 138 and 07 mark, let's see right here. We go to this 138 right here.
And that message right there from Julie Albert to John O'Keefe proves it. Boom, completely untrue. And that message right there, she didn't. So this whole idea that I was recruited by Karen Reed is just completely untrue. And that message right there from Julie Albert to John O'Keefe proves it.
Excuse me? This is how dumb this man is. He thinks that that text message proves that Karen Reed did not recruit Turtleboy.
Take them off, right? After they killed John, but they rode the turtle. All right? So suck on that, bitches. And Karen Reed didn't. That's the thing. They all did and she didn't. So this whole idea that I was recruited by Karen Reed is just completely untrue. And that message right there from Julie Albert to John O'Keefe proves it. Boom.
I had to listen to that 4 times because I was like, wait, what message to who proves what? Dead. Absolutely dead. That message from Julie to John O'Keefe, just sharing, a link. Okay. You guys we get sent links all the time. Who sent that link to John? At the end of the day, that doesn't prove anything except the fact that Julie Albert is scared of you. Are you an absolute idiot? I mean, I know that I'm sick, but fuck. All right, next.
Roasted. Next.
The mainstream media has painted her as a cop-killer, and they're not giving like this top left irony. Karen sends me stuff from a site called vsco.com.
Visco. And that her family are a bunch of cold-blooded murderers. Like that's a tough pill to swallow.
Obviously, I read it this morning, and she would always correct me and say like, no, he's
okay. So at the 1:40:37 minute mark,
the worst one of them all, or May or March of 2023. So it took me a long time to get who all these people were.
He's totally sharing with.
So this just proves that Natalie didn't know fuck all about the case. Natalie was literally a copy and paste messenger. Like, go make the PDF, bitch. Go make the PDF. Natalie never actually learned.
He didn't know the case. You guys, he didn't know the case. He came out just last week because I did one of these and was like, yeah, I didn't know anything. He had an opportunity to talk to the other side. That's what a real journalist would do. And you should ask yourself why he didn't. Why didn't he? Because that wasn't part of the deal? Or did he use that as leverage?
About the case. She literally just every time I was communicating with Natalie, I thought I was talking to an expert on the Karen Reed case. But in fact, I was talking to Karen Reed. And she just
right there. What an absolute fucking idiot to say that. What are you doing? Copy and paste, bitch. Karen goes through people. Listen to this.
Karen doesn't like to talk directly. She likes to go through people. And so that's why she went through Natalie.
Exactly. You're an errand boy.
She was in real time. She sent it to you?
Yes. So I never went out.
That's why she went through Natalie. Because she doesn't want to talk to people. She didn't want to talk to you. You guys hear this?
PDF. Natalie never actually learned about the case. She literally just every time I was communicating with Natalie, I thought I was talking to an expert on the Karen Reed case. But in fact, I was talking to Karen Reed. And she just, Karen doesn't like to talk directly. She likes to go through people. And so that's why she went through Natalie.
From Karen.
She was in real time. She sent it to you?
Yes. So I never went out. I never stepped out of bounds and took it upon myself to send stuff because I didn't want to jeopardize anything for her. So everything came from her like, okay, send this, send that. This motion is now public. He can now use this motion on his blog, but pay attention to, this page, this paragraph, stuff like that.
And this arrangement of her telling you to send stuff to Turtleboy, how long did that continue after April 17th?
Yeah, so then that continued from about April 17th, and then about the end of May, they started getting in an argument between me, and I'm copy pasting, and Turtle calls me.
Okay, they started getting into an argument at the end of May, and this is where I think the triangulation really, really kicked in. Because ready for what this is? I was dead when I saw this.
Texts me and says, you girls are a bunch of cunts. You guys are jerking me around. I don't like being jerked around like this.
He's like, you girls are a bunch of cunts. I don't want to be jerked around like this. This is the message that Natalie's saying that she's receiving, okay?
And
he's laughing. He's laughing.
And
this is at the end of May, she's saying. Okay? He's going off the rails. Because guess what happens in like June and July? Motherfuckers off the rails.
I'm gonna have Aiden call me on Signal.
Yep.
Excuse my language, I didn't say that first. And she said, have me call me on Signal. So I gave it to Turtle her phone number. I said, call her on Signal.
Turtle.
I said, I'm gonna go give my little girl a
She
bath.
just called me Turtle.
I go in the bathtub with my little girl. We get out, I would say about 45 minutes later. We put our PJs on.
A long bath.
And
That's
I
a
come back to my
long
phone and I have all
fucking
these
nap.
missed calls and missed text messages. And I called in and I said, what happened? He goes, you girls, you're playing games with me. You're jerking me around. I'm the one that brought this story out. And, I'm waiting by the phone and Karen doesn't even call me.
Listen to him. Listen to him. He has to talk over this because listen to him crying. Listen to this crying. I'm waiting by the phone. Listen here, you little cunts. I'm waiting by the phone.
You're jerking me around. I'm the one that brought this story out. And, I'm waiting by the phone and Karen doesn't even call me. So I called Karen. I said, Karen, why didn't you call him? And she goes, Natalie, I'm so scared. I said, why are you scared?
Right there. Holy shit, Natalie, I'm so scared. Everybody's scared of him. Everybody's scared of him. Dude, so great for Karen motherfucking Reed right here. Woo! You want to play Spin City, baby? I'm here to spin it for Miss Reed. I'll spin it. Miss Reed. Boom! Natalie comes with the fucking hammer. I'm so scared. Fuck yeah. Scared of who? Scared of your ass. Just like Julie Albert.
And she goes, I don't know. I'm just so scared. I said, Karen, he proved himself by now. He's done blogs. Like, he's been so loyal.
Look at him. Look at him. I proved myself. I've done blogs.
The past month. Like, you owe it to him now to just talk to him.
I'm loyal. Oh my God. Look at this.
I know. He's done blogs. Like, he's been so loyal the past month. Like, you owe it to him now to just talk to him.
Loyal.
So from that,
he is absolutely delusional. Absolutely fucking delusional.
So then she was like, fine. So she summons the courage to call him. And so she called him.
Natalie, right there. I mean, this is music to Karen Reed's ear and to her lawyer's ears right there. Your client has been in fear of this man. It's that simple. Okay. And right here, Natalie fucking brings it. Literally brings it.
And ever since then, they just pushed me out of the picture. And
ever since then, they just pushed me out of the picture. Now, Turtleboy triangulated.
It does. It makes you look more innocent.
This makes Karen look even more innocent. Yeah. Not you.
Directly.
100%.
Not you. He's such a fucking moron.
And
how do you know that?
Because they stopped including me and stuff.
I know they're communicating.
She called me Mr. Turtle.
That's just me putting 1 + 1 = 2. And also, she stopped texting me every day like she used to.
Yeah.
He was a little bit better about keeping me in the loop.
Oh, yeah.
Turtle right here. This is where I realized I was like, here he comes with the triangulation ready. He was a little better about keeping me in the loop. Okay. Yeah, he was trying to handle her because, hey, he knows the game. He's been doing this for a long time. You can't go blowing up your own spots. You got to keep these people whistled, He knew that. Listen to this.
Like she used to.
Yeah.
He was a little bit better about keeping me in the loop.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Turtle was
when
good.
he recorded like the Scanlon tape, he sent me that private YouTube link.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even...
Right there. I love it. Oh my God. She comes. She's like, he sent me the private Scanlon tape. Now, just when I thought that this man could not get any fucking dumber, like, wow, he is playing this for his audience. And I'm over here like literally just did all the notes on it to do this episode yesterday. And I'm like, Bella, this dude is the dumbest motherfucker. Like, you cannot get, why is he still talking? Like, this is crazy. Well, right here, Scanlon link. Let me tell you what the Scanlon link is. Okay. He right here is going to prove to you guys that he doesn't even know his own motion. Option 1. And when I say his own motion, his mega motion, okay, AKA his case. So this is going to prove to you either 1, he does not know his own case, or number 2, that it is all bullshit and the spin that they are trying to put on it. He basically blows up his own spot right here with this mega motion that's coming that Bettero wrote, fucking 80 some pages, 88 pages of pure fucking diary writing. Okay.
I'm trying to tell you everything in order because I tend to jump around and then I forget other stuff.
The Scanlon tape is the funniest shit because they tried to indict me over that. And
listen to this. They tried to indict me over this. Listen.
Forgot. Like I still.
And then they forgot to indict me over it. It's like, wait, what? That's not what you're claiming in your motion, you fucking idiot. In your motion, you're claiming that they dirtied you up by playing all of this wiretapping and talking about all of this wiretapping shit. to dirty you up with the fucking jury.
Better about keeping me in the loop.
Oh yeah,
like
Turtle was
when he
good.
recorded like the Scanlon tape, he sent me that private YouTube link.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about it.
I'm trying to tell you everything in order because I tend to jump around and then I forget other stuff I
The
want.
Scanlon tape is the funniest shit because they tried to indict me over that and forgot. Like I still can't believe that to this day. Like Krusty had a funny tweet today.
What's
she
up,
didn't
Dave?
intentionally meant to be funny, but I laughed when I saw this out loud. Like because it's true. She very rarely tells the truth. But like I still can't believe this fucking happened like in real life. Scanlon testified at the grand jury and Mello forgot to ask the grand jury to vote on it. Like this is
Dude, Kate Peters just fucking owns this man. He literally fucking uses this to come out here and say this. Does he not know anything about his own fucking motion? His own motion right here, 88 pages of pure fucking shit. Says that they did this and they talked about this to dirty up my client.
real life. That's actually happened in my case. The first witness against me who spent an entire day testifying in front of the grand jury about wiretapping was Steve Scanlon. And they're like, oh, wiretapping is a serious charge. It comes with 5 years in prison. It's a felony. It's a serious crime. This is what wiretapping is. We believe this is wiretapping. They did an entire grand jury day was spent on this. And then on December 20th, when they went to wrap it all up 3 weeks later, he just...
See how he says December 20th? Remember how I told you guys? You guys can check my work, but December 20th was when he was indicted. Here he's saying the 20th when they went to wrap it all up.
He forgot to be like, oh yeah, can you indict him on that? He just fucking forgot. Like that.
He didn't forget. God, he's so stupid. Oh my God.
That is one of the underrated, funniest things that's ever happened in this whole fucking nightmare, right? Is that Ken Mello just did an entire day of a grand jury presentation to try to have me.
God, she got you again, dude. Man, she owns you. She has your number, buddy.
Indicted for wiretapping and then just forgot to ask the grand jury to indict me on it.
You guys, that's not what his motion says at all. Betteros specifically states that this is one of their arguments. One of their big arguments is that this is for like misconduct, that they muddied him up to the jury. Fucking play this clip right here. It's Turtleboy admitting that no, they just forgot to indict me, not muddy me up. What a fucking idiot. But I told you he's one of the dumbest criminals. He recorded all of his crimes. What it seems like is that it looks like it was Karen Reed's documentary all along, because it looks like Microdots has been with Karen Reed. And so they're following him around. And so that's what it looks like to me.
Like, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
By the way, Microdots does amazing work.
So anyway, that's what Natalie was referring to there. All right, next.
Okay. Yeah. Blowing up his spot. And he's like, okay, next. 146 and 31 seconds.
And he didn't listen to me. So then I was driving home from work. It was like around 5 o'clock.
First of all, that he didn't listen to me. So Natalie wanted me to do a whole show where I get up here and I'm like, guys, I'm no longer going to use the word retard, faggot, or cunt. I'm not going to use any of those words. Okay. I apologize for that. And she told me to do it. She told me to do it. She said, listen, Turtle. She just calls me Turtle. Listen, Turtle.
My time, 5:30, whatever. And Aiden calls me. He goes, Natalie, you were right. And I said, what do you mean? And he goes, Hollywood called me. And
wiretapping, and then just forgot it. All right.
About June 15th.
Of course you remember.
And then off and on, like then I was in Europe and I would text him congratulating. Okay.
I don't know. An oopsie, if
April
you
at some
will.
point.
Yeah.
Look at these idiots. And they don't even catch it. They don't even catch what's in this mega motion.
We're doing some retard, faggot, and cunts because and you got to chill with this love for Trump because if you're
Trump?
tangled with Hollywood,
What
and
am I
you're
talking
doing this
about
to be
Trump?
famous and have a documentary, let me change my ways and turn a new idea to do a
Yeah.
show and say like, hey guys, I was wrong with my vocabulary. Let me change my ways and turn a new leaf. And he didn't listen to me. So then I was driving home from work. It was like around 5 o'clock.
First of all, that he didn't listen to me. Like so.
It's for this whole. It's for this to get a documentary. Okay.
I apologize for that. And she told me to do it. She told me to do it. She said, "Listen, Turtle." She just calls me Turtle. Listen, Turtle.
My time, 5:30, whatever. And Aiden calls me and he goes, Natalie, you were right. And I said, what do you mean? And he goes, Hollywood called me. And
That's
he goes,
true.
I'm going to sign with them. And I said, but this is the first offer. Why would you like wait for some more offers? I said, this is just the beginning. You're going to get so many offers. And he goes, well, as a thank you, I want to sign with the first person because I think that's really nice. I said, Aiden, that's like sleeping with someone on the first date. You don't do that. Like just slow your roll. And
maybe not.
Yes, he does. I had to play that part.
I mean, Tully, this is karma for Tully having to sit through this. Welcome to my world, Tully. Like,
what a fucking idiot.
Just the general media. So Karen sounded really nervous and she was like, you know what, Natalie, I had a really bad day. I need to unplug. Let's talk about this tomorrow. But in the back of my mind, I could tell she was really worried. So I called.
Yeah, because she didn't want to do. You're talking about all this stuff. According to Natalie, is what she thinks. You're talking about doing all this stuff. She's like, I'm not even acquitted. Like, what are you doing?
Aiden, I said, Aiden, do me a favor. Send me a screenshot of the email. So he was one said, hey, universe works. 2 of my side. Oh, I won 2 Emmys with him. You're in luck. He says, Karen saying
5.
that I inserted myself into no
welfare project. That's how she viewed me.
Look at that
struggling blogger.
Lives, which is not true. I had no interest.
No,
and I really did this for Aiden because I kind of felt bad for him because I felt like he was a struggling blogger. He has 2 kids.
Struggling blogger.
He lives, so to speak, for lack of a better saying, paycheck to paycheck. And I thought, anyway,
like I'm Natalie's welfare project. That's how she viewed me, is like, oh, this struggle.
No, you're your own welfare project. You are a woes me. You are. What do you do? He's expecting all of you people that are his ride or dies to pay for his attorney fees. Like literally. Raise money for my attorney fees. Which, do you guys even know that it's going to his attorney fees? Have you guys ever asked him for a bill to see? He doesn't need experts. What kind of experts do you think he needs? I cannot wait to hear these answers. What kind of experts does Turtleboy need? Who's going to get to testify for him?
Struggling, starving blogger. I'll help him out. This is good. He's living paycheck to paycheck.
So so that's why I vetted that. And Karen took it the wrong way. And then after that, Karen never called me.
Well, maybe you guys should all look and see, why did Karen take it the wrong way? Because of whatever fucking Turtleboy said. He was triangulating these 2.
Didn't want to talk about it. Didn't want to hear my side of the story. So I said to Aiden, I said, Karen just like lost her shit. Like what? Like I get she's under a lot of pressure, but come on, over that. So in the meantime,
whatever the fuck
my client is the producer, my name.
Now
he asked if I would be interested in being part of the documentary since I'm like the goose that laid the golden egg. And I said, absolutely not. I want no part of the documentary. I don't want to be involved
There's the goose that laid the golden egg. Yeah.
with like any kind of case. Like no way.
None of this
I
happened.
said, but I do have a question. I said, how do
like what? He is absolutely delusional. The expert he needs is this exactly. And it's going to be in the mitigating phase. Okay, in the sentencing phase. Listen, guys. How did you meet Karen Reed? That story, that part of it's just gonna be out of it, right? Absolute idiot. No, we'll just say that. We'll just tell that's part of the story. Well, I don't know. I think it's a pretty big part of the story. It definitely is now because of what you're facing, right? You're facing all these charges. Natalie's a big part of that. Because if Turtleboy should be wondering anything, it should be wondering, everyone wants to say, how come I'm the only one that's ever been arrested? I'm the only one that's ever been arrested. And how come I'm the only one? I'm the only one. I. All you should be asking, okay, let's compare, why didn't Natalie get arrested? And he's going to try to tell you guys, immunity. Immunity. Nope. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Actions.
We go about getting Aiden an agent, an
Intentions.
entertainment agent, and an entertainment lawyer. And he giggled and he goes, Aiden told me he has an attorney. And I said, yeah, but that's probably just some like Massachusetts attorney that doesn't know entertainment because you need an entertainment attorney here in Hollywood.
Yeah.
I said, what about an agent? And he goes, Natalie, I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't know any agent that would take him on.
True story. Look at, he won't say anything.
And then he explained to me that the way these documentaries work
Never
is
happened.
they get the rights to his
He's just saying this never happened. Okay.
blogs for 18 months, which means that he cannot.
This is exactly how these things work, by the way. It's like a reality show. The type of, when you want to do something with like a Netflix or like a Paramount or whatever, the contracts that I got for doing the Idaho Ford Paramount one, I was like, fuck no, I'm not giving you, like, you can have access to all of my shit and you can do whatever you want with it. You could twist anything you want. Absolutely not. I'm good. I don't need, it's not worth this exposure. Okay. I don't need 100, 100,000 new subscribers because I was in something, but yet I'm not authentically who I am. Fuck you. No way. It's not, I can't be bought like that.
And sign and do another documentary. He can't do 3 documentaries within 18 months. He would not get paid, but what it is it'll boost his popularity and there'll be about 8 million viewers. And it wasn't Netflix. What they do is they go to HBO, they go to Hulu, they go to Amazon Prime, Netflix, anything else that's whatever. And they go with the pilot of the documentary or with an intro, whatever it is, or a trailer of it. And then the highest bidder is the one who takes it. Okay.
Yep.
Why?
Okay, now we're going to go here. 201. So this is August 6th.
Aaron.
And to me.
Who disappeared.
And he says, and now let's get something straight about the t-shirts. All 100% of the t-shirts go to me. This is my livelihood. This is how I get paid. And you fucking cunts is what he said. And I can send you the impromptu. I think I may have even sent it to you. So the first cunt was Karen. And then I'm the snotty cunt who mentioned etiquette, that the etiquette would be. And
first of all, I never called Karen a cunt. Ever. Karen, we were working
ever. Dude, this guy is absolutely delusional.
Together. I was speaking for Karen. Karen wanted to.
I was speaking for Karen. The fuck? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. What the fuck are you talking about? You're speaking for fucking Karen. Shut the fuck up.
Make it clear that you can tell people, I don't want any fucking t-shirt money. I don't need t-shirt money. What you're doing by building this gigantic movement to fucking support me and have people at the courthouse and writing articles and spreading awareness and making this the biggest fucking story in the country is fucking valuable.
Exactly. So you're doing all of that, right? Because she thinks that she's getting a service out of it, right? Otherwise, don't you think that she'd want her fucking t-shirt money? Why do you think you got to keep that t-shirt money? Let's all fucking use our brains here. Now it makes sense on how the fuck you got money. Hey, no money can change hands, but you're going to get all the fucking sell t-shirts, sell everything. You have the Karen Reed brand. Go, run. That's what it looks like to me right now because of how the fuck you just worded all of this. You absolute fool. You absolute fool.
I don't need your t-shirt money. That's why I did that rant. Because I'm like, bro,
spin it however you want.
Karen Reed doesn't need my fucking t-shirt money.
You would have talked to the other side. You would have talked to anybody that would have come to you to write your stories in your blogs, right? Why didn't you? Why wouldn't you in April write and talk to who you call Chicken Parm, who you call these fucking people names? How the hell would you ever plan to write a story? But this should just show everybody who you are. Okay? Because the day that if, for example, I don't fucking know. Oh, Jennifer Drake wanted to come on my show and be interviewed. You think I'm going to say no? Why the fuck would I say no to that? You would say yes. You would talk to those people. You would absolutely. And if I said no to something like that, then I'd be like you, and I'm not like you. But what it looks like by you not talking to the other side, it looks like it's just a one-sided thing, and it looks like it was always that way because they reached out to you right away, and you ignored them until you came out on a show not too long after to call them and make fun of them and call them all murderers. You had an opportunity to talk to these people and you didn't.
Stop it. I'm a capitalist. I'm running a fucking business here, right? I'm going to keep that shit. I'm not.
Exactly. You're running a fucking business here. It's exactly what you were doing. And it's exactly how it was in the beginning. It's a business. And you're in the business of making money. You're a capitalist. So yeah, about that. You can't wear all these hats because they clash. It's conflict.
Just some random person fucking jumping in late trying to capitalize off of this shit.
Listen to this. Jumping in late trying to capitalize off of this. Dude, Karen Reed was arrested, everybody knows, in 2022. You came around in April of 2023, unless you didn't. You want to care to expand on that?
Capitalist. I'm running a fucking business here, right? I'm going to keep that shit. I'm not just some random person fucking jumping in late trying to capitalize off of this shit. I built the fucking movement. I'm going to keep the t-shirt money. And fuck you if you don't like
and
it.
the snotty cunt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You fucking say it loud, say it proud, prison daddy. Yeah, I'm going to keep that money. It's my motherfucking money. Yep. Because that was the agreement, wasn't it?
Who blocked me because I blocked him a long time ago. And then I blocked Jennifer Altman because I know she's been a turtle writer for like 5 years. And so after this impromptu, I got scared because I thought that they were going to pull photos of my kids.
She wanted to have
and
a
do
red
like
carpet.
a YouTube thing about me and poke fun at my weight or whatever. I don't know. I didn't want to be one of his ratchets. But everybody was like, not everybody.
You think that's funny? This shit is how you're going to get in so much more trouble that you already are in.
I say everybody.
I didn't want to be one of his ratchets. She's been in Ratchet Madness twice. She was a 7 seed this year.
Like I was talking to a bunch of people. I was only talking to like.
He's proud. He's proud. This is who the fuck Karen Reed got to talk to every day of her life. Why? You think she wanted to talk to you? Well, I'm still digging. Let's go to.
Forget it. So I sent him the link to the Scanlon tape, and that was my fault.
Oh,
I backstabbed Aiden, but at this point, I wasn't really fond of him, and I feel bad for doing that. That was a wrong move, and I admit that was a wrong move for the interior design community. And I know that logo placement is very valuable. So I reached out to him and to Nick Rocco, and I said, "Hey, Nick."
Okay, this is a really important part of the story, and I would love to know what Nick Rocco thinks about this. Okay, which is Natalie claims that she gave Nick Rocco a bunch of really good ideas for fundraising, and people are totally Nick Rocco has put out the receipts. Okay, I went and I looked at them, I got them, I went through them. Nick Rocco receipted out of that $1.1 million. Nick Rocco is responsible for over $500,000 of that money. Like $536, I think, $1,000. And that was back off of the 1.1. Okay. The 1.1 million. Nick Rocco is 536,000. All right. And
great job on the fundraising. But by the way, is Turtle paying for the logo placement? And I thought, I'm going to get him back this way. So I told him, I said, the business and savvy way to do it is, yes, offer Turtle to buy logo placement at $1,000 per logo. But in the group, hit up CPAs, bakeries, barbershops, auto mechanics, auto body places.
Again, how is Tully not intervening and being like, yeah, I don't care about any of that stuff.
So all that matters is all about the money. It's all about the money. The fuck are you talking about?
I was giving him like business advice, and he was like, "Oh, that's a great idea." So he removed those 4 slides, and he removed the logo, and then he posted, "Hey, anyone want to put their logos up? We're going to put them up for sale for $500." And I told Nick, like, "Why did you undersell it? Like, you got to be aggressive in business,
What?
And you could have sold them." But anyway, within 2 or 4 hours.
Yeah, you're a businessman. You don't know what she's doing. It's marketing and advertising. He knows exactly what it is.
Not a relationship, but I kind of coached Rocco on how to fundraise.
Coach
and
what? Oh,
yeah, why not?
I said, you get sponsors to buy the bracelet.
Everything the Roccos learned about fundraising, they learned from Natalie.
I would just like to know what they feel about that.
So Natalie's the real mastermind, man. She's the goose that laid the gold.
Okay. She's the goose that laid the golden egg. He just going on. Now, only thing I care about right here is the Scanlon tape, okay? 205.56. And this is where I think Nick Rocco is going to get, unfortunately, drug into this, if not from other shit.
And I told him too. And then you get sponsors for postage also. Like, and you give those businesses credit, and then they use that as a marketing expense. You know, especially with the bus going up and down with the 4 slides, they can use that as a marketing expense. And he was like, "Oh, that's a great idea. We'll do it." So, anyways, I was like, "Right, I got them back." I admit this. This is where I messed up.
This is where she messed up. Okay.
Nick did not understand how Karen knew he got beat up in the house. He just
okay. And this is where Natalie thinks that she messed up. Natalie didn't mess up. Okay, Natalie didn't mess up.
Did not get it.
But Nick Rocco's over here like, I don't know how Karen. Well, ask her. You know what I mean?
And I tried to explain it. And I was like, you know what, forget it. So I sent him the link to the Scanlon tape. And that was my fault. I backstabbed Aiden, but at this point, I wasn't really fond of him. And I feel bad for doing that. That was a wrong move. And I admit that was a wrong move.
So it was a wrong move. I had sent her the Scanlon tape. It was
I had sent her the Scanlon tape
on an unlisted link. And then she sends it out to Nick Rocco and them. And I found out she did this. And that's when I cut her off. I'm like, bitch, you are untrustworthy. I am never talking to you again. I cut Natalie off because she would still talk to me once in a while. Even though she wasn't around in like August after.
But ask yourself this. Why would you cut off Natalie because of that fucking recording? Nick Rocco had a question.
I found out about the tape. I'm like, Natalie, I can't ever talk to you again. Like, you're untrustworthy. See you later. And then she turned not long after that. She suddenly thought Karen Roos.
And I also told Nick in a text, in a thing, that another thing that made me uncomfortable about Aiden is that him being a married man with 2 kids and a daughter, and me being a married woman, and me being friends with Karen, and me being married with 2 daughters.
What?
I found it very odd that he would tell me that when this is all said and done, that Karen owes him a blowjob.
What? That is fucking fake news.
What a liar. Fucking A. Love it. Now that it's all coming out, right? That is not fake news. Look at him. Look at this. Look, dude, if you don't know what Turtleboy's tell is by now, look at this fucking idiot.
Fake news at no. First of all, we talked in text every day. Show me the text.
What do you guys think? It's fake news?
Text message, Natalie, where I said, when this is all done, Karen owes me a fucking blowjob. Give me a fucking break. Fake news. That's perjury, Your Honor. Perjury. I never, ever fucking said that.
What did you say?
She said that Karen owes me a blowjob. That is fucking fake. Fake, 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 fake.
Oh my God, he's insane.
100% fake. That pisses me off right there because that's like a fucking lie. I never, ever, ever said that. It's fucking fake. Anyway, go ahead.
And I wrote that to Nick. So like 3 or 4 weeks ago, I had COVID, and I get an alert that Turtleboy's live. And I look, and it's a Scanlon tape. And I was like, there's no way he's sharing this. He got hacked.
Listen, he plays this. He fucking plays this. And I'm like, what is wrong with this dude?
Yeah, she's not wrong about this. I accidentally put the Scanlon tape up. This is one of the biggest.
He's admitting this shit. He's like, yeah, I accidentally put the Scanlon tape up.
Mistakes I ever made.
Listen to this.
Not wrong about this. I accidentally put the Scanlon tape up. This is one of the biggest mistakes I ever made. I fucking and again, this is all in the grand jury and shit. So it's like whatever. Like it was on private, and then one day I was just fucking around backstage, and I accidentally put it on public for 10 minutes. And I got a text message from someone. They're like, "What's up with this tape? What's going on?" And it had like 1,000 views. I'm like, fuck. And Krusty got it. You know, this is September 13th.
And I guess he pushed, from what I hear.
Now, September 3rd. So here, get out your little September 13th, huh? I said, okay. So September 13th, he accidentally uploads this. September 13th, 2023. Okay. Sent screenshots to Nick Rocco, betray. This is what she thinks, but yet he just uploads it, right? So I'm curious what the date was that when Nick Rocco got it. You know what I mean? Anyways, Um, hmm. Wait, when were you arrested? September. Oh, October 11th. Oh, okay. So why were you arrested again? Because you just keep putting out your illegal stuff that you do, you put out there. You keep recording yourself. You videotape your crimes. You audio record your crimes.
From then Sean on the Gulf and Jay Robert
And then you put them out there.
were the only two people I was keeping in touch with at this point. I was only keeping in touch with two people at this point. That Turtle hit the wrong button on YouTube and published that by mistake for 13 minutes.
Oops.
Oops.
Tape, but about my comment that he's a pig for saying that Karen owes him a blowjob.
I never said that.
Aiden says to me, "You're the reason why I'll never trust anybody again." And
You're the reason I'll never trust anybody again. That is his go-to every time. Every time he fucks up, I'm never gonna trust you again. I'm never gonna do it.
I didn't even reply.
Look at him.
Aiden says to me, "You're the reason why I'll never trust anybody again." And I didn't even reply because I figured this
He's like, yeah. Oh my fucking God.
he's not a reasonable person. And I tried to plead with him.
I'm not you betrayed me, Natalie.
About things, and he has no concept of friendship or loyalty.
You're such a liar. Nobody betrayed you. Nick Rocco had a question about how Karen needed somebody who was in the house. Well, Scanlon, you're Scanlon recording.
Or just being a good human being. So I didn't even reply. And then I actually did reply. I actually did say, like, hey, I know you're mad at me, but I'm still, I wanted to keep it civil because I didn't want to be a ratchet. So I was like, well, I'll still be cheering from you from afar. Something like that. I left it like very like neutral, like, let's not make this war because I'm not doing war.
So what's the concern about the Scanlon tape? Did Turtleboy share any concerns about the existence of that video?
Well, because he recorded it without Scanlon knowing.
Watch this. Because he recorded him without him knowing.
Well, like, let's not make this war because I'm not doing war.
So what's the concern about the Scanlon tape? Did Turtleboy share any concerns about the existence of that video?
Well, because he recorded it without Scanlon knowing.
Not untrue.
Because he was like,
untrue.
Lies right there. Right there, lie. Watch his tells. You guys, his tells are so fucking obvious.
True.
Well, because he recorded it without Scanlon knowing.
Not untrue.
Because he was like,
untrue.
When he sent it to me to send to Karen.
Fake news.
It was not known, and he never shared it on his blogs. And
so finally, Natalie has made some sort of allegation. Now Tully's like, okay, tell us about that. Like, I don't want to hear shit about t-shirts anymore.
And another thing I thought was odd was with Lucky Laughlin, the plow guy. Aiden said several times that he has a photographic memory, but then I knew he recorded Scanlon, and you don't have a photographic memory like that. There's no photographic memory like that, especially verbatim like that. No, he should have prefaced it if he were smart and savvy. He should have prefaced it like, oh, the conversation went somewhere along the lines of this. But he's like, no, I have a photographic memory, and that's just.
So these idiots. This has been another tall tip.
And then this is the only thing that Lindsay Gaetani would be worth a damn for, is because Lindsay Gaetani told the police, Massachusetts State Police, that Aiden Carney told her, because Aiden Carney was sitting right there with his attorney and talking about recording Lucky and Lucky not knowing, and as well, it's my word against his. But fuck her, you don't need her. Keep her the fuck away from all this shit. But she would basically be like another witness that's like basically what Natalie is saying is endorsing that. It's gonna come out when you're gonna show how at the beginning of every single Turtleboy live, he's always like, live, tape to record, whatever the fuck he says, and then they go on. Where is that in the Scanlon tape? You know what I mean?
They believe I wiretapped Lucky Loughran, okay, because I transcribed my interview with him. Okay, this shows how stupid wiretapping laws are in general, but it's like,
wait, look at this motherfucker just bury himself. He knows wiretapping laws. Listen,
memory.
We have him on 2021 cases. We have him on 2017 and 20. He knows everything about the law in Massachusetts when it comes to wiretapping.
And that's just
So these idiots, this has been another tall tale. They believe I wiretapped Lucky Loughran, okay, because I transcribed my interview with him. Okay, for this shows how stupid wiretapping laws are in general, but it's like I didn't do that. But even if I did, if you recorded somebody for the purpose of transcribing it later on, that's a fucking give me a break. It never happens, to be very clear.
He's so full of shit. He is so full of fucking shit. It's not even funny.
But these people believe that like he must have recorded the interview with Lucky because he doesn't have a photographic memory, does he? Okay.
not believable. But no, the Scanlon tape was very obvious, and he sent it to me, and he either sent it directly to Karen or I sent it to her, and then he also sent it to Erica Davis, who's Karen Ahern.
Yes, we
And
know.
she's also one of the numbers I gave you
Lucky
because
said
she
no.
all this time told me she's a Boston police officer and that she doesn't
Lucky
want
said
to.
no. There was
recover.
I never did it.
I think she's a pathological liar because she's actually a security guard for a hospital.
Erica Davis.
But
She's obsessed
she
with
would
Erica
go
Davis.
to, like the Albert's homes and the house with the swimming pool. And so she's the one that took pictures of the swimming pool. So if you go on his blog,
So I've been wondering who's going to be witnesses at this fucking shit. Okay, write her down. This person. Okay, write her down. She'll be a witness. Whoever this Erica Davis, whoever that person is. So this is Natalie talking to MSP in a recorded interview that Aiden is putting out from his discovery. Okay, so let's go to here. Now this is where proof is that I believe right here is why Karen Reed never was indicted, and she should not be indicted. Okay, right here.
I care much. I don't care about your family will.
I realize what I'm dealing with, this nastiness.
Oh, so does Tully.
And I'm scared.
Oh, she's so scared.
Going back to when there was this arrangement that Karen would send you things and you would send them to Aiden.
Yeah, so let's talk about that.
What was Karen's motivation? Did you get a sense?
Right here. What was Karen's motivation? And this is what I believe all that matters.
Get her side of the story out because she felt like the mainstream media was making it that she was.
No, what was Karen Reed's motivation? He wants her to say they're trying to intimidate witnesses. That's what he's saying. And instead, she says, what?
Killer.
Going back to when there was this arrangement that Karen would send you things and you would send them to Aiden. What was Karen's motivation? Did you get a sense?
To get her side of the story out because she felt like the mainstream media was making it that she was a cop killer. And she was like,
So she's trying to get the narrative out there.
Ding, ding, ding. Why would he now? He wants to interject and change and basically speak for Karen Reed here. What an absolute fucking moron. What an absolute fucking moron. Shut up. Her motivation is that people think she's a cop killer. Right?
What was Karen's motivation? Did you get a sense?
to get her side of the story out because she felt like the mainstream media was making.
Right there to get her side of the story out. Very, very specific. Not to cover the case. To get her side of the story out. So now go back to what I asked you before, which was, hey, Aiden, remember when you got reached out to when you put in your Facebook group, I think I'm going to cover the case and it's the, Karen Reed case and there's a big cover up and blah, blah, blah. Who reached out to you? The other side. And you did not contact them. Now, why would somebody ever fucking do this? If you're covering a case. You weren't covering the case, Aiden. Because anybody would have talked to them and would have got conversations with them and got taken everything that they wanted. Fuck, if you were really good at your job, you would have met with these motherfuckers, recorded them, right? And then given it to your opponent or to your teammates. But you're a fucking moron. But I can tell you what you definitely aren't. You are not a journalist. Okay?
What?
Killer.
Going back to when there was this arrangement that Karen would send you things and you would send them to Aiden. What was Karen's motivation? Did you get a sense?
To get her side of the story out because she felt like the mainstream media was making it that she was a cop killer. And she was like,
So she's trying to get
She said to get her side of the story out, which now it makes perfect sense why you fucking turned down and why you did not interview a single fucking person from actually the case when you could have, when you absolutely could have. You know, when I found out the timeline that the Mick Alberts reached out and Facebook messaged you, and and you didn't fucking get back to them. Oh shit! It looks so fucking bad. It looks so fucking bad. And then you just fucking kept spinning and spinning and spinning because you were bought and paid for, motherfucker. Yeah, you were. That's all I wanted to see is if you were bought and paid for.
The narrative out that she's not a cop killer, which is exactly what innocent people do.
I'm not a cop killer.
And you got her side of the story out, didn't you? Her side. Not John's. Not the case. Karen's. Karen's side of the story. You didn't report objectively like Paul O'Keefe when you were having a conversation with him. And he's like, be objective. You know, be this, be this, be that, be this, be that. But the timeline doesn't lie. And you were bought and paid for from jump. You weren't interested in covering the story. You've never been interested in getting justice for John O'Keefe. And I get it. Karen Reed is fighting for her life. Karen Reed's going to get all the grace in the world from me. Okay, Karen Reed is fighting literally for her life. That I personally believe that she was 1000% framed. That's what I believe.
Fight broke out in that house, and now they're trying to protect Colin, who's the neighborhood bully, who would always start crap with John and would drive really fast in the neighborhood.
It's kind of like the Shanna Gardner case. Hey, don't worry, you're going to reap all these benefits on the back end. So trust me. And Lindsay Gaetani was right about one thing when she said, and that's why I looked into it. When Lindsay Gaetani said that, oh, Microdots, yeah, he was getting paid. Like he's part of Alan Jackson's team. He was hired and paid. And yeah, he changed all of his stuff in November of 2023. Okay. Well, when did that truly begin? Because if I'm Karen Reed and I want to be doing a documentary, same thing with Workman, Jackman, all that. Hey, we have to get money on the back end somehow. Okay. If we're going to be doing all this legal work, whatever. So here, follow this guy around and we'll document all of this. Okay. So I believe that if you go and look at the timestamps of everything, guess when Aiden was first followed with Microdots? On the stairs. On the fucking stairs. That was his first time recording Aiden. On the courthouse, his first hearing. And it was the beginning of May. And guess when Alan Jackson and David Yannetti and their phone conversations began? April 20th. From April 20th to May 1st, David Yannetti and Turtleboy talked 9 times. Alan Jackson, 3. From between April 20th and May 1st of 2023. He's a fucking errand boy. Errand boy. Karen's motivation to get her side out. This is what saved Karen in the indictment, in my opinion. Okay. June 15th, 2023, Natalie pulled out. And she goes on to say that, words to this effect, I wish he wouldn't call the families, in quotes. I can't correct him on his hypothesis of the case when he's getting this stuff wrong. I wish he wouldn't call the families. That's what Natalie says here.
And John would tell him, don't speed, there's kids playing on the street. And when they would leave town, I guess, I don't have Ring, but I guess with Ring, it senses when there's movement on your property and it alerts your phone. So they would be on vacation and then they would see that Chris, this is what she told me, that Chris Albert and his son Colin would be on lawn chairs on their grass drinking beers and then leave the beer cans on the lawn. So so that's what she told me. So
and as Aiden was confronting people in public, going to businesses, did you ever talk to her about kind of his conduct out the rolling rally?
So I wasn't involved anymore at that point. So I pulled out June 15th. So the rolling rally and all that stuff happened after.
Sure.
But when he first started calling people on the shows, she did tell me that made her very uncomfortable. On the shows, she did tell me that made her very uncomfortable. And she was like, gosh, I wish he wouldn't call the family members. But she was like,
Right there, Natalie saving Karen. Right there. Fucking boom.
I can't tell him what to do. And also when he made mistakes in his journalism, she's like, we can't correct him. He's a journalist. He has to come up with his own hypotheses and stuff like that.
Okay.
And now this is where, if I was probably to talk to Natalie, she would say, I think Karen Reed was just telling me that stuff. Because the reason I think that she would say that is because, again, I question when they truly first started talking. I think it was JFK that mentioned that, even a couple weird things about when she had gotten rearrested, and it was like making a mention to like toothpaste or my toothbrush, whatever, blah, blah. Again, Karen Reed was literally whoever would be in the defendant's chair, in my opinion, is never going to be found guilty of this because of how botched the investigation was. Karen Reed was framed, but it's the corruption in the police departments that should have been the main focus here. Okay. And for Turtleboy, it was about going after people. Okay. Because he's never gone after cops before in his entire life. All right. That's not what he does. He doesn't go and point out the corruption to the point of what was needed here. He wanted to, and what he's known to do is go after the weakest link. That's his motto. He tells you that. Go watch him. You go after, he writes it in his chats. You go after the people's friends, people's family. Okay. We go and take things that you love. TB is a male badge bunny. 1000% correct. Turtleboy knew what he could and could not do. He knows the line. It's not like he didn't know. There's evidence of it out there of him talking about it. He knows what he can and cannot do.
Did you ever talk to Alan Jackson or David Yannetti?
No, I've only emailed David Yannetti twice. I emailed him the Elizabeth Proctor thing, and then I emailed him the Paul O'Keefe conversation between Aiden and Paul O'Keefe.
What was the purpose of the Paul O'Keefe conversation?
I don't know. She just asked if I could do it. But she swears that she was framed. And, it happened so organically and naturally. It's like, how could I not believe her? Especially when she would break down and cry. Like when all that rumor came up about the wood floor being dug up in the basement, she felt so grossed out. She said, Natalie, I have to get off the phone and take a hot shower. And then she called me back and she said, I just blasted my music, took a hot shower, and I just went in the corner and started crying. But she's never cried to me. And I always tell her, like, gosh, you're so strong. Because you know me, I'm a crybaby. And I tell her, like, gosh, you're so strong. And she's like, I have no other choice. I'm fighting for my life. But I have to say, like, I do miss our friendship. I genuinely liked her. Yes, I have not seen her in 20 years. But we had so much fun reminiscing about.
Look at these idiots. See, this is total proof Karen Reed was not in control of Turtleboy. All they did was disprove what they were trying to go after him for. Well, wait till you guys see the search warrant affidavit.
College and college year, like love drama, and about that.
So that was interesting stuff because she was like basically saying that, yeah, like remember, Tully's there to try to prove hired with me to commit witness intimidation, that she was the one pulling all the strings. And what does she say right there? The exact opposite.
Exactly. So why the fuck are you saying that this is Natalie's fault, you fucking cocksucker? Exactly. Exactly. How do people follow this complete fucking moron? Do you not hear what he says? And then I started figuring it out, and I'm like, dude, nobody's following him. We've been running checks on his viewer count chip and him adding or subtracting of members and subscribers, because there's companies out there that do that, and they track if you're buying live views, members, subscribers. And what a really easily telltale sign is when when your shit doesn't add up.
She's like, actually, Karen Reed knew she couldn't pull his strings. That Karen Reed, she couldn't get him to write the stories that she wanted to write, because Turtleboy is this kind of like maverick cowboy journalist who fucking, dances, marches to a beat of his own drum and does whatever he wants. He's uncontrolled. He's fucking Turtleboy. He does what he wants, which is the exact opposite thing that Tully wants her to say. And then she starts to, I miss her. I miss our conversations. We watched this Netflix show. Let me tell you all about the Netflix show. Like, this is why.
Is in the very beginning.
He is so fucking delusional. So delusional. Exactly. You're there because of what the fuck you did. Okay? You're there because of you. This guy is dumb.
I told her that when they post her that you $3,000 a month on a PR person, you her PR person, weirdly enough. And so I think that when Aiden told me,
did Aiden obviously have to gain his trust? Did he ever have you email anybody that we haven't brought up yet?
Ready?
What kind of question is that?
like email, like
Just any documents, anything to contact somebody on his behalf?
oh, like so he would get emails from like people saying like, oh, rumor has it that X, Y, and Z, and then he would say, can you send this to Karen and tell me if this is true?
Okay.
And then Karen would say, this is not true. Like that Brian Albert video with the foot, and Karen said unequivocally, or however you say it in English, that's not Brian Albert. He always.
Oh, actually, that's untrue. So I got a video of Brian Albert at this bar in Roslindale, licking someone's foot, a woman's foot.
What the fuck? Karen's over here like, that is not him. He's like, yeah, it is. I have proof. Now, where he's royally fucked is this next segment. We're going to talk about these colored copy digital images of John at the hospital. Okay? John at the hospital. Now watch this.
And I've published it before. I sent it to Karen Reed. I'm like, yo, check this out. I'm told this is Brian Albert. And she's like, no, that's not Brian Albert. But then I independently verified it was
He independently verified it was from who?
actually Brian Albert. So I don't know why she's telling that anecdote, but because it's fucking Natalie, she just doesn't.
he wears a skull cap type of thing.
Anybody
He independently verified it. You have to have two sources, so I cannot wait to see if that comes out.
else that comes to mind?
Amy
Just a fucking liar.
Ashley Bell sent
Ashley Bell.
Ashley Bell, here we go.
Aiden
Everybody's been
attached
wondering who the
pictures of
fuck
Yuri on
Ashley Bell is, okay? Ashley Bell.
her Ring camera,
Okay.
and then Aiden sent me a screenshot where he sent that to Yannetti, and I sent that to you.
Mhm.
So stuff like that, and
What is that?
screenshot where he sent that to Yannetti, and I sent that to you.
Mhm.
So stuff like that, and
What is that? Who cares?
Aiden would send me stuff to kind of keep me in the loop, but then by May I was kind of pushed away, and I kind of sensed like, okay, they're now in touch. They don't need me anymore.
They don't need. That's right. That's right, Natalie.
Did Karen ever send you grand jury minutes or motions to send to Aiden?
That's the big thing.
Grand jury. Grand jury. Now look at this idiot. He should fucking turn this off right now. But he can't stop.
Only if they were already public. She was very careful about that.
So she fought like he's like, damn it. Like that. We were hoping to get her in that. We're
Yeah, so how is it Natalie's fault? Exactly, you absolute fucking idiot. Natalie's like, yep, nope. She was very clear about that because you can't have that type of stuff. Nope. Now watch this fucking absolute pig. Pig. Liar.
hoping that he sent grand jury minutes. She's like, no. She was actually very meticulous. She knows the rules.
She was very, very careful. And she would always say,
Very
let me
good.
double check with Yannetti to make sure they're public,
Yes.
but never beforehand. She was very
Never.
careful about that. And the only time I think she fucked up, that she messed up, was releasing the color autopsy photos. And for some reason, I
Right there.
think she fucked up, that she messed up, was releasing the color autopsy photos. And for some reason, I
She's calling them autopsy photos. They're not. They're of John at the hospital. Now watch this. Watch this. He won't say shit about this. Watch.
I thought I sent those to Aiden, but when I looked through my text messages with him, I sat down on Friday in my car and I was like, you know what? I'm going to finally revisit this. And I scrolled all the way up to the top and I got a Jamba Juice and I sat in my car and I read everything. And when I was done, I was like, thank you, Jesus. I did not send the autopsy photos. I thought that maybe I sent those, but that's because I had them saved. And
I knew for a long time that Natalie did not send those. They're not autopsy photos. They're the photos of John at the hospital. They're in color digital print. Okay. I know exactly where Aiden got those from. He got them from the lawyers. He got it in a media packet, didn't you, Aiden? Didn't you get that media packet? I know where you got it from. Didn't come from Natalie.
But I think John Silvera, because he's on some of the emails with me, I was only sent like 3 emails.
Notice how he's so quiet about that.
Or 4 emails, and he was on like 1 or 2 of them. And I know that they're very close, and I know that he was her biggest donor because he donated $15K. So I know that. And then she also said to me sometimes like, Natalie, if this is too much for you, I can have John S. take over. You know, if you need a break. And I was like, no, this is what friends are for. Don't sweat it. It's not a big deal. I'm just copying and pasting. The kids were asleep. You know, like stupid me. I got involved with Sean on the golf.
Erica Davis. Erica Davis.
Stupid me. I got involved with Sean and the golf. Now, that's going to be my next couple episodes, is to talk about Aiden's relationship or lack thereof of how he wanted to spin everything Sean and the golf related. Okay.
So with Scanlon, the reason why you're going to get all these screenshots.
But before we get there, we have a couple more things here.
Is
no.
And I went on Scanlon's Facebook page before Aiden. Okay. So we went on Scanlon's Facebook page and we did screenshots of every single photo he had.
Okay.
And kept them.
Okay.
Because we knew that.
Okay. So back in the day when Karen first got arrested, Karen would take see that Karen did all of her own work. All of it. All of it. Karen did her work. And Karen deserves props for that. Karen did the work. Her lawyers did the work. Okay? They deserve the props for that. Karen literally saved. I've always told you guys, as soon as a crime happens, you got to go to the social media pages and you need to take screenshots of everything, or like do a screen recording and get everything that you possibly can off of people's social media sites, because they are going to start deleting them. Okay. So you need to do that. All right. That's the first thing. And guess what Karen did? She did just that. She went and got all of these people's social media pages. Turtleboy didn't do that. Turtleboy didn't get any of that on his own. Everything that he got came because of Karen Reed's diligence right when this first happened.
Karen was going to have Erica Davis go on the chat of Aiden's YouTube channel and just write, who's Steven Scanlon? And that's why when you see, if you...
Okay, so this was their plan. Hey, Erica, go in and write the name, who is Steven Scanlon? And then let's get people talking about this. Okay?
Seen the Scanlon tape, how my name pops up? It's because Aiden texts me who wrote Steven Scanlon on my text? And then I said Erica Davis. And then it was because Karen told me, hey, can you text Erica Davis and tell her to just write who is Steven Scanlon?
I mean, that's why, again, I'm not crapping on her, but this is, if we're going to tell the whole story about it, Kara Reed is very...
Listen to this. He is like trying to get Karen Reed in fucking trouble when he wants to break this down further. He is sick. He is so sick.
Controlling behind the scenes.
Look at this.
If we're going to tell the whole story about it, Kara Reed is very controlling behind the scenes. Like,
he's now, when he wants to say press pause to do that, he's basically saying that Karen Reed's controlling it all. That, yeah, I am my little fucking errand boy puppet. And now Erica Davison, yeah, whatever Karen Reed says, we all fucking do it for her. He goes all over the place. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's sitting here and he's spinning. He's sitting here spinning because he knows he's so fucked. Because he is. Oh my God, he's so fucked. Like, hardcore fucked. He's in a lot of trouble.
Telling Erica Davis to go on, aka Karen Ahern, to go on the chat on my stream and start putting the name Steve Scanlon out there. So people are like, who's Steve Scanlon? Like, get the name Steve Scanlon out there. Get people talking about this mofo.
Yeah, because this is what you would do. You would then highlight. You were a part of it too. You would then, just like you did, I went back and watched these lives and his little people that would supposedly type in turtle chats and blah, 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 and the stuff that he would highlight and why he would highlight it. You were planning on going to the lacrosse game at the beginning of May. And I know who wrote it in your chat. I've been doing an independent investigation of this entire case because I wanted to know what I supported. What the fuck was I really supporting? Okay. Because this man is not worth a fucking spit on the ground. All right. He's an unethical liar. Okay. And he's so dumb. He's so dumb that he recorded himself committing all the crimes that he committed. And he's definitely untrustworthy, and they knew it. And I believe that Microdots was there to keep fucking tabs on everything that motherfucker did. Microdots is gonna have to be a witness in this case. He literally went everywhere where Turtleboy went.
Get him in the chat.
You just stir the pot, and then
she said the words right there. Stir the pot. Stir the pot.
And then Aiden called Steven and recorded.
And again, these were the good old days. This was the good old days. Now it's like, let's go to James Jackson. Let's.
These were the good old days. These were the good old days when we used to fucking do the how we all handled shit. These are the good. Listen to this idiot.
The good old days. This was the good old days. Now it's like, let's go to James Jackson. Let's go with him instead. Times have changed.
And then Aiden was like, "Oh my gosh, look what I have!" And he set it as a private link, so you could only watch that. You couldn't go on his page and find it. It was a very private link.
So run after me again how Aiden became aware of Scanlon. It was the first time that he heard of it was on the comments on the YouTube Live.
No, Karen told us that that's how she put the story together because that morning she was so confused and so hungover.
Yeah, but how'd she get it? How'd she get who Scanlon was?
Because he went to Yannetti's office. And
how much time you got?
Scanlon said, like, this, there's something wrong with the story. They were beat up in the house. Somebody told me that he was beat up in the house.
But then Karen, knowing to put out on social media, she directed you or to ask who is the Scanlon.
To scare Scanlon.
Right there, to scare Scanlon. And I was like, oh shit, what do you mean to scare him? I don't think it was to scare him at all. But like, Karen Reed told you to put his name out there to scare him? No, it was to get him. It was to get him to talk. It was so that Turtleboy could talk to him to say, "Hey, your name came up." Okay. And I was told to contact, and I was like, "Here, talk to so and so. Here, your name came up." This shit, what I'm unraveling here. Oh my fucking God. It makes me hurl. It's disgusting.
What?
Why would Karen want to?
What? Huh?
Or to ask who is the Scanlon.
To scare Scanlon.
What?
Why would Karen want to scare Scanlon?
Hopefully have him talk. I don't know.
And what was this? Why beforehand capture all these pictures?
She wants to scare Scanlon into talking. Oh my God.
Because Karen did that, especially with like that. That's how she was able to get all the pictures of the Alberts and the McCabe's and all those kids and show that Proctor's
keep in mind, they're doing all this instead of figuring out who's driving the Ford Edge.
Fuck you, Aiden. Look at him. You are deflecting as fuck. No one need to be looking for that Ford Edge. The car that y'all need to be looking for was the car that Nicole owned and drove. The caddy, the black caddy that's missing from the driveway. You dumb fuck. Okay, go watch it. Go watch the recording. Go watch the cops arrive at the residence. What car is missing? There's a Ford Edge there, and there's a fucking Explorer there. You stupid cocksucker. I get it. You're just not all there. Like, you are slow, motherfucker. But shit. Maybe your bus stop live people who are just as fucking slow. Maybe they can maybe all those brain cells could come together and realize, yeah, the car that we're missing, the car that's not in the driveway, is Nicole's Caddy. Where the fuck is that car? Ford Edge my ass. Stupid. You got evidence right in front of you. You're not using it because y'all want to run with God knows what. Just we can't talk about Higgins because it's going to make Karen look bad. Fucking A. I don't care what makes anybody look bad. Okay? Karen didn't do it. Karen didn't do it.
Wrote to Chris, Albert, you guys are my second family. So Karen is heavily on Facebook and studies Facebook like no other. And so that was like a very big tool for her to realize.
Which is legal, which she should be doing. She's investigating her case, which is amazing. That's what she should be doing. And then she gave it to this fucking asshole who fucking went after people, attacked people. His words, not mine.
That these folks really do know each other.
But it seems like Scanlon was important to her. So, but capturing Facebook pictures she could use against him?
I don't know.
Okay.
We just did it. There was no rhyme or reason or like, it was like, let's just get all his pictures as many as we can.
Exactly.
Before he locks his page or before he deletes it. Because I guess that's what happened.
Exactly. Because you don't know what you need to go, hey, get all this stuff. We need to see who all people her friends are with. What the fuck's going on here? Something's wrong. Okay.
Really do know each other.
But it seems like Scanlon was important to her. So, but capturing Facebook pictures she could use against him?
I don't know.
Okay.
We just did it. There was no rhyme or reason or like, it was like, let's just get all his pictures as many as we can before he locks his page or before he deletes it. Because I guess that's what happened with McCabe and Proctor is they ended up like locking their pages or limiting it, and not making it a public page.
Okay. You had mentioned to me before that maybe Aiden had met for lunch with Jackson and United.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Tell me about the lunch.
So,
Was there a ham sandwich?
In her car
Was
either.
there a ham sandwich?
Aiden really wanted to sit in the court and he really wanted to be in the courthouse. And
Okay. This dude, I was here for this because this is fucking hilarious. He lied about all this too. Aiden lied and was talking about how people put blocks on their Facebook stuff, making it seem like, yeah, after I posted this blog, blah, 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 blah. Dude, Karen Reed got all that shit. You didn't get nothing. Okay? So let's just... Now, here's his tantrum about this fucking courtroom shit. Check this out. He just is a liar, man. little man. It's okay. Aaron boy. You'll have plenty of time to sort out why you're where you're going.
It just kind of walked in, Natalie. You don't need a fucking ticket. You get back then, no one used to go to court hearings. You just walk in.
He's so full of shit. You guys, he's like, oh my God.
You don't need a fucking ticket. You get back then, no one used to go to court hearings. You just walk in.
this was another time Karen snapped at me and I told her, I said, Aiden wants
I'm going to try to get in front of something. That's not true at all. Go back and look at the first court hearing he ever went to. It was packed. He's like, yeah, these three dudes that were state mass had to stand by me, blah, blah, blah.
sit in the car, wants to sit in the courthouse. And she's like, Natalie, I can't be bothered with this. You know, I have bigger fish to fry. I said, Aiden wants to sit in the car, wants to sit in the courthouse. And she's like, Natalie, I can't be bothered with this.
Natalie went to Karen and said, Aiden wants to sit in the courthouse. Natalie, I can't be bothered with this. Exactly, fucking little puss. Get in line. Go to the courthouse.
You know, I have bigger fish to fry. I have the attorneys here all week. You know, like, leave me alone about this. And I said, Karen, he's done so much for you. Like, just get him proper seating in the courthouse.
Yeah,
like,
Natalie.
We owe this to him. You owe this to him. And she goes, fine.
Or this is all an act, okay? To make it seem like we're not fucking talking. All right? So you guys can pick and choose your own. This is choose your own adventure.
Have him call John Silvera and he can go
Hey,
in.
Natalie advocated for me. Natalie had my back.
John Silvera. And that was another thing that
You fool.
I used against Aiden was I said, you know, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gone into the courthouse.
That's fake.
So then Karen told me that after the May 3rd court hearing that they were going to all convene at the Omni Seaport. And
Okay, now this is where I found them in a huge fucking lie. and take for what you want with it. But now my last live that I did, because I'll be rounding this one up, I want to keep this right. So on my last live that I did, I told you guys to remember the Google search. Okay. And I said, when he went to show us his little fucking stupid ass, here's my idea. He brought up his Google. And when he brought up his Google and he went to go type, it fucking first thing, there's like there's two words and then it's Omni Seaport. Okay. This is from a May 2nd live. So prior to May 2nd or that moment, he had already typed in Omni restaurant Seaport, however it goes. Okay. And I showed you guys that. Now listen to what the fuck Natalie says here.
To tell Aiden. And so I told Aiden, and Aiden's like, I feel out of place. To tell Aiden, court hearing, that they were going to all convene at the Omni Seaport. And to tell Aiden. And so I told Aiden, and Aiden's like, I feel out of place. I don't feel right. I don't fit in. I said, Aiden, play your cards right. Alan Jackson's going to be there. Like, this is how you move up in life. You know, you schmooze with the right people. You socialize with the right people.
I didn't feel comfortable. I'm like, I've never talked to them.
I've never talked to them. You guys staring right down right in front of me here is the fucking search warrants. Okay. This little liar. I didn't feel comfortable. I had never talked to them. Okay. Fucking lies. Absolute lies right here. April 20th to May 1st, 9 calls with Yannetti. April 20th to May 1st, 3 calls with Jackson's. Those are their numbers. Okay. Fucking lying to everybody here. This was just put out whenever he fucking did this. This is episode 817. Natalie Weekey's, whatever, hilarious interview. Ian Whiffen of Cellbrite Damage Control. This isn't like years ago. Okay. This was put out in October, at the end of October, middle of October of 2025.
You know, I've never talked to Karen. I'm like, feel comfortable. I'm like, I've never talked to them. I've never talked to Karen. I'm like,
no, never talked to Karen Reed. May 3rd. Oh, fuck shit, damn whore. Is that right? Is that right?
Out in public, I'm going to go in a hotel lobby and I'm going to be seen with them. Is that what we really want to do? And Natalie's like, you need to meet with them. You need to schmooze.
It gets better. It gets better. So remember I told you guys in my last live, I said, why would anybody be Googling that if they hadn't been there yet? Okay. If they hadn't been there yet, why would you ever Google Omni Seaport? Like, why are you Googling it prior to May 3rd if you're just getting invited? Hey, we're going to be like, when did you have that conversation? Because it was in your Google history on May 2nd. You want to know how we know? Because you showed your fucking screen. And so, therefore, it's May 2nd that at the very latest, okay? I'm not going after fucking microdots, you dumb asshole. What the fuck are you talking about? Rewind it. I just fucking told you. Microdots is the best work. I said what it looks like is Microdots was babysitting Aiden.
You need Natalie was all about like my professional career. She's always like, oh, we're gonna get you the Netflix doc. Aiden, you gotta get you an agent. We got you, but you gotta stop saying cunts and you gotta drop the Trump stuff and you gotta do this. And we got
how he wants to he has to divert everybody away from, hey, I gotta separate what's about to come here.
Like fucking so controlling.
Controlling somebody, giving you advice, somebody like being your cheerleader because you're a pussy.
It's like, oh my God.
Or you're just lying to her though, because wait for it. This is sick.
That's how you climb up this ladder, you know? Because he was on his way home and he didn't want to go.
He was on his way home and he didn't want to go listen to this shit. I'm like, wait, what?
Here's how you're gonna meet AJ. She was like fucking so controlling. It's like, oh my God.
That's how you climb up this ladder, you know? Because he was on his way home and he didn't want to go. He was too shy. And I said, Aiden, pull over. And
Aiden, pull over. I said, Aiden, pull over. Aiden, pull over.
So he's like, well, there's 2 Omni Seaports. I don't know which one it is.
There's 2 Omni Seaports. I don't know which one it is. He's lying to her. This is all Natalie And that's when this is what put me over the edge to say, oh my God, here's my, in my opinion, the proof I need. My proof. Yep, it's my proof. That Turtleboy was playing Natalie the entire time as to when they first started talking, all of this shit, because he's not saying like, guys, this never fucking happened. He's over here saying, listen, look at him. She's like, he pulls over.
I remember I said, Aiden, pull over. And so he's like, well, there's 2 Omni Seaports. I don't know which one it is. So I call, I remember I was standing in the middle of the factory and I call the Omni Seaports and I figure it out or whatever. I call both of them and I asked if there was a party under Jackson, under Reed, under Yannetti. None of them could tell me. And then in the meantime, Aiden's like, I figured out which one they're at. Okay, I'm on my way. And then he thanked me and he's like, thank you so much for pushing me. I had a great time. And Jackson is like such a cool guy and Karen's parents are so cool.
He was.
And Karen is just like the nicest down to earth person. And I was like, see, you just have to have a little bit of confidence, you know? The only thing he didn't listen to me is I told him, I said, when you go to court, you can't go like cartoon character with turtle tie and lime green shirt. Like maybe go in neutral colors and
neutral colors.
You know, maybe put some moisturizer on. And you know, but he didn't listen to me. He went on that court hearing. He went with the whole getup, the sign, the tie, and the lime green shirt and a black jacket or something.
Well, that was before I had a stylist, Natalie. That's not fair. I hadn't met my stylist yet. I didn't get my stylist till after I got arrested, and so I did go and I wore a black suit with the bright green shirt and a Turtleboy tie. I used to wear the Turtleboy tie to court all the time. My stylist does not let me wear the Turtleboy tie. She thinks it's like juvenile. And so, you know, and it doesn't match any of my shirts either. So my I didn't wear any moisturizer. But it's like, in my stylist is like black suits. She's like, I don't do black suits. No black suits. Only Carl Dougal wears black suits, you know, but moisturizer maybe.
And that's pretty much it.
The moisturizer.
That's pretty much it.
He wore all that stuff. I played that for you guys. Do you guys want to be reminded of that fucking clip? He was like, I went with all of this so that people knew who I was, Turtleboy. He fucking played Natalie.
Did you ever mention, did you ever donate to Karen Reed or take it?
I did.
How much is that?
I donated $1,000 to Karen.
What kind of question?
And then I donated another time of $50 to Karen, and to Aiden I donated $300. I know I should have donated it to like babies with AIDS or. I'm an idiot. I feel fooled. I feel duped. I
should have donated it to babies with AIDS.
Yeah, AIDS.
Real police interview, and this was all put in the affidavit to get Karen Reed's phone. All of this, some of this shit was useful for Tully for getting the phone. Babies with AIDS, as if that's a fucking charity you could do. 1-800 babies with AIDS.
All right, let's talk about that. Let me see. Oh wait, here, hold on.
We'll see.
like I'm embarrassed. It's an egg in my face. As you guys know, my parents and my husband have been very against my involvement.
So he then shows all that stuff again, goes over here. He talks about their sex life, accuses others. That's what he's accusing other people of doing. But here he's talking about Natalie Weekey and her husband's sex life. But yet that's what he's accusing other people of doing. He's an absolute fucking just an absolute ass, a fucking clown.
What are these? The car moves. Joe Warren. So there's that. Yeah. What a waste of time that was. Whoa, it scared me, Vinny. So that was
a waste of time. Yeah, awesome. Highly doubt that, but whatever. Now, if we go to here, here's this search warrant. And the search warrant is all right. So this was the information subsequent to the arrest of Aiden Carney. That's everything 42 on. And there's like 80 some. So we all know about like all this shit. Okay. But let me remind Aiden Carney right here why Juliana Nagel owned you. Because right here, Juliana Nagel was off limits, and Karen Reed knew it. Kearney claims Nagel lied to investigators about her observations the night of O'Keefe was killed and is complicit in the cover-up of the murder. Ian Carney states, you might as well tell the truth and let the world know what happened. Neighbors, maybe you guys can help us pressure them into this. There it is. And you say them like a moron. Pressure. There it is. Absolute moron. This is what is going on. She should not be able to walk around town like none of this happened, while an innocent woman named Karen Reed suffers the consequences of her silence and her complicity. The truth will set you free. Aiden Carney is in front of the residence for approximately 10 minutes. At the conclusion of the speech, he stated that the next location is the home of Canton Police Department Deputy Chief Thomas Keller. While driving to the next location, Carney stated Julie Nagel's house was a good one. They were home. Idiot. Right here, if you back it up. Okay. I can think of two, he says, when he calls, so beginning in April of 2023, Kearney wrote blog posts about Elizabeth Proctor. You guys, these people might be trash, but when did he start doing it? What's the timeline here? On May 9th, Kearney authored a post about Elizabeth. A video is attached to the post. The video, I remember she called and he's like, I can think of 2 or 3 people that deserve to lose their jobs over this alleged conspiracy against Reed. Though Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor, these 2 lowlifes, think that they're untouchable. They're nothing but bullies who terrorized people for years. But now they've met their match. Exactly. What a fucking idiot. Met their match. Like, are you stupid? Are you absolutely fucking dumb? Okay. 2 more to follow on this website. The topic of the blog, billboard free Karen Reed. Okay, thank you to everyone who donated as well. Although millions of people know about the injustice that is happening in Norfolk County, I would bet that over half the population of Norfolk County has never heard of Karen Reed before. That will change. That will change because of this 3-pronged billboard blitz. It's really important for people in Norfolk County to know about this story because that is where the jury pool would be chosen from. The rolling rally. We all know all this shit, okay? But now you get to this stuff, which is he stated he knows where she currently is located and stated no justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Awesome. Okay, pressure. Now let's go back to where I wanted to start, which was okay. Information subsequent to arrest of Aiden Carney. So after. On October 17th, that's the Natalie interview. Okay. In April, Natalie noticed a woman named Jennifer Altman, witness. Okay. During this text message conversation on April 13th, feds are involved. This is the stuff you won't see anywhere else. Okay? This is what other channels won't go over. Why is Turtleboy arrested? Why were they going after Karen Reed's phones? Because of him. Because of what he did. Okay? Because of him. On April 17th, Natalie was put into contact with Kearney through Jennifer. So that's the first time that you see this, that they talked, Natalie and Natalie and Aiden Kearney. So you have to keep that in mind. Okay. Now, shortly after Karen Reed agreed to work with Aiden Kearney, because according to her, the following day, Karen told Natalie she would like Kearney to report on the case. See the case? You're so graciously lucky that you wrote the case there. It was just her side. All that was going to come out was just her side. Okay? Shortly after Karen agreed to work with Aiden Kearney, Karen instructed Natalie to download the Signal, which she did. Natalie was not familiar with the Signal prior to Karen's request. Who cares? Yeah, I wouldn't want fucking people in my fucking shit anyways. I don't care about that. Natalie's understanding of Signal was that it was a more confidential way. Absolutely. So, but one can ask themselves, like, if you're not doing anything wrong, right? Well, I say you have privacy rights. So that's why, like, I'm across the board. I believe in our privacy rights. This is how bad of a flip-flopper Turtleboy is. I went ahead and I clipped him talking about, why are the fucking Alberts not turning over their phones? Who cares? If you didn't do anything wrong, who cares? And he's like, well, let me play devil's advocate. Like, and it's like, yeah, look at what are you saying now, though? Because I'm agreeing, like, you have to have a really good reason to go into people's phones. Or you should have to. That's why Karen Reed's phones were only seized, not searched as well. But he doesn't talk about things like that. He talks about things like, because he has no idea how he feels about anything, because he doesn't know anything. He's a fucking idiot. So going along this timeline, Natalie stated that the content of the messages shared by Karen to her were Karen's defense of the charges, including information regarding witnesses, the home address of Trooper Michael Proctor, pictures of witnesses, autopsy photographs. They're not autopsy, unless he actually got autopsy photos, but he didn't put those out. He put at the hospital photos, motions filed by her attorneys, police reports, and all this stuff, guys. If it's not under seal, you can do it. Okay. This arrangement began on about April 17th. A check of the next messages on Natalie's phone confirmed that Natalie's statements. It appeared most of the messages sent by Natalie were authored by Karen. For example, messages would start with "Tell Turtleboy." So when he wants to say the reason, this all happened was because of Natalie, no, it was your guys' arrangement on how you guys wanted to handle things. But none of this should matter. Okay, what he should be saying to everybody is he should be saying, we don't give a fuck. Come get our, right? Come get our phones. We didn't do anything wrong. We didn't do anything wrong, right? We didn't do anything wrong. From Karen, or not for public. On April 22nd, Natalie messages Aiden Kearney, "We are all very grateful to you." Karen responds with, "It's my job." It's my job. What? And now he's going to spin that as like, yeah, it's my job. Like, I'm a journalist. The fuck? This is not your job. Would then, if you're a journalist, would have been to respond to Chris Albert and interview him and go out and try to interview these people. He didn't even, you guys, he's such an idiot that he didn't even go up and knock on Julie Nagel's door. Biggest mistake of his life is right there. You clearly weren't there to ask Julie any questions like you think that you're going to claim to try to say. You didn't even attempt to knock on her fucking door. What a moron. And then to come out here and be recorded saying, what, I can't knock on doors and ask questions? If that's what you did. But that's not what you did. You keep lying to people. You didn't go there to knock on any doors and ask any questions. That's a fact, because you didn't do it. Now, Kearney would frequently check with Karen through Natalie if he could use a piece of material sent to him in his blogs videos, to which Karen would respond to what he could use. One example of material sent to Kearney, but not to be shared publicly, is the 911 call. And this was off of the audio file and it said, do not share. Other examples included messages sent by Natalie to Kearney, urgent. Do not publish anything from the report on Julie Nagel, you fucking idiot. Chick, chick. This is why he went so hard at Sarah Levinson. And why he wrote about her. Remember, I was like, what is his heart on about this girl? Well, because Julie Nagel was off limits. Thank you. Yes. Yep. I went back and I checked. I have been taking the time to do this the right way and went back and checked his methodologies on how he would work his cases. He is a one-sided storyteller for a reason. And for me, it's about the truth. Okay? This isn't about what side you're on, who you fucking support, or blah, blah, blah. I want to know what the fuck we've been a part of since 2023. Because those messages that I saw leaking out disgusted me. Disgusted me. The conversations that have been leaked from cell right extractions. It's absolutely disgusting and it's unethical. And what the fuck? In another exchange on May 6th, Aiden Kearney text message 5 photographs that appear to be pictures taken by CSSS of Karen's car, including the taillight. Kearney then asked, can you walk me through what these are? A later message from Natalie appears to be in response to the pictures. Can you ask him if he can get those photos from the court? I'm just not positive they are public. Kearney responded, and how did she get them? See how anybody that's actually paying attention here, like, this is for them to play dumb. This is for them to play absolutely dumb in front of Natalie, acting like they are actually going through Natalie. They are not going through Natalie. Okay? They are not. On fucking May 6th, after the May 3rd, why the fuck? But this is exactly what it was meant to look like. May 3rd was they all went and met at the Omni Seaport. And that's where Turtleboy pulls over and is like, which one is it? There's 2 and I don't know. Oh my God. But I just showed you guys proof that he already looked up Omni Seaport and he had already Googled it, and before May 2nd. Because he showed his fucking computer like an idiot. But I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm not good at my job. No, you wanted people to look into your case. I'm looking into it. These would have all come out at his trial. Carrie responded, and how did she get them? Natalie responded, they're in discovery. But I'm not sure they're public. I am the accused, Aiden. Kearney later attempts to confirm he cannot talk about the photos on his show that night, to which Natalie responded, don't talk about those on the show tonight. Whoopsies. On April 29th, Kearney asked if he can talk about or use different material on his YouTube show. Natalie, acting as an intermediary for Karen, responds, make it clear he didn't just get it from us. but don't show the exhibits. Just read them. And please tell him not to share the title. It has Yanetti's initials in it. DRY. And I said, oh my God, this is one of the... Jesus. These are going... If you're paying attention to what's been put out already, this has already been now put out in terms of some of the emails that have leaked and the dates of these email leaks. Okay. Unreal. In mid-May, Aiden Carney sent Natalie a picture of himself wearing a t-shirt depicting a Google search bar with the phrase "House Long to Die in Cold," referencing a piece of evidence in Commonwealth First Read case. Natalie responded that she will ask Karen if he can wear it to court. Natalie later tells Kearney it's okay to wear the t-shirt "How Long to Die in Cold." I got the okay. Kearney responded, really? And you asked Alan? In apparent reference to one of Karen's attorneys, Alan Jackson. Natalie responded, she replied, absolutely. Kearney was seen wearing the t-shirt at the July 25th court date as shown in pictures above. Again, who cares about that? That's not a fucking crime. It's just going about like that Turtleboy is an errand boy. Turtleboy doesn't do shit without the approval of Karen motherfucking Reed and his daddy, Alan Jackson. That's why I was calling, Alan Jackson's Turtleboy's daddy. That's why I was saying that. All right. Ridiculous. What if I can't be bought? I can't be bought. Fucking shut the fuck up. You were bought. You're the thing that he says he despises mainstream media. You that boy. You that errand boy. Nobody got arrested in this whole movement except for him. You want to know why? Because he is the only one that committed crimes. Over the course of the next text message conversations, Natalie forwarded personal information and pictures of many of the named witnesses above, including all these people, right? Then it says, anything else I should talk about that I haven't hit in blogs? Feel like I'm out of new material. Dude, this is proof he went off the rails because he's like, give me new material. Otherwise, I'm going to fucking make my own material. He fucking literally, give me new material. Fuck. I feel like I need some shit because I feel like I'm out of material. Karen, where the fuck are you? Come on, Karen. Come on, Karen. Look at this. He's the original paperboy, delivers the news, but he doesn't write it. Yeah, he's the paperboy. Paperboy. Hashtag Aiden Carney, the paperboy. Right here. Anything else I should talk about that I haven't hit in blogs yet? Feel like I'm out of new material. Oh, shit. He's gotten everything so fucking wrong, and he feels like he's out of new material. Maybe you should have, reviewed your past material because you got everything wrong. Natalie stated a second person was acting as an intermediary between Karen and John. That statement is corroborated in several text messages between Natalie and Karen. One such message from Natalie to Karen, again, apparently authored by Karen, reads, he's confused. John sent a report beginning with the 12, and it was about Julie Nagel. Nothing to do with the grand jury testimony on Colin. So when he's talking, they're like, yeah, he's wrong. There's no grand jury testimony on fucking Colin. He's making that shit up. Wait, what? Listen to this. He's confused. John sent a report, beginning with the 1-2. So it was about Julie Nagel. Nothing to do with grand jury testimony on Colin. Kearney's next text message is, I won't use any grand jury testimony. The formatting is obvious. Different from the police report. Right there. Are you a fucking idiot? He received the fucking grand jury fucking minutes. He received the transcript Because you know what he does in his blogs? He copycat, he screenshots the whatever you send him, and then he just slaps it right there, like, here, look at this. And he's just writing in the middle of it and fucking looks like shit, and his advertisers just keep popping up. Paperboy, this is the 2026 edition. Aaron Boy, Paperboy. I love the song Diddy by Paperboy. So maybe that'll be his new intro. I mean, this is crazy. Anybody out there that thinks that he's lied. He's lied. No wonder why no one's breaking this down. Have you guys seen anybody go through this yet? Who's gone through these 34 pages of Karen Reed's cell phone records for her? I know, right? Like, don't ruin that. I know I can't. I love that song. Emphasis that. Several additional messages. So one should ask themselves is, where would you have gotten the grant? Well, probably on a thumb drive in person. On several occasions, Carney questions Karen's defense's theories. And this is his way of making it seem like his subtle threats, if you ask me. But in one such case, on April 23rd, 2023, Aiden Kearney does not understand how Karen knows Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview Road when John O'Keefe arrived. This would be 3 days after he first ever talked to Alan Jackson and Yannetti. So he's already talked to them. He's already talked to the lawyers. The phone records came out. Aiden Kearney sends the message, hey, need to talk to you ASAP. And it's really important for me to know how we know Colin was in that house. Natalie, so this is what he sends to Natalie. So he's acting like I'm fucking not talking to anybody. Okay, if Natalie's put any fucking timeline dots together, I highly doubt she's got over this. This would like, how'd she spin this? This is Karen Reed's 34 page search warrant for her seizure. Again, one would have to ask themselves, like, why would I be talking to Natalie and having this all, she says, think about this. She's telling Natalie to get on the Signal, but Turtleboy and Natalie can talk together. Oh, it was a joke. Oh, that was a good one. No one has gone through this. No one has gone through this. I thought so, but I was like, dude, they probably, how is nobody going through this? Oh, fucking A. Everybody wants to talk about the phones. Well, why don't you find out why they seized the phones? Thank you. Well, I appreciate you guys all being here. Sorry I'm under the weather. My voice probably sounds like shit. So hey, need to talk to you ASAP. I just said all that. So here's Natalie. Sent a message. And TB can't say the defense counsel or the defense had a source that Colin was there. It's important for us and TB. Okay. So the question should be asked here is let's understand ourselves here. Is this their way, okay, of roping fucking Natalie in just enough? So it's like, hey, she won't ever fucking say anything because she was doing the same thing. I don't know. Because one would have to ask themselves how dumb it would be that she tells Natalie to get Signal so that Karen and Natalie can talk through Signal, right? But then it's okay for Natalie and Turtleboy just to talk through text messages? Come on now. That just sounds fucking dumb. So I just believe that there was some controlling going on here, like just optic control. Also, let's be honest, though. It doesn't matter. Turtleboy's he got into this for money, okay? He got in this for money. Thank you, Karen. Again, remember, everything that I raise here today, I'm giving half of it to Karen. I do think Karen was 1,000% set up. Okay. And I'm still, though, going to do my due diligence, and I want there to be a trial, because if it comes out that there's a trial, but what I'm going to be asking for and demanding is full transparency. If we're paying, I want there to be transparency here. Okay. I'm not going to back this fucking bullshit that's not transparent. Like Turtleboy, do you guys understand that he is not showing you guys anything? Why wasn't he showing? I've always said this. I said, Turtleboy, show your phone records. I can't show those are impounded, blah, blah, blah. You could talk about them. You could talk about that. You're not going to find anything in here. I didn't do this. Talk about your case. What's your case? What does your case consist of? It consists of every video that you made. So why aren't you going through it? Why aren't you prepping for your case? Oh, because if I go through it, then what? Well, Atlanta just showed how it gets blown up. Because it's that bad. There is nothing to this case. Okay? There is nothing to this case. This is not a whodunit. Turtleboy recorded himself doing everything. And guess who else did? Microdots. Turtleboy's team they're trying to push this trial out so fucking far. Why? I thought he wants us to be over. I wouldn't want this to go to trial. I'd be extending, because what's going to come at the end of it? Now, Aiden Kearney responded, need to talk, emergency. And well, I'm starting to lose confidence. I'm starting to lose confidence. Colin was in that house and I'm freaking out. Natalie sent the message. Brian and Nicole and Chris and Julie all testified he was there. But I can't send grand jury testimony because it's sealed. Kearney continued to ask questions. Natalie replied, she's signaling you. She's signaling you. Go over there. Remember from that signal, go over there? Check your signal. Kearney asked, who? And Natalie responds, her. In a similar exchange on May 7th, Kearney wrote, not going to lie, this is getting old. I don't like the riddle. Put the clues together stuff. This isn't a board game. By now she knows that I can be trusted. What you told me mean that the 227 Google search makes no sense. Right there, boom. Now let's talk about this. What was it that was told? Because we don't get to see that. We don't get to see those parts. Oh, man. He is hoping a new prosecutor gets elected. And guess what? None of that's happening. None of that is happening. I'm shocked the hills that people are willing to die on for this. But I'm also not shocked that nobody is talking about it. What lawyers are talking about this case? That are fucking objective people out there. Who's talking about this that's objective? Nobody. Nobody's going to come anywhere near this because they don't want the blowback. That's the truth. Because the truth is, after what just got dumped on us, the past, with this is Turtleboy's extractions, okay? Like, this is nothing. It's nothing. What's in those 400,000 pages? What Turtleboy and who he is? It's basically, if he looks and thinks that he can ever have a life of blogging again, he can't go to trial because all of the shit will come out. That's why I think that he's going to try to get a deal, but they're not going to give him one. This was a Boston cop that was murdered, and he interfered with that. During the interview, Natalie discussed a May 3rd. Now, remind yourselves about these dates. So, hey, he's already talking to the defense. This May 3rd court date. Oh, wait, Lana, that's the one that you're talking about. That's his first one that he ever went to. Okay. Karen requested for someone to save him a seat in the courthouse. Karen arranged a seat for Aiden Kearney. On April 23rd, Aiden Kearney sent the message to Natalie. I'm excited and honored that her parents would want to sit next to me in court. What the fuck? Do you understand that this makes absolutely no sense? Because of the timeline. Because Natalie is claiming that Karen reads like, what, Natalie? Well, what he's done for you, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. So they had that all sorted out April 20th, right? On April 20th, right? He had already been talking to Karen's defense team. He started having conversations with them on April 20th on the phone, per the phone records. The seat arrangement is described in a May 2nd message sent by Natalie. May 2nd message. I've tried to coordinate TB and John/Donnie. My parents have a full row with their lawyer, my brother, Ingrid. He can sit right behind them. Natalie recalled Aiden Kearney being invited to have lunch with Karen and her defense attorneys, including Alan Jackson and David Nettie, after the May 3rd, 2023 court date. A check of the phone revealed one of the first text messages to Kearney. Natalie stated, Karen and her team will likely be convening at the Omni Seaport after the May 3rd hearing. Kearney responded, I'd be happy to meet up with them. Aiden Kearney does a live on May 3rd, and that's the people that he was with. Okay, I can show you guys back. And that's who's messaging him and calling him. He's a very bad, poor, he's fucking stupid. Okay. Karen and her team will likely be convening at the Omni Sport or Seaport after the May 3rd hearing. Aiden Kearney responded, I'd be happy to meet with them. On April 28th, Natalie sent Aiden Kearney the message, Turtle can meet with Alan on Tuesday. Perhaps? Question mark. Natalie stated that she spoke with, and then here, that's not in there. That's not in that. I would leave that out. Natalie stated that she spoke with Aiden Kearney following the May 3rd court hearing. Aiden Kearney stated that he was nervous to attend lunch with Karen and her attorneys as he would feel out of place. Natalie reassured Aiden Kearney he was welcome and stated it was a good opportunity for him. Aiden Kearney agreed and stated that he was going to attend the lunch. Kearney sent Natalie a text message at 6:28 p.m. stating, we had a great time. Natalie would later mention Aiden Kearney having a nice time at the lunch. It should be noted that at all times, Natalie was in California, did not attend any of the records, and was relaying messages from Karen, And then he had a show that night. On May 6th, Aiden Kearney told Natalie, can I see the hairs? She showed me in person. What the fuck? Agree about focus on the corrupt cops and the investigation. That's all they had to do. That's all they had to do. Because that's where the frame job comes in. It's all you had to do. And that's what should have been focused on. You guys, this is sick. This is nuts. Natalie then sent Kearney 2 pictures of what appeared to be a hair next to a measuring tape, often used by CSSS where documenting evidence. Natalie then sent the message, supposedly the same hair. Remember the hair? The hair that's reverse C? These photographs are not part of any public filing, but guess what? It doesn't matter as long as they're not sealed. It depends on what the order is. A check of the text message from Natalie's phone reveals several instances where it appears Aiden Carney communicated directly with attorney Alan Jackson and David Yannetti. The first being on April 22nd, 2023. Natalie sends Aiden Carney a message, "Did you talk to AJ today?" And Kearney responded, "Just saw his text. Gonna call him in a bit." On May 2nd, Natalie sent Aiden Carney the message, "Colin has a lawyer. Ask Yannetti about it." On May 5th, Natalie sent Kearney the message, "Tell TB from me, be strong, Aiden. Get down for a day, but wake up and keep fighting tomorrow." And now what happened between May 2nd and May 5th? I know. You're repeating exactly what TB says? The fuck are you talking about? No, the fuck I'm not. Clearly not watching. Please call Alan and spitball your issues with him if you want to. And nothing gives you a shot in the arm like talking with AJ. What happened to Turtleboy? I know. Natalie later asks, "Did you call him?" And Kenny replies, "Just did." On several occasions, let me tell you something. That's wild. That's wild. That my lawyer is going to give a fuck about Aiden Carney's fifis. Hey, give Alan a call. Nothing like a talk with Alan just will like give you a shot in the arm. Like, this is crazy to me. On several occasions, the nature of the relationship between Karen, her defense attorneys, and Aiden Carney is discussed. In one such exchange on May 7th, Aiden Carney stated that he disagrees with Alan Jackson's theory, and he's a complete moron. Of when O'Keefe was allegedly moved to the front of the lawn, Aiden Carney wrote, "Keep in mind, Karen, AJ," he says AJ, "and myself don't officially talk." He does. This is his quote. Like, liar, right? It's fine, though. Keep in mind, Karen, AJ, that doesn't give it away, and myself don't officially talk. It would be normal for me to have opinions that differ from the defense, although we all agree that Karen had nothing to do with it. I made it clear that my theory of how he died is simply that, a theory. If there's more information I haven't been given that can prove my theory is wrong, I'm all ears. When do you say this? Like, this is what's crazy. Because now he's trying to backpedal here because it was like, oh man, I kind of burnt those bridges with those witnesses, right? Natalie responds, "I hear you, Aiden. It's good not to be completely in sync. We are open to other theories." Exactly. So guess what? Everything has only been a theory, okay? That nobody has known shit about this case. Aiden has brainwashed all you fucking people to think that there's some big secret, you guys in the know. There has been abso-fucking-lutely nothing. So all I'm trying to do is say, hey, why don't you look over here and look at this? Maybe this is why shit isn't adding up. Could you ever consider this? If Karen was a little tipsy, and John's just spitting off, hey, go right, turn left, turn right, turn left. Why couldn't it be that Karen actually dropped him off at a different location that's over back in that area, over around Oakdale, where all the stairs are, where all the steps are? Idiots. Yuri. In public settings, Aiden and the attorneys for Karen Reed have denied communicating or mischaracterized the nature of their communication. On September 27, 2023, Boston Magazine published an article about the homicide of John O'Keefe and Karen Reed's defense. For the article, the author interviewed Karen, her attorneys, and Aiden Carney. The article describes Aiden Carney's involvement in the case from April through the July 25th court date. After describing how the author interviewed Carney at his residence, the article states both Carney and Reed's defense team say they have never been in contact with the other. Why would you even need to say this? I mean, it's not true. Okay. But why are you saying that? And I get it. You can fucking lie if you want. You can lie. You don't have to fucking say that we've ever met. I get it. Okay. But they did talk, and Aiden's theory of the case was the defense's, because the only information that was given to Aiden Carney would be, here, this, you can have this, you can have this, you can have this. And I'm over here like, where's Brian Higgins? Where's Brian motherfucking Higgins? Now, on October 20th, 2023, though, this would be after he was arrested. He was arrested just 8 days prior to this. Posted a response to another person. Tipped off Kearney about the post in part reads, he, Kearney, and I never communicated until after his first piece on the Karen Reed case. Now here, so the Boston Magazine publishes this on September 27th. We've never talked to him. Then October 20th, Natalie says, he and I never communicated until after his first piece on the Karen Reed case. We'll find out. According to phone records, it's April 20th. Again, phone records. But I observed text messages between Natalie and Kearney containing discussions about an investigation being conducted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation in the U.S. Attorney's Office. On one such occasion, now this is where, to me, it's just horrible. This is going to be horrible for me to read. On one such occasion in April 23, message sent by Natalie to Kearney. Not public. The feds have been involved longer than anyone is likely guessing. April 28th, Natalie sends Kearney. But I don't understand why he doesn't mention more that the feds are involved. The first assistant U.S. attorney. They don't shoot and miss. They have a case and way more evidence than we do. I know this for a fact. Jen McCabe testifies this coming week. I'm not sure about the others. This is exactly what he says on his fucking channel and show on the same fucking day. This all proves he is absolutely not a journalist. 1000%. This is going to get really way worse right here. And I go to the next page. Like, this is a literally straight. He says they don't just shoot and miss. He was using their exact words. God, he's so fucking unoriginal. Aiden Kearney responds later on April 28th. Has there been any new information about the FBI investigation and handing out subpoenas? Natalie responded, no new info, just that they are already present the case, the grand jury as we speak. And the DA's office has been informed. So look at how see this, the FBI. Okay, this is where I would have realized if I was fucking Natalie, the stuff that why is Aiden Kearney asking you about why are they getting you involved with certain stuff? Natalie, it was to rope you in so that you were tied in to stuff that, she's never going to talk because of the stuff that we're talking about, FBI, grand jury. Because it's just like, why would you be what's going on? You're already talking to the defense. Like, why the fuck are you talking to Natalie? April 28th. Anyways, and the DA's office has been informed that it's 1,000. In late April 2023, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office was notified by Boston U.S. Attorney's Office that witnesses involved in Commonwealth versus Reed were served with subpoenas for a federal grand jury. So this is where it's like, yep, this information is correct. In a later exchange, Natalie wrote to Aidan Kearney, in quotes, bingo was in reference that you go the names of the U.S. attorneys correct. Bingo was you got the names correct. And Aidan Kearney responded, oh, she spoke to David, I'm guessing. And then I couldn't help but remember when he was on the steps of the courthouse stairs, he's talking about how he says everything always wrong and blah, blah, blah. This is so bad. This is so fucking bad. Okay. On May 5th, Aidan Kearney stated, this is on his show, that he heard a rumor 20 FBI agents were seen in Canton for possible arrests. He was saying all of this stuff to fucking literally, they were trying to shake this tree. Two days later, Natalie sent Aidan Kearney a message that contained, in part, not public. Levy confirmed no swarms of FBI were in Canton 2 days ago. The reference to Josh Levy is most likely, yeah, that's him, Joshua. In a subsequent conversation, Natalie sent Aidan Kearney a picture of what appears to be an organizational chart of the U.S. Attorney's Office with the position of First Assistant U.S. is circled in yellow. Like, here, we have to do everything for you. We even have to fucking circle. Like, here, it's this guy over here. This is who we're talking about. Like, dude. It's like, hey, there's a horse. Walk him over to get some water. Here's your bucket. Unoriginal fuck. I mean, he's over here yelling. I'm not going to put all this together. You're just going to give me my story. Natalie then sent the message, no rush, but you can tell him Josh Levy is the first. There's only one. Okay, awesome. But he is running this grand jury. At the May 3rd Norfolk Superior Court date, while in open court. Now, this is what's fucked up. At the May 3rd Norfolk Superior Court date, while in open court before Judge Canone and television cameras, Alan Jackson reported federal authorities have now gotten involved in circumstances surrounding this case and have impaled a grand jury, a federal grand jury, to investigate some of these circumstances. Following the court hearing, Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Karen Reed spoke to the media on the front steps of the Norfolk Superior Court. The Commonwealth later filed a motion requesting Reed's defense attorneys refrain from making extrajudicial statements. Do you guys remember this? Well, I do. Because it was like, we almost got gagged. All right? But then here's David Yannetti comes through. On July 25th, Attorney David Yannetti filed a motion in Norfolk Superior Court entitled Defendant Karen Reed's opposition to the Commonwealth's motion to prohibit prejudicial extrajudicial statements of counsel in compliance with Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 3.6a. And this is where Aidan Kearney continues to blow and suck a dick for Karen Reed and her defense team. Because he cannot just shut the fuck up. You're not allowed to do this. Now, on July, this is what he said. The Commonwealth, so Aidan or Yannetti standing up, and he says the Commonwealth's characterization of statements made by defense counsel, specifically those attributed to Alan Jackson, is misleading, lacks context, and is outright deceptive. Critically, the Commonwealth, in effort to cast Attorney Jackson's statements in the most nefarious light possible, omitted the prefatory clause preceding the statement. What Attorney Jackson said prior to the statement was, in quotes, "It's been reported that." At the time the statement was made, it had indeed been publicly reported that a federal grand jury had been impaneled. There is a marked difference between stating that something has been reported and revealing something that was previously unknown to anyone. So this is what Yannetti is arguing. Yannetti is arguing and saying, oh my God, we didn't disclose this information. It's been disclosed. Somebody from the media is saying this. And we're repeating what this media person is saying. And they're talking about Turtleboy, right? Now watch what ends up happening here. It's very fucking clear to me. Well, Turtleboy got it, though, from y'all motherfuckers, right? Now this is how fucking shit is. This is proof. In my opinion, this is proof. You guys fucking, if you want to do mental gymnastics, you're right ahead. I'm not doing that shit. This statement was not the defense revealing publicly that a federal grand jury had been impaneled, something about which the defense team would have no knowledge. This is Yannetti's words in a courtroom to fucking Bev Canone. This is why they didn't get any fucking calls in that fucking trial. Because they lied to her. And when Bev Canone was like, this isn't the first time, and we're all like, what the fuck is she talking about? God, this fucking crazy bitch. Oh, no, we were wrong. We were lied to. I'm going to show you how and why we were lied to, because right here, all of this, Yannetti wants to high horse it. Get on his high horse. Hey, I am attorney of the year. Well, the motion later states Attorney Jackson merely reiterated what had been reported publicly, right? Well, guess what? The asterisk above represents footnote number 37 of the motion, which cites a Turtleboy News article that reported the federal grand jury investigation. They fucking cited his own fucking shit in their goddamn motion. Multiple witnesses in home where John O'Keefe was killed. Subpoenaed by federal grand jury. FBI witnesses or FBI visits home's basement floor reportedly replaced. No wonder Karen Reed's fucking puking. Dated April 20th. April 20th. What's the day of the first phone conversations that Alan Jackson and Yannetti have with Turtleboy? April 20th. And then you have those text messages. I was devastated when I was reading this. Absolutely devastated. I was devastated reading the messages that have come out. Absolutely devastated. You know, my channel is my channel. It's truth and transparency. And you get the truth through doing it the right way. And you show everybody it. And that's what transparency is, right? Aiden Carney is a fucking piece of shit. Liar. You don't beat corruption with corruption. Okay. And I'll be damned if you're going to fucking gaslight me. I'll be damned if somebody, by the way, I think Twitter is a goddamn joke. The lowest of IQ people are on Twitter. The gaslighting people are on Twitter. And the spin and the fucking puppet, errand boy, paperboy shit that's going on Twitter is fucking disgusting. I'm not on a fucking side. Okay? I'm not on a fucking side. I'm never on a side. I'm on the side of we want a fair justice system. And nobody, okay? Nobody, the cops, the prosecutors, defense attorneys, fucking judges, witnesses, jurors. There are fucking rules. And who the hell do you think you are to think that they don't fucking up, that you're better than them? You're not, man. You're not. $2,000 an hour? And yet you're letting Turtleboy call you up, Alan Jackson, and cry on your fucking shoulder? And he's out here saying that you're $2,000 an hour? That's embarrassing. This shit right here, this is embarrassing. This is sick. The asterisk above represents the footnote 37. And here, they cited Turtleboy's fucking blog on April 20th. The first sentence of that Turtleboy article reads, breaking news. According to reliable sources close to the matter, a federal grand jury has subpoenaed multiple witnesses who were in the home of Boston police officer Brian Albert on the night fellow BPD officer John O'Keefe was killed. That came from the attorneys. That came from Karen Reed. They were their own source to put out this article, and so that they could then say it in a goddamn motion hearing. And this is all violating. This is what you take an oath to not do. You are violating your own oath. Karen Reed doesn't fucking know all this shit. Think about it. My attorneys are involved with this. My attorneys were talking to him. You know what I mean? I'll fucking take any of this shit out on Karen Reed. Karen, through Natalie, sent Aiden Carney information regarding the federal investigation in real time beginning in April. Yep. And sent it to Jennifer Altman. And you know why he's dragging Jennifer so fucking bad? Because Aiden Carney knows that Jennifer could blow up his spot. And Jennifer Altman, I hope that you do the right thing. Whatever you may know, whatever it is, just tell the truth. I don't know what it is. Whatever fucking happened. But anytime somebody doesn't agree with him, he decides to take his island and light it on fire. But every time he does it, he keeps blowing up himself. And I wrote, and tell him, but I said somebody very, very close to Aiden Carney. And when he finds out who it is, he's going to literally be like, holy shit. Somebody has turned on him and he still to this day has no idea who it is. It is not fucking Meredith. Okay. It's not Jennifer Altman. I finally figured it out. It is reasonable to assume, since Natalie told Jennifer Altman, a friend of Karen, on April 14th, that federal law enforcement was involved, and Natalie began communicating with Aiden Carney on April 17th, 2023, that Karen or someone from her defense team provided the initial and subsequent information to Aiden Carney regarding the federal grand jury. And guess what? You know, a conclusory finding. Aiden Carney then comes out here and fucking dots the fucking I's and crosses the T's for these people. And now it's not just a conclusory finding. Now you don't have to say it's reasonable to say this. Motherfucker came out here and said what the fuck happened. Said that Alan Jackson did exactly this. What a fucking idiot. These people blow up their spot. When you want to hang out with dumb motherfuckers and trolls, I did the same thing when I outed the Unmasked channel. When they had their fake sources and that Chris Watts case that people keep lying about with me. Chris Watts is guilty as fuck. And Turtleboy, you might actually have a fucking cell with him. Who knows? You talk about him so goddamn much. No, now, it is reasonable to assume, since Natalie told Jennifer, like I said, all this, no evidence exists that Aiden Carney is employed by either attorney, nor is he a client of either attorney. That means there is no client-attorney privilege there. And so good motherfucking luck. That's what that means. That means basically go fuck yourself. Okay. But guess who does have client attorney privilege and who works for Microdots? Guess what happened immediately after Aiden Carney's arrest? What happened, Lana? Workman Jackson signed Richie from Microdots, November of 2023. I'm over here just connecting the dots. November of 2023. Alan Jackson hired Richie, whatever his last name is, K, whatever. He signed him to do, the digital graphics and trial exhibits and all that stuff. Now, again, it gets worse. On August 29th, 2023, YouTube video episode 609, 17-minute mark, Aiden Kearney denies having ever spoken to Karen Reed. He described how a follower of his blog connected him with a friend of Karen Reed's, which is where he received his information. He described the relationship with Karen's friend as follows. That's what journalists do. They talk to sources, okay? Karen Reed is allowed to have friends, and they're allowed to talk to me. That doesn't mean I'm communicating with her or her attorneys. I tried friend requesting Karen Reed, and it came back rejected. But she's not stupid, clearly. I've asked her friend, obviously asked, can I talk to Karen Reed? Can I talk to her? And the answer is no. So what am I going to do? He said this August 29th, 2023. Man, oh man. And remember, he never covered the Karen Reed case, you guys. He covered Karen Reed's side. And if I was the prosecutor, that would be in my opening statements. Is that, and use the own words that Natalie said. And I would be saying, exactly. It's different. And I would be showing that a journalist, he had those people messaging him. Hey, it's not what you think or whatever you think that you have, blah, blah. Why wouldn't he write them back? That's what a journalist would do. Lana, are these transcripts? No, this is a signed affidavit. It says it up here. New Karen Reed's probable cause affidavit for her cell phones and how they were seized. This is what's in there. So this is Karen. This is Tully's. I mean, he's sworn to these statements. So just as much as I would say, hey, Commonwealth, go and do and say this. Well, I'm going to tell the defense to say, to go and say this. Now watch this. So on October 30th, which would have been 28 days after he was arrested. He was just arrested, then he was arraigned. Okay. And remember, a big important date between here and here is the day after he gets arrested. Guess who Alan Jackson's firm called? Natalie. Natalie didn't answer. On October 12th, Workman Jackson called. That's the number that came up, and it's in the phone records. He had never called her ever prior to that. Hey! Okay, sorry, that was a storm. Storm coming through. Shit. Natalie. Okay, back over here. On October 30th, 2023, Aiden Kearney appeared on a live video YouTube. New Bedford Live. Way to go, idiot. Way to go. At the 37-minute mark, Aiden Kearney is asked if he's ever met Karen Reed. Aiden Kearney responded, I've seen her in court. I've met her family. I talk to them, not every day or anything like that, but I've had I've had many pleasant conversations with them. But Karen likes to keep a distance. I think between herself and me, simply because they're after her, for one thing, they're after her. And number two, it's just, you know, it affects my professional relationship if, you know, she's my BFF or something like that. But I fully support her. I think after all this is all over, and I will be friends, her and I will be friends, but for now, it's just all business. Yeah! What a fucking moron. I mean, what an idiot. First of all, you're just the dumbest motherfucker out there. It's all just business. It's exactly what it is. He's an idiot. He's just a moron. Like, this stuff is going to blow up in his fucking face. He just said it the other night. He said, nobody is going to jail. Nobody's going to jail for this. And I took that clip. Nobody's going. You're the only one that I believe is going to probably go. And he's not in jail. I don't know why he keeps saying that. He's facing prison. He's going to prison. So, I mean, if he would just wants to keep on saying jail, go right ahead. But it's not jail. He's not facing jail time. He's facing prison. Again, I believe it though right here. You're talking about it's all business. What do you mean it's all business? You're a journalist. It's a story, right? And you clearly don't know it. You did not know it. You got arrested for a story that you were fed one-sided. Several text exchanges suggest that Aiden Kearney and Karen communicated directly without Natalie acting as an intermediary. Yep. These messages are in addition to the previously mentioned messages asking Kearney to check his Signal. Natalie stated she never communicated with Aiden Kearney on the Signal app. And I'm telling you guys right now, think about that. That is what my red flag was right there. When I found out that Natalie said that I've never talked to Aiden Kearney on Signal, for me, it was over. Okay. For me, it was over. Because that just, to me, is like the stupidest thing you could ever do. Why wouldn't you have Aiden and a homegirl be talking on Signal? No, because that would also tip off that you were talking to Karen Reed a lot earlier. I mean, I don't know, but I'm going to go through Signal, but then that person's just going to go through regular text or Facebook Messenger, whatever, to message with Aiden. It's just dumb. It's just not smart. But hey, now, one exchange on May 6th of 2023 involves Aiden Kearney disbelieving a portion of Karen's defense and is frustrated. He texted Natalie that he tried calling her Karen. Natalie asked 15 minutes later, "Are you guys on the phone now?" Aiden Kearney responds, "Yes." And 45 minutes later, "We're still talking." Natalie stated she believed Aiden Kearney and Reed spoke on the phone at length during this time. In another such exchange on May 19th, Aiden Kearney and Natalie are exchanging messages about whether Kearney should write about certain topics. Natalie sent the message, "Let me run it by her. My bet is she says yes." The next message sent by Natalie, acting as an intermediary, as follows: "Yeah, he already asked me, but it's his call." Right there. But it's his call. Karen Reed has been interviewed by other media outlets, including ABC Nightline and NBC Dateline. She was interviewed by a reporter from Boston Magazine. She has not acknowledged speaking with Aiden Kearney. Fucking why? One would have to ask, you know what I mean? Why weren't they saying things to these people like, hey, none of you guys are reporting on this case. Of course I'm talking to anybody that will talk to me. No. Remember I told you guys it was all a lie about people were covering this case, but they wanted the case to be covered a specific way. Aiden Kearney brought that way. Furthermore, oh, and by the way, here's proof when you want to talk about nobody wants to claim you, Turtleboy. The only person that wasn't claiming your ass was fucking Karen Reed and her fucking lawyers. And it's all in black and white. We asked ABC Nightline, NBC Dayline. She was interviewed to report Moss Magazine. She has not acknowledged speaking with Kearney to any of these motherfucking people. Furthermore, she took steps to provide Aiden Kearney non-public information while appearing to be distant, including using an intermediary control that he can publish publicly and using a messaging application outside of traditional text messages. Again, was this about, I want someone to cover my case, or was this about, I want somebody to cover my narrative? A special prosecutor. So, okay. Following a falling out, I'm telling you, because he triangulated these two. Following a falling out between Natalie and Karen in June of 2023, which thank God it happened for Natalie, the text message frequency dramatically dropped. Okay, but that's when Turtleboy went off the rails. Natalie was no longer sending Aiden Kearney information related to the homicides after mid-June, June 15th. On June 23rd, Natalie and Aiden Kearney, on June 23rd, Natalie asked Aiden to talk to Karen about her being mad at Natalie. Aiden Kearney responded that he does not want to play mediator and be in the middle, which would be another insinuation Aiden Kearney and Karen communicated daily. Idiots. A special prosecutor convened a grand jury to investigate the intimidation of witnesses involved in Commonwealth vs. Reed. Now, he is well aware, Aiden Kearney is well aware what intimidation of a witness is. He has used it himself prior to this case. So right there, that is a big misconception that Aiden Kearney has no idea about the Massachusetts statute. He knows all too well about the Massachusetts statute. He has weaponized it. Okay. And that would also include wiretapping. All right. Now, he has managed to, I don't know, lie and fluff his way in the past X amount of years. Okay. But he's had to pay for it financially. Okay. And I know that a couple of his big time supporters and sponsors, like, they got millions of dollars. Yeah. I looked into all these fucking idiots. Anyways, he was talking about how much he has to spend and that I'm being sued by this person, I'm being sued by that person. And it's just like, he's like, yeah, it cost me $15,000. But on this recent one that I was just looking into, he's like, they offered me a deal that I would drop my complaint against her for whatever, and this woman would drop her complaint for wiretapping against me. Well, yours, that was a felony, and his was like, or whatever he was doing to her was like a misdemeanor. And it was like, yeah, would be a great deal for you. You should definitely do that. Anyways, moral of the story is that he knows everything. He knew it from day one. He knew what the statute is. Okay. I would like to answer that question. Aiden Kearney asked everybody to look into his criminal case and to cover it. So this has nothing to do with if I like him or not. Okay. Right now, I'm royally pissed off at Karen Reed and her attorneys, but Karen Reed is 1000% innocent. Okay, that has nothing to do with shit. But I'm allowed to be royally pissed off at Karen Reed and her attorneys because they violated the professional codes of ethics with their vigorous representation of Karen Reed. But if you go and you put this all on a timeline of when shit went off the rails, it was when Bev Canone did not find that the Alberts' phones could get into. That's when shit went off the deep end for me. Well, not for me, but for them. And when they started utilizing Aiden Carney I can tell you what, they did not fucking stop him. And they knew to keep him far away from fucking Karen. He brought up her name, Lana. Yeah, he asked everybody to cover his case. That this is not witness intimidation. This is not picketing a witness. This is not this. This is not that. And it's like, okay, so in order to cover the case, you have to like understand the case. And this is a document that's really highly relevant. And I can't believe that no one's covering this document. If you're going to cover this case, you need to talk about this document. And this document this is the words of Tully in a written sworn statement to get Karen Reed's phones. And I believe that Karen Reed can utilize a couple of things that are about to happen here in these next paragraphs to her advantage in the civil case. So a special prosecutor convened a grand jury to investigate the intimidation of witnesses involved in the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed case. A grand jury summons was issued to Verizon. So all of that happened. And it showed that there was like 189 phone calls for 40 hours. Great. Awesome. And that was between, the dates are important, which is, it was 189 and it was from, where we go. First entry to communication between Karen Reed, and it is May 7th. Okay. So Karen Reed, according with those phones, did not start talking to him until May 7th on the phone. But that's just through the phone records. If you call through Signal, it's different. Now, the frequency and duration of the calls increased greatly beginning in the end of June. The communication continued to the fall and winter of 2023, with the last entry of these phone communications occurred December 21st. Okay. The last entry. Now the question should be why is that the last entry? When did you guys go? And is that the latest? Is that the date of when you went to try to apply for the search warrant? You get what I'm saying? Like, is that why it's ending there on December 21st? Lana, I am so behind here because now you're talking about microdots. They already went through all of this. I'm good on the Aiden Carney guided tour. I'm not taking the Aiden Carney guided tour here. This is my own investigation. So, but thank you for being here, Coffee Cake. And nobody has shown this search warrant. We asked people. This is Karen Reed. This is the search warrant for Karen. This is actually the probable cause affidavit for Karen Reed's phones, for them to seize them, not do anything with them other than just seize them. So a check of the phone records from Aiden Carney phone revealed communication with cell phones associated with David Unetti and Alan Jackson. So they go over this, and this is where I showed you guys the April 20th date to the May 2nd date, and it was 9 times. Maybe it was more than that, but 29 times. Jesus. I put him running in this number, Alan Jackson. So it was like 2 phones, 29 times, including 3 times between this time and this time. That was I was looking at those times. Was the 9 and 3. Because that's all that mattered to me in the beginning. Now, on October 10th, 2023, Aiden Carney was arrested, and I think it's the 11th, but not sure. Aiden Carney was arrested pursuant to several arrest warrants issued out of Stoughton. He was arraigned, so all of this. Now, on October 12th, Natalie received a call from this number, which is the main office for Worksman, Jackson, and Quinn. Whoopsies. So did anybody know that? Well, there it is in black and white. That on October 12th, Natalie received a call from that number that belongs to Alan Jackson at his workplace. I'm not going to lie, reading all that gives me anxiety. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Sad. Now, on December 20th, the Norfolk County grand jury returned indictments charging Aiden Kearney with 9 counts of witness intimidation. All of this shit, okay? This has nothing to do with Lindsay Gaetani. In December of 2023, so right here, everything to do came from nothing about Lindsay. In December, see how it was already, there was already an indictment. See this? Everything that she talked to about him was on a completely different, that was going to be for something completely different. Aiden Carney has finally come out and admitted it himself that Lindsay had nothing to do with this. With this part. It was all Natalie. Natalie. Crazy. Now, May 10th, I'm going to show you guys this clip. This is from Aiden on May 10th.
They're at weddings together. The families obviously know each other. We're going to look over some of them now. So I'm looking for that smoking gun with this. Either way, that's way too close to comfort. You should not be investigating people that you're this close to. Additionally, so they want his cell phone. And a lot of people will say, and I'll play devil's advocate here, you know, if he's got nothing to hide, why doesn't he hand over his cell phone? Bitch, because it's America. You don't have to hand over your cell phone. If you have, you know, like if you have not been compelled to do something by a court, I disagree with that whole philosophy that like, if you have nothing to hide, just give the police your phone. That's not how freedom works, motherfucker. Like that's not, so I get it. He's under no obligation to do this. And that's why you got to force him to do it. Now, Jennifer McCabe was stupid enough to hand hers over thinking that if she just deletes everything, then we're all good in the hood. But that's not quite how it works. Not quite how it works. So somebody called Proctor, though, and that's why they want his phone. Now, here's the thing about it. Like, Brian Albert strikes me as the kind of guy that's got more than one phone. For Christ's sake, I got 2 phones. That guy's probably got Goom.
He just admits there, I got 2 phones. Complete idiot.
Up the ass. He's probably got, he's a cop Who knows how many freaking phones this guy has? I bet she's got a bunch of phones. He also has no online presence. Answered.
Look at, he's going
At
through all of that.
2:36 p.m.
Then he goes back over here to show the kids.
It is. They never met. They never met before. Okay. Because there's no pictures of them on Facebook. Kids, Brian Albert and Michael Proctor do not know each other. He introduced them. For the first time, when he was interviewed on the time, no fucking way.
We all know this isn't.
Once again, the defense assertion of a fact is mistaken or inaccurate or worse. And I don't know how many times we got to do this. Like, how can they just lie like this? How can they just write a court document that is just obviously a lie?
Okay. Turtleboy, how can they just lie like this? How can they just lie like this? I'm reading this document. How could David Yannetti just fucking get up there and goddamn lie to me? Okay. How does he get up there and lie to me and say the Commonwealth's characterization of statements made by defense counsel, specifically those attributed to Alan Jackson, is misleading, lacks context, and is outright deceptive? Critically, the Commonwealth, in effort to cast Attorney Jackson's statements in the most nefarious light possible, omitted the prefatory clause preceding the statement. What Attorney Jackson said prior to the statement was, it's been reported that at the time the statement was made, it had indeed been publicly reported that a federal grand jury had been impaneled. There is a marked difference between stating that something has been reported and revealing something that was previously unknown to anyone. This statement was not the defense revealing publicly that a federal grand jury had been impaneled, something about which the defense team would have no knowledge. Instead, as Attorney Jackson stated, this was Mrs. Reed's counsel reiterating what had already been publicly reported by Turtleboy. Unfucking real. Welcome to the delusion of the Karen Reed Island, okay, where lawyers can do and say whatever they want on both sides.
The girl in the foreground is his niece. No one ever said that was Jen McCabe's kids. The two kids in the back are Olivia.
Next.
Braithis, the carpet guy, who totally did not get rid of Brian Albert's floor. Totally did not. They're both back on social media talking all types of shit. They all know each other. Oh, and by the way, how about this one? She took her page down immediately. So this is...
He got all of this shit from Karen Reed.
Emily Fabiano, who is friends with Brian Albert Jr. and the rest of the other generation that was in the house that night. She is one of 4 names that is intentionally misspelled by Trooper Michael Proctor because he covered for her.
He's just a moron.
Her TikTok, which she is now. Hello, that's the Albert's Kitchen. That's the Albert's Kitchen. And look at the date on it. If you look at the date on this, it says 2022, February 1st, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
I live 8 different lives. Now,
why didn't you fucking reach out to them? Look at the state has done full extractions on 3 people's cell phones, but not for the prime suspect in Jen O'Keefe's murder, despite having her phone. Data could prove she was driving away from the house while O'Keefe was inside the house.
This image, right? You're like, okay, well, so they from the night of the murder, because there's another TikTok of her on January 28th of her wearing the same outfit and getting dressed, because that's what people her age do. They get dressed on TikTok. They ask for the approval of the Chinese Communist Party about what to wear that night. Like, do you approve of this?
The approval of Karen Reed.
So, and I didn't know this. Brian Albert was the football coach at Canton High School. Football coach. That's his son, Brendan, with Doyle Rules.
He didn't know any of this because he did not do a lick of research. None of it. It was all, hey, Karen, give me fucking information. And so I've been a huge advocate to say, you guys, Karen Reed did her own work. As I would, as any of you guys would if you're facing murder, right? Karen Reed advocated for herself. And then this fucking fool had to go be a criminal and record himself. And then basically cry when he didn't have any more material. He's like, well, if you want me to fucking go do that, well, you better give me something to talk about because I'm going to go do this instead.
Wearing number 20 in honor of Billy Cravens. Okay. Coach Albert strikes again. Okay. All right. So that's there's that step log. All right. Let's go on to the. Let me read a couple turtle chats before we go on. See if we have any here. Oh, get some turtle chats. Let me read these. All right. First one up. We have steak. Okay. There we go. The Salem was poor and she was likely buzzed. She may have clipped him with a bumper, but his injuries indicate that he was beaten. Big difference between a hit and run and beating. And she's out here laughing emoji at it. Like, that's ballsy. That is ballsy, huh? Yikes. So here's the deal. A turtle rider contacts me. I don't know. I forget when they contacted me.
Listen to this shit.
They told me that their workplace was contacted by someone. And it came up on
Meredith. This one's for you. Meredith, this one's for you. This is this fucking hypocritical piece of shit.
He said that like they work in an office, and this is a person who regularly comments on the page and is critical of Michael Proctor and is supportive of Karen Reed and of our journalism. And they get a call. It came up on the caller ID, Michael Proctor, and then it stopped ringing after like a ring or two because they must have realized, oh shit, I forgot to star 67. So they wait a little bit, and then they call back. But this is not one of those offices where the phone is ringing off the hook. So you're going to notice a phone call. Like, okay, we don't get a lot of 2 phone calls in one day. Whoa, busy day. And the second time they called, it was clearly from the same person, but it was a blocked number this time. First time it said Michael Proctor. Second time blocked number. And the blocked number says that the individual who commented on the Turtleboy page is dangerous and should be fired. And there was a woman's voice. Now, you know how I feel about this kind of shit. Like this cancel culture shit. Like, I like cancel culture when it's used against my enemies. I don't like it when it's used against my people. But again, this is just how it works now. It's ultimately up to your boss to tell them to go fuck themselves. Ultimately, you need a boss that just tells people like this to go fuck themselves. Like that's what happened on Keto Law last night. Every mouth breather and loser from the Krusty Panties.
He's like, hey, dude, these people that are watching the Karen Reed for the Karen Reed stuff, they have no idea what he's talking about when he's talking about Krusty Panties and like what an idiot not to know your fucking people that are watching to say this shit. But people are here to watch and to understand the Karen Reed case. And he's over here talking about God knows what. So right here, he says, hey, you're not going to cancel culture. I'm not okay with it if it happens to my people, but we're going to do it to you. How can you even fucking get down with someone like that? Like,
loser mafia there. Every fuck themselves, ultimately. You need a boss that just tells people like this to go fuck themselves. Like, that's what happened on Keto Law last night. Every mouth breather and loser from the Krusty Panties loser mafia there, they showed up on the Rakita Law. Like, they're so mad that I'm going on things like Timcast and Rakita Law now. And because it's like, oh, these are relevant. Yet he keeps getting invited on these channels with millions of people. What's up with that? And so they'd all show up there and they'd say things like, do you know about it? You're sending pictures of kids in the bathtub and blah, blah. Do they understand how crazy they sound? Like, do they understand? To somebody who's never heard any of this before, when they're reading all this, they're like, you sound like a crazy person. And you guys need new material. You've been doing.
Yeah, exactly. When you keep talking about that, I think Chris Watts is fucking innocent. No, I don't. Number one. But number two, that's like 2018. It's 2026. Get some new material.
The
right?
kids in the bathtub thing.
You know how crazy you sound?
And the Ryan Waters threats. Like, you keep
Ryan Waters. He mentions Ryan Waters. Ryan Waters threats you. Fucking threatened yourself.
Bringing this shit up. No one cares.
Nobody cares? Well, guess what? The jury is going to see all this shit. The jury is going to see all the shit that you've been doing this whole entire time. And it's been criminal. You've been a criminal this whole entire time, and you've been able to ride under the radar. And you know what sucks? Is that if the fucking Commonwealth would have done their job from jump, then Karen Reed would have ever had a chance to even fucking meet you. They would have cleaned up the streets, the YouTube streets, the internet streets. Karen Reed wouldn't have been able to come in contact, nor with her team, because you shouldn't have been fucking able to be out there on the streets.
It hasn't been working. You need new material, folks. You need new material. The jerk off videos, it didn't land. I embraced it. You didn't see that one coming. You thought I was going to go and shrivel up in a ball and die. But
I cannot believe that he's talking about this. He has all this attention on the Karen Reed case, and he's literally talking about jack off videos. He's talking about jack off videos. Krusty Panties loser mafia. Who the fuck says that? Right? He's talking. These people have been like, and here's Natalie. Poor Natalie's like, dude, Aiden, like, I'm trying to help you. Like, nobody knows anything that you're talking about. And you think that these turtle riders, like, you're getting all this these people that are watching, they don't know anything that you're talking about. You don't make sense. And so you're just letting people know, hey, everybody thinks that I'm a fucking scumbag.
saw in the video, you know, I got some of that energy, don't I? Got some of that energy.
And he's fucking bragging about his fucking jack off video. Like, yeah, look at my energy. Big dick energy over here. Look at me. You guys, Paperboy, Aaron Boy, big dick energy. Get the fuck
But they keep
out.
coming. No pun intended. And last night they kept like, you can't get his attention if you don't pay money. You don't do a super chat. So they would do super chats and he would read them out loud and they'd be like, did you know he did this and this and this and this? And he's like, wow, I actually like him more now. Like it made me more intriguing to him because he's like, oh, this guy has a whole mob of assholes who hate him. I like that. I like that. He's the kind of guy, Nick's kind of guy that finds that intriguing because he has people like that who don't like him. And he's like, oh, we have like a thing. Oh, I see. We can relate. It's a talking point. And we kind of picked up the conversation from there. So I just want to thank these people, the troll homios of the world, all these other losers who can't stop trolling me. I don't think they understand that it actually makes me look cool kind of and legitimate, because if you have like an army of trolls dedicated to you, like it's for a reason. It's for a reason because you matter. Like, or else why would you be bothering with me all the time? Like these accounts dedicated to me.
Exactly, Turtleboy. Exactly, Turtleboy. Why does your whole entire army want to come for people? We must matter. We must matter. And you know why? It's because I'm exposing the fuck out of you. And I'm going to continue to expose the fuck out of you and exactly who the fuck you are and what role you played in the Karen Reed case, which is actually justice for John O'Keefe. Okay. Now, me exposing you has nothing to do with the fact that I believe that Karen Reed was framed. I'm going to show how you're allowed to have fucking difference of opinions. Difference of opinions. I'm allowed to think. And Karen Reed was framed. Look at this awful investigation. Look at these fucking cops. Look at this shit. And I'm also allowed to tell everybody that you didn't know the case. And clearly, I'm sorry if you got everything from Karen and her fucking team. They were wrong as fuck. Or they fucking said, we cannot go that way because it'll make you look guilty, Karen, because of the whole Higgins thing. That is called trial strategy. That's not the truth. I am out here for the truth to see if I can help in getting justice for John O'Keefe. But you were never part of that because you were hired, whether you want to say you were hired, but you were only allowed to talk about what? One-sided narrative. You couldn't start talking about, X, Y, and Z. That's why you never talked about the case. You were not a journalist. You were talking about one side. And you're going to get, if the prosecution shows that in prosecuting you, that's all the jury is going to need to see, is that you had an opportunity to have witnesses from every side. But you chose not to because that was not your intention. Your intentions weren't to hear from all the witnesses and everybody who's going to contribute to your individual brain. You were bought and paid for.
That's intriguing to people. They see that and like, oh, this guy has people this dedicated to hating him. I wonder what he's saying. I'm interested in that. So again, they're too stupid to know that it's actually helping me. But yeah, big ups to Troll Homeo. Like, Troll Homeo is so popular. He's like one of the most popular people on here, and he just can't stop. And you would think that they would.
Back in the 80s, we refer to those people as streetwalkers. You're a fucking hooker. You just fucking hoard yourself out. Everything, this little book that you wrote about right here, this fucking book, you might as well take the unoriginal fucking little Calvin piss right here. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't even fucking come up with your own goddamn like logo. This, yeah, it's all for fucking, you're a fucking prostitute. Now, right here at 58:10, he's going to tell you that he knows all about felony wiretapping. He knows the wiretapping laws right here.
And try to get you fired, your employer up. And we know it's her because they just searched the number and her email came up. So I called her. Here we go. This is what happened.
Hello?
Hi, this call is recorded. Is this Elizabeth Proctor?
Yes.
Hi, Elizabeth. My name is Eden Carney from Turtleboy. I'm calling to see, are you calling people's work?
Click. I can't believe she even said yes. As soon as I said this call is recorded, she keeps talking. Again, veteran around the wiretapping charges. Oh, that's another thing, guys. The wiretapping thing's been dropped. The wiretapping thing's over. So I'll be perfectly.
Okay, so listen to this. He fucking says this on a May 10th, 2023 because he just can't fucking stop himself. He's 58 minutes into his production, and now he's like, "Oh my god, I gotta talk about myself." Oh wait, it's 10 minutes gone by. Okay, guys, this is all. It is the Turtleboy show, and so here he is. Watch this. He's going to tell us all how he knows everything about the wiretapping laws.
Honest with you, with the wiretapping thing,
Listen to this story.
it's over. And I just worked out a deal. Basically, so I was charged. Like I had filed a criminal complaint against. I'm not even going to mention this woman's name because I don't even want to make her like a Ryan Waters or a recurring character. I want to move on from this woman. You probably know who she is. You've been following. But I have a full year order on this woman, and that's all I really want because I just want to stop calling. She calls me all the time. I just want it to end.
Phones were not
I want to get a new hobby. Find someone else to troll.
I have the search warrant.
There's plenty of people in the world to troll. You don't need to troll me. Just bother one of them. It's fine. And I'm going to leave you alone, and I'm not going to talk about you. Hell, and maybe in a couple weeks, I even take the blogs down if you continue to behave yourself, and we just move on. That's it. Because you're not the content. People don't come here to read about you. Like they come here to read about like Turtleboy.
They come here to read about Turtleboy. You guys, what the fuck? You guys, this is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services in the middle of talking about the Karen Reed case, like right off the rip, May 10th, 2023, like just getting after it, like having fucking conversations with Natalie and fucking Alan Jackson and Karen Reed, and I'm fucking, singling in, and I'm like, woo, I'm the man. 58 minutes into this production.
Continue to behave yourself, and we just move on. That's it. Because you're not the content. People don't come here to read about you. Like
people don't come here to read about you, Karen. People do not come here to read about you, Karen. Do you understand that? People don't come here to read about you, Karen.
They come here to read about like Turtleboy, and not to my investigations. They don't come here to read about me either. They come here to read about. Then
he fucking realizes, oh my god, what am I saying? Oh my god, what am I saying? Oh my god, they're all listening to me. What am I saying? Oh my god, no, they don't come here. Fuck, sit down, boy. Aaron boy. Come on, paper boy. What you doing over there, paper boy?
Karen Reed and Brian Albert and all that shit. That's what you come here to read. And drag queens and libraries and shit. That's what you
drag queens and libraries and Brian Albert and shit and stuff.
People come here for.
Yeah.
So I go to the police.
Okay. One more time.
We even take the blogs down if you continue to behave yourself.
This is just
and we just move on. That's it. Because you're not the content. People don't come here to read about you. Like they come here to read about like Turtleboy, and not to my investigations.
Your investigations. You guys, he didn't investigate shit. In fact, he refused to investigate because this is a one-sided. I can't talk to these people even though they're reaching out to me at Vogue. No.
They don't come here to read about me either. They come here to read about Karen Reed and Brian Albert and all that shit. That's what you come here to read. And drag.
So what are you talking about right now? What are you doing? You have all these people in chat. I gotta be about me. And I got you guys. I have him on what 1.25. He was drunk. He's been getting all these shows. He's hammered. He's fucking hammered.
Queens and libraries and shit. That's what people come here for. So I go to the police. And, oh, for fuck's sake! I thought we were getting somewhere. Like, come on. This line's recorded.
Right there. This line's recorded. He knows exactly how to do and say what he needs to. Okay, ready?
But you know what? That might not even be her. At this point, that could be some copycat just trying to like make it seem like it's her. I don't really care because that doesn't even bother me that much.
Why would you stop the show to say this? That doesn't even bother me. I just did it. You took somebody to court.
I can just not answer the phone. So it is.
I can just not answer the phone. You answered it while you were live.
It is. It might not be her. I mean, think about it. That could be like an ASMR, couldn't it? That could be like some person that clearly knows that I'm peeved by this.
Now he's peeved by it.
just like pretending to be, you know what I mean? It could be. They don't talk now. So I don't know who the fuck it is. It's somebody listening. And thank you, Caribou. She's a nobody. So she should not get my time. And that includes my time going to court.
He's just talking about it. Like, you should not get my time. You're going to prison.
With her. So like she, as you guys know, this woman called 911, said I had a gun in my mouth, prompted a swatting incident in my house. It was horrible. And it's against the law. But it's also a misdemeanor. And so it would require, I don't know if you guys ever dealt with the judicial system. But that's a lot of court dates and shit. And yeah, it'd be a
I don't know if you guys have ever dealt with the judicial system. He is supposed to be talking about Karen Reed and how she was fucking framed for murder. I don't know if you guys have dealt with the justice system. This fucking straight up fool. He's a fool.
huge pain in the ass for her, but it's also a pain in the ass for me. And for what? Like what do I get out of that?
Exactly.
Like, at the end of the day, suppose she's not going to jail.
Exactly.
At all. She'll never spend a night in jail for that.
Uh-huh.
She's not even going to get probation.
Exactly.
Or really get convicted.
Uh-huh.
She's going to get a quaff. Everybody gets a quaff. A continue without a finding. Everybody gets a quaff. Yeah, like you get like 5 quaffs. That's the rule.
You get 5 quaffs? What the fuck are you talking about? This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. What the fuck are you talking about? But more importantly, wait, didn't you just do all this with Kate Peter? Like, I don't know, like last week?
And this,
what?
It's like her first one. She's not going to jail. So why am I going to like waste so many days schlepping up to Leominster District Court? It's 25 minutes from here.
Leominster? Oh, isn't that where you just were?
Why am I going to do that? I don't want to do that. I also don't want to the felony wiretapping. I'm not the least bit worried about that.
Felony wiretapping? I'm not the least bit worried about that. You guys, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Because I tell everybody they're being recorded. Sometimes I say it before I start recording, so it's not wiretapping. So I'm not.
Sometimes I say it before it's recording, so it's not wiretapping. Oh my God.
Worried about that. But I also don't want to deal with it. I don't want to get a lawyer. I don't want to go in front of a magistrate. I don't want to do any of this shit. This is the huge for who? For this woman? I don't give a fuck about this woman. I just want to move on. So I made a deal with the police. I said, look, how about this? Well, I can't contact this person. So, and they can't contact me. So how about we do a little broker situation here?
Let's broker it.
I drop the false 911 call.
Oh yeah, the misdemeanor. For what? What do you want in exchange?
You drop this wiretapping nonsense. We all move on with our lives.
Yeah, but if it's criminal, is this criminal? What are you talking about? You're up there just trying to wheel and deal with the police? Hey, I can tell her, like, I'll take back my complaint. She can take back hers. We cool?
He's like, I'll get back to you. Call me.
So the police officer's like, I'll get back to you.
An hour later, deal.
Deal.
Agreed to the deal. So here we are. So I think that's a good idea, right? I mean, wouldn't you guys do that? Like, isn't that better for everyone? Thank you. It's not important enough. My time is valuable. Like, I'm fucking Turtleboy. Like, I write major news stories and shit.
He needs to tell him that this is what's crazy. He needs to convince himself of that every single day.
Like every ounce wasted on like, why am I doing this? What? For what?
Because this is your life. This is what you want. This is Turtleboy. Karen Reed isn't Turtleboy. Karen Reed's case is Karen Reed's case. Karen Reed made a huge, huge mistake. And she knows that she did. Trust me.
So why would I do that? It was a win-win for everyone. Win-win for everyone. So that's what
win-win for everyone. What are you talking about?
Doing. Now the order, the temporary order in Rhode Island is still going on, but I've looked up. Again, I can fight that. Probably beat a move to federal court too. I don't even give a fuck about.
People are watching for the Karen Reed case, and he just in the middle at the 48-minute mark, 58-minute mark, starts talking about this absolute fucking garbage nonsense about him and his wiretapping, and that he's always fucking involved with this bullshit and witness intimidation. Next, I have to go to 103 and fuck else. What was he doing here? But 104.10. Yeah, I am Turtleboy.
I have to be perfectly honest with you, because I'm not contacting this person. And orders in Rhode Island, I've researched this. Orders in Rhode Island between non-family members are not even arrestable. Like if you violate a restraining order in Rhode Island against a non-family member, you can't get arrested. They're useless pieces of paper. I mean, look it up. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. So I'm like, I don't want it, but I also don't give a fuck. Like, why do I care? Why am I wasting my time on this nonsense? I feel it's like Ryan Waters, just a waste of my fucking time. Waste of my time.
Ryan
Anyway,
Waters, who you
Elizabeth Proctor's
set
not a waste of my
up.
time. I find her amusing.
You set up Ryan Waters.
I did not.
Hello?
Hi, this call's recorded. Is this Elizabeth Proctor?
Yes.
Why did she say yes? Like, that's the part that I don't get. Why did she say yes?
What do you want her to say? Then she found out who it was and she hung up.
Why didn't you just like click? Like, you're a cop's, like Michael Proctor would have hung up at that point. As soon as he heard this call's being recorded, something's up here. She's like, yes. Like, don't, people call me all the time. Like, is this Turtleboy? And I'm like, I just don't respond. Like, I'm not giving you that satisfaction. Fuck no. Did she think you were a Fed? I don't know. Call her. I'm going to call her right now.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 617 on. Please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1
Good
for
job
more
on Nick
options.
last night. You're too.
Hi, Elizabeth. This is Aiden Carney calling you back from Turtleboy. We briefly spoke yesterday on the phone. I introduced myself to you, and then you hung up on me, or maybe it was a bad connection. But I just wanted to see how your day at work went today, if it went well. I noticed that your employer took down their social media pages within minutes of the blog I published about your recent behavior. And I just wanted to see, is it awkward? Were you afraid to go in? Just tell me about your day and why. Because that's the part I don't understand, is that you seem to be okay with calling other people's workplaces and interfering with their ability to make a living for themselves. But when it happens to you, maybe it's not as fun. Maybe it's not as fun. Do you like that? That's what I want to know. Did you like that? Like, because you've been doing that to a lot of other people. And do you think it's fair that it happened to you, dear? Do you regret it? Do you regret it? And what's your scumbag husband up to right now? Are you going to visit him in prison? Do you think they'll have conjugal visits? Give me a call back when you get this, and we could chat some more. Bye, girl.
What an absolute loser.
All right, so she didn't answer. Let's see if she calls back.
Okay. So in the statute, it says that you're not allowed to call and harass family members. He knows it. He knows it. Thank you, Donnie. Appreciate you. My head is spinning. Yeah. This is crazy. And you guys, at first, I wanted to look at the dates of this. We were all told that Karen Reed nor the defense team was talking to Aiden Kearney at all, ever. Because that's what they told us. Right? That's what they made it seem. Hey, we need to stay way the fuck away from him. Okay. Well, here's a search warrant. Here's a return. Here's the affidavit. Here's protocols. And then now we have the messages. I mean, so wait. Y'all started talking to Aiden April 20th? April 20th. That's just the lawyers, April 20th. Before that, 2023. Before that, April 13th, 14th, the Fed information was being told to Jennifer Altman by Natalie. You guys are just talking to some fucking random stranger on fucking Facebook. You guys want me to believe this shit? A random fucking stranger in Jennifer Altman. That's how this started. I am so bummed by all this. Thank you. Fucking, we're hard. Like you have no idea how upset we are about this. Thank you for writing that. I'm so bummed by all of this. Absolutely. Exactly. Why the fuck would Natalie you're gonna sit here and tell me that Natalie didn't ask why the fuck would Natalie ever tell Jennifer Altman? Oh, hey, by the way, the feds are in this fucking case on April 14th. That's weird. I think it's really weird.
So this woman is just a piece of work. And
anyways,
like I said, she worked at least a company in Norwood in human resources.
Which
is just too ironic.
Look at what the fuck he does.
For a company called Instron. And let's see, is their Facebook page down?
All this shit.
It's gone. It's fucking gone. That was quick. That's gone. You can't reply on the Twitter. Or did they take the whole Twitter down? The tweets are protected. The Turtleboy effect. Oh God.
The
Is this picture of
Turtleboy
Elizabeth Proctor
effect.
still?
The Turtleboy effect. What's the Turtleboy effect? This is what he's going to prison for. May 10th, 2023. With the information that was provided by the defense attorneys. If they would have never given any of this information out, especially to this man, who I knew and know that they did their fucking homework on this shit. Because now I'm connecting the dots with the first date of, oh my God, look at this Turtleboy shit. Oh, John, blah, blah, blah. That was in 2021. Yeah, John was a turtle rider. Woo! Fuck out of here. Show me a receipt where John fucking paid for a membership. Shut the fuck up. This is disgusting.
Is that still up? It's still there. Oh, it's still up. You just can't comment on it. You just can't comment on it. Okay. That's a shame. That's a real shame when that happens there. So anyway, then there's this, and we're going to get a couple more things. We're going to talk about her day at work. Remind me to talk about her day at work today.
Look at this. Carol says, who pays him for the malicious and completely unsubstantiated drivel he puts out?
Because I found out what happened to her. And about her other recent activity on the Canton page. But Carol here, Carol Topjian,
he just takes a random post and puts it on his blog.
Has been saying really mean things about Turtleboy on Twitter.
Oh my God. Oh, really mean things about Turtleboy. Oh.
Who pays him for the malicious and completely unsubstantiated drivel he puts out? Well, those would be called turtle riders. Like, for instance, Casey just sent a $10 super chat, turtle chat, that says, you and Lauren were great on Rakita Law last night. Of course, I follow it. But I knew as soon as Rakita heard about Ratchet Madness, he would love it. He did, I'm sure. I saw a bunch of other turtle riders in the chat, too, which was great. The turtle is taking over. You're right. Absolutely. Thank you very much there, Casey. I appreciate it. If anyone else wants to donate, just understand that, you can click at the link at the top, donate whatever you want. I'll get a notification, and I'll read your message out loud to the class. But if you do that, you're going to piss off. You're going to piss her off. Carol's she's not going to like this because she wants to know who's paying me for this unsubstantiated drivel. And there she is. As it turns out, she's so Michael Proctor is not only sending his wife after us, he's sending his mom's boomer vaccinated friends after us.
You're fucking so wrong, dude. Where do you think you got all that from?
I mean, we're forgetting the actual killers, but Gemma Cabe is up there because she's a righteous cunt. And then there's Brian Albert. He's an asshole. And Colin Albert, he can suck all the dicks, and he will. There's just so many assholes in this. I don't know where. And Matt McCabe, I wanted to smack him when I saw that little cuck in court. Jesus Christ. Okay. But let's talk about.
And he thinks that this is going to be played for the jury and that he is going to be able to. This is not my intent. This is not my intent. What? You should fucking say what your intent is. I could show you here in a second. I wanted them to see that last part, though. You're talking about I want to smack Matt McCabe.
That he knows is fake. And that is the doctor is the biggest villain in this whole. Actually, no, he's the second biggest villain. The biggest villain in the story is Michael Morrissey because he's the district attorney who is ultimately in charge of this ridiculous prosecution that he knows is fake. And that is Michael Proctor. They're the two biggest pieces of shit. And then we're forgetting the actual killers, but Gemma Cabe is up there because she's a righteous cunt. And then there's Brian Albert. He's an asshole.
She's a righteous cunt? What the fuck?
And Colin Albert, he can suck all the dicks, and he will.
I bet Colin's saying that about you right now.
There's just so many assholes in this. I don't know where. And Matt McCabe, I wanted to smack him.
There's so many assholes. He's never talked to any of them. Any of them. He hasn't talked to any of them. And he's coming out here and doing and saying all this shit. I didn't watch him. I didn't know about the case because of this fucking idiot. But to learn and to find out that fucking Alan Jackson and Yannetti were talking to this freak fucking show, I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted. This is totally violation of the fucking rules of professional fucking codes all fucking day. And then they lie about it. Rule 3.3, they totally fucking violated it. You're not allowed to lie to the tribunal. You cannot mislead them, hide them. No wonder why fucking Bev didn't give you guys a goddamn call in the trial. Now it's starting to make more sense.
Saw that little cuck in court. Jesus Christ. Okay. But let's talk about her other activity today. Let me bring it up.
So he just wants to go on. Literally, he goes on
So there's a Canton Facebook page.
10-minute rant.
Maybe you could call into Clarence Woods Emerson show on Tuesday night. Oh,
it just shows
Jill
all
Daniels.
this stuff of just people picking on each other. That's what he dedicates the fucking show to. People picking on each other for the next 10 minutes. I'm fasting forward to 119 because that's just what he did. He bullied people, therefore, from 106 to 119 mark.
What ends up coming of that? But she was not at work today. So that's interesting.
Oh, okay, here.
Control. I don't know if you're aware of that. That's what she is. And she just got promoted last year, apparently. She was not at work today. She did not show up at work today.
So he wants to let everybody know that, hey, Elizabeth Proctor did not show up to work today after I fucking made a phone call and after my blog post.
So we will see.
The Turtleboy effect.
What ends up coming of that? But she was not at work today. So that's interesting.
That's interesting. This is what the fuck you were reporting on during the Karen Reed case on May 10th, 2023. Yeah, we're going to find the weakest link and we're going to get them to flip-flop.
But maybe she's just taking the day off.
We're just going to make shit up.
Letting things cool down. Maybe this will pass over. And you might, I got a lot of other things going on, Elizabeth. I can't dedicate my life to making sure you're held responsible for your behavior. But I hope you learned the lesson, girlfriend. They say don't poke.
And now if this isn't just... dude, you're fucking toast. Listen to this.
But she was not at work today. So that's interesting. But maybe she's just taking the day off, letting things cool down. Maybe this will pass over. And you might, I got a lot of other things going on, Elizabeth. I can't dedicate my life to making sure you're held responsible for your behavior. But I hope you learned the lesson, girlfriend. They say don't poke the turtle. That's what they say. But I feel like we should amend that to don't poke the turtle riders either. Don't poke the turtle riders.
Right there, your ass is motherfucking grass. There it is. Remember, it was like, I'm not responsible for what the turtle riders do. The fuck you aren't right here.
But I hope you learned the lesson, girlfriend. They say don't poke the turtle. That's what they say. But I feel like we should amend that to don't poke the turtle riders either. Don't poke the turtle riders. They don't like that shit. Like, you're not going to go online and report people for talking about, like, you can't, if you're going to come on our page and you're going to attack people, turtle riders, for commenting on the page, that's just as bad as attacking Turtleboy, as far as I'm concerned. Don't poke the turtle riders or turtle. You can't do that. Big no. Okay. So that's that. Let's talk.
Right there. May 10th, 2023. He's full-blown communicating with Yannetti, Ellen Jackson, Karen Reed, Natalie. This is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting. And they tried to tell the world that none of this was happening. And when you said it in court, Yannetti, I fucking believed you. I believed you. Lawyer of the year. I made an intro video of some of your statements. We were lied to. Deceived. The whole fucking time they were talking to this motherfucking piece of shit. They were violating their oath. I'm disgusted with their behavior and their actions.
Like, couldn't Karen Reed's cell phone?
Now, this is how I know that he doesn't know anything about the case. And neither does their fucking team.
On the program today, the cell phone.
They were too fucking worried about running a goddamn campaign that actually your fucking client is innocent. And I have found stuff that would have helped your client.
I want to talk about the cell phone for a little.
Like, let's talk about the cell phone for a little.
Because a lot of people are asking me about Karen Reed's cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
about it.
And I didn't really know the right answer to that. And so I looked into it more today. So a lot of people have asked.
He said, so I looked into it more today. How the fuck could you possibly look into something more today without actually talking to Karen Reed? Because Karen Reed's cell phone was not public fucking information. Okay.
Where is Karen? Like, couldn't Karen Reed's cell phone you just end this right away? Because it would show her pinging in various places on the way home. So we know that they're
right there. It would show her pinging in various places on the way home. And guess where the fuck it pings at 12:38, you cocksuckers. 12:38, it's pinging Cedar Crest / Oak. It's Oakdale, actually. I'm not even going to give Cedar Crest the fucking Oakdale. 12:38 a.m. Oakdale - Dedham. Now listen to what this idiot talks about right here. And if I would have had this information, I'd have been like, wait, this is where the ping is. It's over here. At 12:38.
There was no 3-point turn. And a pinging in various places on the way home. So we know that there was no 3-point turn. And that Karen Reed was facing south on Fairview Road when she dropped off her boyfriend, John O'Keefe.
We don't know that. We have no idea where fucking Karen Reed dropped John off, period, number one. We don't. The ways is how you're saying that Karen Reed dropped him there. And she only adopted that story after trial 1. Just so we're clear.
And we know that if that happened, that her phone would have pinged several places along the way, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Seems pretty simple.
Mm-hmm.
We know that if she did a 3-point turn, she would have gone north, and she would have pinged houses on Dedham Street.
So funny that you just said that. She would have pinged on houses down on Dedham Street. Well, that's exactly what it does, dude, Turtleboy. You fucking idiot. You didn't look at shit. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. But what you just said there is exactly proving my point, which is 12:38 a.m. Oakdale, bitch. At the end over there of Dedham. Suck that. You fucking cuck.
Cedar Crest. That she would otherwise.
You were borrowed. You know what that means? We'll talk about it.
Have not have gone on. And Washington Street. I know that town too fucking well now. Just by reading all these goddamn.
You don't know that town so fucking well. You do a reaction video or a recreation video and you're fucking lost. You have no idea where the fuck you are.
Stories about it. Anyway, Washington Street. I know that town too fucking well now. Just by reading all these goddamn stories about it. Anyway.
By reading all these stories about it. What are you talking about?
So that whole thing,
yeah,
it was like, well, where's the goddamn phone? It's a little bit confusing. So they took her phone on January 29th.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Proctor did, of course. Of course, it was Michael Proctor. Took her phones, and
took her phones. No, he took a phone. What phones did he take? She has multiple phones, Turboy. Fucking idiot.
She handed it over, whatever, and they can do whatever the hell they want with it at that point. Now, what?
No, they can't do whatever the hell they want with it at that point.
They're supposed to do is take like I don't really know how all this works. Cellubrite. They got like an image of the phone.
They're supposed to put it in air. They're supposed to do a lot of things, okay? But you want to put it in airplane mode right away, I believe, right? Even put it in a Faraday bag. You don't want to, after you can take it over, you don't want it to have any data that you would then be adding to it.
You just plug it into something. What you're supposed to do is take like I don't really know how all this works. Cellubrite. They got like an image of the phone. You just plug it into something, and you can extract everything from it, like a copy of everything in the phone.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they got Brian Walsh. Brian Walsh is not like he thought he was being crafty. He went on his kid's iPad.
Oh, what
I still can't get over his Google searches. If you really need to, I can't believe you wrote if you really need to. Oh dear God.
I can't get over your
it's like he was covering like in half the tweet. He's like the first half of the tweet. The Google is like this sounds really bad. How to get rid of a body? If you really need to, not that I need to, but this is evidence. And notice who's got celebrates data, the cell phone data they're going to use here. Celebrate extraction report of Jennifer McCabe's phone.
Mm-hmm.
of Kerry Roberts' phone,
Mhm.
of John O'Keefe's phone. But notice who's not listed on here.
You're an idiot. Okay. That is a list of the discovery that has been turned over to date. Okay. That doesn't mean that they're not going to use it. That means the defense would be saying, we have not received a copy of our own client's phone. You see all this shit that we got back? You see all this? Where's our fucking client's phone? Where's John O'Keefe's phone? That is what you were getting. That is what Adam Lally has to fill out with his discovery. When he's letting, when Alan Jackson and them are asking for discovery, he has to write in to the courts, this is what they have all to date. You fucking idiot. That's what that is. Whatever you're trying to explain to your viewers on May 10th was a complete fucking lie and joke. Look at this. Even extract the cell right data from it like they did with McCabe, Kerry Roberts, and O'Keefe. What? And then he just takes this little, he just like, I'm just going to use this little excerpt here. 87, 88. These are...
Can't read. Kerry Roberts is like the least relevant person ever. She's the dog that you take for a ride. That's all Kerry Roberts will ever be. Loyal. Can I go for a ride?
That needs to be played over and over. A loyal dog. Dude, that is you. You. Fucking Aaron Boy strikes again. Look at this.
That's Kerry Roberts.
Died. Can somebody please make that a meme?
Kerry Roberts is like the least relevant person ever. She's the dog that you take for a ride. That's all Kerry Roberts will ever be. Loyal. Can I go for a ride? That's Kerry Roberts. She hands over. She probably wanted to hand over her phone just so she could be a part of something. Somehow that's relevant, but the fucking murder suspect, the person they're accusing of being a Brian Walsh, that person's phone isn't being used as evidence.
Are you a moron? This is what he was telling his people.
So what the fuck is on there? So not only do I know using common sense that there's nothing incriminating on there.
This is what he's telling me on the 10th of May.
I also know using common sense that there's nothing incriminating about the pings either. Because I'm quite sure they went through and they tracked her movements using the pings, didn't they? The defense can't do that because they don't have the phone.
So then you have no idea. Now they don't have the phone, they don't have shit. Right? Do they have the copy? What do they have? What? Look at this moron. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
But
the
prosecution did.
Prosecution.
You're telling me they didn't ping that motherfucker and find out everywhere it went? Of course they
did. Why didn't they get a Google search warrant? How about that? Why wasn't David asking for a Google search warrant?
They did. Of course they did. And they're not telling us. Now, if they had found that she had done a U-turn.
You cannot find out if someone did a U-turn on that shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you high? No, guys. He doesn't know anything. He is fucking dumb. He is just dumb as fuck. He's talking about something that he has no idea about what he's doing. He's like, I know how to fucking bully people. That's what you're hiring me to do. Yeah, fuck yeah, I could shake these trees. Fuck yeah, watch me do this. Watch, this is what I do. Like, let me just show you what I do.
3-point turn and gone the other way, gone north, they would be screaming to high heavens about that.
Okay, exactly, Turtleboy. And you're wrong, because it does. At 12:38, the ping is the opposite way. Like you're trying to say, if they'd be screaming to high heavens. No, actually, that would be exculpatory for fucking Miss Reed, wouldn't it? Miss Reed was over there in fucking Oakdale. There is nothing putting Miss Reed at fucking 34 Fairview, except after the first trial, she wants to say that, yeah, John was in my car,
the other way.
Google, pulling up the Waze application. That she said that in an interview. Trial strategy.
Hey, gone north, they would be screaming to high heavens about that. We would know all about that, but we haven't heard a fucking thing, which means she went south. That's basically clarification. And they're not showing us it.
She didn't
they're
go
also
south,
not showing us
fucking idiot. The pings don't show that.
The Canton Library tape, which would show that she not only went south, but that she didn't have a broken taillight. They're not showing. You're telling me that there were no other homes on Fairview Road that had a goddamn ring camera?
Why didn't David Nettie get the fuck up out there? How about why wasn't he wondering what the fuck? They all knew where the steps went up and down at. They had the Waze application. Why'd they bury that? Why couldn't it be the thought that, wait a second, are you sure you didn't drop them off over here?
I'm going to be recreating that.
Oh.
Somewhat. Maybe next week. We'll see. Maybe take a drive around Canton. We'll see.
Maybe take a drive around Canton. And guess what? When he gets there, He fucking doesn't know where he's going, what he's doing. He says that he's like, I don't even know where any of these places are. Meanwhile, in this episode, he talks about how he knows everything about that area because that's all he's been doing. He just fucking talks out of both sides of his ass. And you want to talk about embarrassing? You want to talk about the biggest mistake ever? This was the defense's biggest mistake. Him.
But I'm going to show you just how ridiculous this all is. Because
Or was it? You get what I'm saying? Or was it?
You need to see it to understand just how ridiculous all of this nonsense really, truly is. So I'm thinking. So I emailed David Yannetti today. I don't. A lot of people are like, you getting paid by the defense? Motherfucker, they can't afford me. You can no. I'm not getting paid by the defense. I as you guys know, I cannot be bought. That's my thing. Turtleboy is not for sale.
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Turtleboy is not for sale. And by the way, a little side note here. This is a crime scene in Acton.
Turtleboy can't be bought and paid. God, just how fitting was that? Fucking A, man. Turtleboy can't be bought.
Exactly a year to the date after John O'Keefe was killed.
It's better than that.
A woman in Acton, they set up a tent, a perimeter. Nothing like this was done. No protocols were followed at all. At all. For the John O'Keefe crime scene.
So why aren't you talking about that? Is it not just juicy, right? Because let's just pick on people. Let's just talk. Because I can't talk about facts, man. Facts? Playoffs? Fuck out of here. It's boring to talk about the case, isn't it? So let's just make up a bunch of shit about a bunch of people.
You knew what happened. Karen Reed did it. Duh. There's no need for any investigation. Karen Reed did it. So yeah, shit's disappearing. Let's also keep in mind the Canton tape that disappeared. 3 minutes of it that they needed. Judges after the prosecution had it, and then wouldn't hand it over when they finally do 3 minutes are missing. Oh yeah, and that's 3 minutes Karen Reed would have driven by. What are the freaking odds of that? Nothing shady going on here, folks. Nothing shady at all. Picture this with a fucking jury, man. The jury is going to be like, "Are you fucking serious, motherfucker?" I thought I was going to get some.
That's not even how that happened. But here we go. Check this out. He was basically told here on May 10th he had to separate himself from David Yannetti. Watch what he does.
That made me think. This is a joke if this ever gets to a jury. This is embarrassing. So I emailed David Yannetti today.
I was like, dude, he's just giving me this material. Like, he really said, I didn't watch him. I had no idea what to expect when I watched this. This is absolutely fucking crazy now. Okay? Watch this. On May 10th, 2023, this is his blog he pulls up.
And none of these people has any shame at all. So I emailed David Yannetti today. And where'd it go? I asked him these questions. I said, I'm reaching out for comment on a story I'm working on regarding the investigation into Karen Reed. Many of my readers have asked questions that I have been unable to answer or probe because information does not appear to be anywhere in the court documents. Nowhere in any of the court documents does it list that does it state that they got her phone back. It was mentioned at the last hearing, something about March 22nd, and Lunchbox was going to hand it over. I don't really know. And we don't know about the details of this because neither side is allowed to talk about it. Because I'm learning this as I go along. I talked to a couple lawyers about this.
I'm learning about this as I go along. This is classic.
They go, oh yeah, they wouldn't be able to talk about that until it's trial. You can't just go around introducing shit out of nowhere. It has to be filed in motions before even being mentioned. You can talk about the Google search because I was in a motion. And this has not been mentioned in any motion, so it can't be mentioned. I guess that's how it works. So all we can do now is use context clues and common sense to reach the conclusion, right? That if they're not handing over, if the prosecution's not telling us about something shady going on with the phone, it probably proved the opposite. It probably proved the same thing that the Canton Library tapes proved.
So actually, what the phone went ahead and did is it's like, wait a second, this doesn't make any sense. Her cell phone makes no sense. Plus, she wasn't sharing locations, right? But he didn't set up geofences. He didn't do shit, right? Ask Proctor why the fuck none of that happened. Why, like, what the fuck, right? But he didn't go and preserve anything. He didn't do anything by protocol. This is what you're supposed to do. This is what but Turtleboy doesn't, he touches on that like, he doesn't explain how important that is and how you're going, like, that's totally, you're going opposite of what the FBI / what ATF / what state and local law enforcement are trained to do. You're going left off of how you should be going right with this investigation. It would majorly deviate from the practices, the normal practice.
Reed is not guilty. That's why they're doing this. So I asked Mr. Yannetti, does the Commonwealth still possess Karen Reed's cell phone? I have found out since then, after re-listening to the tapes of the hearing on May 5th or May 3rd, whatever, that they did recently get it. They got the phone, physically got it back. But it took them like, what, over a year to get it back, it sounds like? And what was on there? The fact that neither of the defense, this is just a theory. This is my theory with this, okay? Let's be clear about this. The fact that the defense has not said anything about what was on that phone related to the pings tells me that the pings prove that she never hit John O'Keefe. The fact that the defense is not saying anything about the pings tells me, this is just my guess. This is just my guess. The fact that the defense isn't saying something about it makes me believe that something nefarious is going on. We know these people don't mind deleting evidence, destroying evidence. They have no problem, or planting evidence. I don't know how cell phones work. I don't know if Michael Proctor and them know how to like delete, erase information. Maybe there's something on there that proves she is completely not guilty, and maybe it's gone now. Maybe it's gone because they had it for a fucking year and they can do whatever they want with it. So I don't know all the details. We will find out, won't we? But remember where you heard it here first. That is my educated guess because I'm not stupid and I've kind of figured this out. And I've been right about a lot of shit so far.
Oh my God.
It goes on to my next question. Has the Commonwealth downloaded the data from Karen Reed's phone and provided to the defense? And I'll show you his response in a moment. Has the defense requested an image of her cell phone from when it was handed over on January 29th, like they did with Brian Walsh's? To your knowledge, did Trooper Michael Proctor or Nicholas Guarino physically possess her phone? I kind of knew the answer to that one already. Yes. Did Karen Reed's cell phone pings indicate that her vehicle was driving toward Meadows Ave while John O'Keefe's cell phone indicated, and that's the big thing, that he was inside 34 Fairview Ave, because that's case closed. If the cell phones are at the same exact time that John's phone is pinging inside that house, it's a wrap. It's done. Of course, Lunchbox will probably like, oh, that data is unreliable because you said so. Okay. Court, can we get a better setup in there? See David Lowley's face. You can't hear a goddamn thing Lunchbox is saying. He's trying to up the stairs, and the Chestnut's killer was, and it was like the most natural reaction ever because he took her fucking the father of her kids away, and her husband. They just took it away. And the greater too was great.
All right, here we go.
No, Karen's been on bond. She's only, I think. Anyway, so back to this thing. I also asked David Yannetti.
Okay.
In your experience as a prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney, is it abnormal for the prosecution to withhold key evidence that the defense has been asking for? I kind of know the answer to this question. I just want him to say it. More importantly, if so, and this is the part I don't understand, is what actions can the defense take to obtain them if the judge does not set a hard date for the Commonwealth to hand over the discovery evidence? So they've been asking for John O'Keefe's clothes since the beginning of time, and they're not getting it. And it's like, so now what? So you can just not do that with no repercussions? Like, what? How does this? I'm not a lawyer. This is new to me. I don't understand how this works. I thought you had to do it. The answers to all of them, but I unfortunately cannot go on record to answer them. They're obviously relevant. I had to do it. So his answer was, I read your questions and all are obviously relevant. We have answers to all of them, but I unfortunately cannot go on record to answer them ... yet. So that's interesting. So basically, that to me sounds like if this goes to trial, you're going to see some shit that I can't show you right now because maybe it hasn't been introduced already. Like, that's what I take from that. But it sounds like a confident person who knows some shit that I don't know and he can't tell me. That's what it sounds like to me. So there we go. So that's my interaction with David Yannetti, man, a few words.
That's my interaction with David Yannetti, a man, a few words. Are you fucking serious? That's how he sold it all, fucking to everybody, and the lawyers wanted to be sold this way, is that we were not giving him any information, and we weren't breaking any rules. And then they went as far as to Turtleboy put in his blog, and they used what information that they actually gave him, they used that to come out and say on the courthouse steps about the FBI and there was an investigation. And if you guys think that is ethical, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's not. And then to hear him say here on May 10th, yeah, David Yannetti, a man, a few words.
It goes on. So there we go. So that's my interaction with David Yannetti, man, a few words. It goes on to say, so
man, a few words, David Yannetti.
Justice is coming. Like I said.
So, do you see the extra length that they went to hide the relationship? It's truly unfortunate. Lawyers don't usually engage in stuff like this. Okay. There's reasons. Now at 139. Let's see. 140. So they go on to talk about who your grand jury.
Like my favorite sports team of all time. Not only because I want justice for John, an innocent person, to spend here,
okay,
but I'm rooting for her not only because I don't want her, a very innocent person, to spend time in prison. I also want justice for John O'Keefe, and I want his family to see the light, and I want his niece and nephew to know that Karen Reed did not do this to them, and that they, like, when they're 18, I hope they leave town and never go back to Canton, because the people they think are their friends are actually their enemies, and they're actually using them and keeping tabs on them and making sure that they're feeling like Carrie Roberts. Good dog, under control. Yeah, good dog, good Carrie. Here's a treat. Good job. So yeah, I mean, I have thought, like, I'm very invested in this. If
I'm very invested in this. Why?
If Karen Reed were convicted, which is not going to happen, like, I would be like devastated, like personally devastated. Like, what the? I'd be fucking pissed. And I think a lot of other people would be too. It's not going to happen. I think it's a travesty if it even comes close to going to a trial. We're over a year away from that, if that happens. But I want this dismissed, man. And I want justice for John O'Keefe, but I know it's coming. I know it's coming because the feds are involved. I'd be looking fresh with them feds watching. Because the feds are out there. They are subpoenaing people, and they don't do this for a fucking joke, man. They don't do this. I think they are building my intuition tells me, and
my intuition tells me, watch this. My intuition tells me.
Sauces tell me that the target of this investigation goes all the way up to Michael Morrissey. That might be like, imagine Michael Morrissey gets arrested over this. Just imagine that. An elected district, imagine that. And let's Google Rachel Rollins, Michael Morrissey, see what comes up. Rachel Rollins.
Google shit.
You'll never guess it. What racism and about some liberal bullshit that Rachel Rollins was doing about, like, no life in prison, like Rachel cops. So she's going to be going after, dude, I'm telling you right now, she probably hates Brian Albert. I guarantee she knows who Brian Albert is.
Then he fucking has the audacity to do this.
Hurt my feelings a lot.
Watch this. He calls a random person. Okay, watch. Because he has hurt feelings.
Hi, this is Carol. I can't take your call right now, so if you leave your name and number, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, Carol. My name is Aiden Carney. We're calling from the Turtleboy live show. I'm just calling up because you were saying really mean things about me on Twitter, and it hurt my feelings. It hurt my feelings a lot. And I wanted to talk about them because I don't know why you're being so mean to me. And I think if you got to know me, you would really like me. For instance, you said that who pays him for the malicious and completely unsubstantiated drivel he puts out. That's really mean, okay? Because I put a lot of effort into this. And for you to just call it unsubstantiated drivel, that's hurtful. That's hurtful. Is it because I'm not vaccinated? Is that what, are you mad at me because I didn't get the jab? I'm really sorry about that. I'm really sorry. So if you could just give me a call back, I'd like you to I think you should come on the show for Ratchet Redemption, and we should talk this over. And then we could talk about how your friend's son likes to cover up murders. We could talk about that too. So give me a call. Bye.
Absolute fucking total fucking hypocrite. Your Fifi's got hurt.
Imagine getting these. I always leave them voicemails. I wish I could be there when they answer that. Okay. Imagine getting these. I always leave them voicemails. I wish I could be there when they answer that.
Why?
Okay. She's watching the Matlock Marathon. Absolutely. You should do an event fundraiser. Like, yeah, we do need to do that. I know.
Okay, right there. This is where Turtleboy starts getting these ideas.
She's watching the Matlock Marathon. Absolutely.
You should do an event fundraiser like the golf tournament you did once before COVID.
Do an event fundraiser. Like, yeah,
you should give Benjamin John some of your money because he gave you the idea to start fundraising. Then take a look at this at the 153 mark. You got
question about that. They found his other shoe on the lawn. More attention. Where is O'Keefe's hat? That's another good question. They found his other shoe on the lawn the next day. No,
they did not the next day. What a moron. He said that they found the shoe the next day. Do you see how this motherfucker does not read anything? Do you also see if he got that from the fucking... Now listen, if you got that from the lawyers didn't even know that. They don't know their case because they're too worried about their fucking propaganda case. No wonder they put no time into this fucking shit. The shoe is literally unable to be there. You could prove that it's not there in the morning if you compare the Canton picture, okay, to the picture that was taken then by the CERT team, because it's at the same spot and there was no shoe there. And now I have redeemed myself and have completely now shown proof, in my opinion, that yeah, for Turtleboy to come out and say that the shoe was found the next day, you're fucking, like I said, your sources are wrong. And just because you're a lawyer does not mean that you are a fucking discovery guru.
That was interesting. You should show up to court on horseback. That'd be fun. Turtleboy thongs. That'd be fun.
Yeah, go get yourself some Turtleboy thongs.
There we go.
And then here we go.
I haven't beaten that game. I can't believe we lost that. Celtics. Yeah, I was gonna say Tatum did well. Where did I miss anything? Nah, man. I mean, I think no, I can't. I mean, I think eventually. I don't know when it's gonna happen because I have no idea what's going on. But I think a year from now, I think Karen Reed will no longer be facing any criminal charges of any kind. I do not think there will be a trial, and I think someone's going to jail over this. Someone.
That's my intro. I'm making it right now. Someone's going to jail over this. Someone. He calls it jail, man. This motherfucker is clown.
Going on. But I think a year from now, I think Karen Reed will no longer be facing any criminal charges
correct
of any kind. I do not think there will be a trial. And I think someone's going to jail over this. Someone. In a perfect, the one I'm worried is going to get away with this is Michael Proctor. Like I'm worried about that Michael Proctor will have no repercussions for anything. And he needs to. So
God. Couldn't be more wrong. Karen Reed, there is somebody going to fucking jail over this. Yep, someone's going to jail about this. And it's you. You are. Then to close out the search warrant, something that nobody will talk about or show. Don't know why. But where are we at? Okay, December 20th. The Norfolk grand jury indictments charging Aiden Kearney with 9 counts of intimidation of a witness, 5 counts of illegal picketing of a witness, and 3 counts of conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. Yep. And guess what? They lied from the jump to keep Karen out from the whole conspiracy, that she was not part of this. Well, I want to start talking about, I think Karen Reed shouldn't be part of it. These lawyers, what the fuck is going on? In December of 2023, I love these fucking lawyers, but this is some crazy ass shit, you guys. All right. Think about if Bill Thompson, if I got a hold of that Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings did this shit, what do you think I'd be fucking doing and saying? This is crazy. This happened in a murder case. This was, really tough to stomach. And people that just want to look the other way, look at what's happening. In December of 2023, I communicated and interviewed a witness relative to ongoing conspiracy to intimidate witnesses in the Commonwealth. And this is Jane. They gave her the name Jane. This is Lindsay. Jane said that she met Aiden in September of 2023 after exchanging messages on Facebook, right? Clarence Woods. So she gave up this. This is how they got that name. And then this name on Facebook. So there was 2 of them. And so guess what? That means we only have the Facebook profiles and the extraction. She said she communicated with both of them. We only have one. Jason Broyles didn't put out the other account. You guys see that, right? Whoever the fuck put it out there, maybe it wasn't Jason Broyles, whoever the fuck it was that put out the folder that they wanted to put out there. I said there was stuff missing. Well, now here, this proves that there's stuff missing. He had the Clarence Wood Emerson and the Aiden Kearney account. Jane said that she began communicating with him using this phone number. Kearney and Jane met at Palm Wealth. Blah, blah, blah. We know that. In the beginning of the relationship, Kearney stated that he was close with Karen Reed. He said he's close with Karen Reed's family. He would later say to Jane that he speaks with Karen Reed every day, and he has since come out to say that that is true. So Lindsay told the truth right there. Jane showed me a screenshot that Kearney allegedly sent her showing multiple calls on a certain day that showed Karen Reed. Signal audio. That's how they got this. Aiden. Whose fault is all of this? Aiden. I came out here to do this live to show that it was only Aiden's fault. The only person that got Karen Reed in trouble is Aiden. Or could have gotten Karen Reed in trouble is Aiden. Aiden. That fucking errand boy. That fucking paper boy. Aiden Carney. That's it. And the timeline that y'all have been told is lies. Kearney told Jane that there was an intermediary between Karen and Reed, a woman by the name of Natalie. Guess what? Right? Aiden Kearney stated that Natalie and Reed were angry with each other. Aiden Kearney stated that Natalie and Reed were angry with each other. That's an interesting way to put it versus like, but again, check. Aiden Kearney stated to Jane that he then began talking to Reed directly. That's because that's exactly what they wanted everybody to think. Okay. Jane stated that Aiden Kearney and Reed communicate using the Signal app because it's encrypted. Yep. Aiden's come out and said that. Jaden stated that she does not communicate with Kearney using the Signal app. Is this true? Jane stated that Kearney runs everything by Karen. Do I think that he said that to her? Yeah. Meaning all of the blog posts and social media content is approved by Karen Reed prior to Kearney. I wouldn't say this is all, meaning all. No, not everything. Kearney described Reed as difficult, controlling, and gets irritated with him. Jane stated, which is Lindsay. Lindsay stated that Kearney showed her material related to the investigation of the homicide of John O'Keefe, including the 911 call and cruiser video footage before it was quote-unquote leaked on social media. On December 1st, 2023, Aiden Kearney posted a live YouTube video entitled Karen Reed Case Jen McCabe 911 Tape Breakdown. The audio is, in fact, a voicemail recovered by investigators from John O'Keefe's phone that captures Jen McCabe calling 911 from a different phone reporting finding O'Keefe unresponsive. This is the part that Karen Reed needs to use. Karen Reed needs to hold Tully to this statement in a civil case. And here it is. O'Keefe's phone was recovered by was recovered by first responders on January 29th. It says nowhere Carrie Roberts' name. It's really, really important. Okay. And first responders, I've been saying, hey, Lank, he's a first responder. Okay. But what matters here is how far along in the investigation, okay, for Tully to swear under oath to this shit right here. You have no idea about Carrie Roberts' version of the story. He writes this in December of 2023. And so if I am Karen Reed, I am using this. Okay? Because this should be talking about Carrie Roberts finding his shit. John O'Keefe's phone right here was recovered by first responders on January 29th, 2022. That is inaccurate. But you can swing it a ton of different ways. I already know what I would do. Jane described one instance where Reed, remember, this is under oath. He has to stay with this. And remember, for him to be saying this in 2023, I mean, this is like 4 months before the trial would begin in April. Jane described one instance where Reed controlled what Kearney would publish. Aiden Kearney wanted to release the Canton police cruiser video footage. He had it the whole fucking time and he couldn't fucking find shit. You had Jen McCabe's fucking phone data. Okay. You had her watch data, and you had the police cruiser shit, and you couldn't tell that her phone and her watch were not in sync going upstairs into that house, because Carrie Roberts actually had her phone, and that's the phone that's being passed off. Suck it. I mean, he had all this shit. All this shit. What a complete fucking fool. All he wanted to do was attack people. Attack people. He says it. He says it when I break down the Paul O'Keefe that's coming on my next live. The Paul O'Keefe shit that he did. Unbelievable. Aiden Kearney was frustrated and contacted one of Reed's defense attorneys, Alan Jackson. Look at this little fucking baby. Kearney asked Reed if he could publish the video on his Turtleboy platform. Jane stated Reed said no to this request. Aiden was frustrated and contacted one of Reed's defense attorneys, Alan Jackson. Jackson approved the release of the video. Reed later found out about Kearney going to Alan Jackson and was angry. Think about this. This had to have happened, okay, prior to when? During a November 28, 2023 YouTube live video, Aiden Kearney discussed the existence of video from cameras affixed to the Canton police cruisers who responded to the scene, including the names of the officers whose cruisers had video. Jane stated different sources of financial benefit for Kearney and his partners. What? Jane stated Aiden Kearney is doing well with donations. Aiden Kearney had alluded to the fact that he did not pay for a Lexus SUV he recently acquired. Aiden Kearney made statements similar to, if my frugal mother ever found out I paid for the Lexus, she would be mad. And even I didn't pay for it. What's wrong with that? A check of RMV records revealed the Lexus was purchased in the end of June. Further records reveal the vehicle was paid for in full using a personal check. Who the fuck buys a vehicle in full? That is the dumbest thing you could ever do. You do know when a vehicle is drove off of a lot, it loses like bye-bye to 6 Gs. Instead of getting a house, you got a fucking Lexus. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry, guys. I've been sick. Unbelievable. Jane stated she was told by Aiden Kearney that the Reed's attorneys were working with the United States Attorney's Office, specifically acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Josh Levy. Kearney would talk a lot about the federal grand jury and Levy with Jane. Jane stated Karen Reed was interviewed by federal law enforcement. Jane also shared other comments. This is Lindsay G. Jane was served with a summons to appear before, again, Lindsay. And see, this is for, see, on this date. Yep, had nothing to fucking do with what he was already indicted for. Do you guys see that? Do we see this? What he fucking told Lindsay is what got Karen Reed roped into his fucking shit with this, the second grand jury, which was to indict them on conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. Okay? And he is over here wanting to spin it and say that it's Natalie's fault, blah, blah. Natalie basically saved Karen Reed's ass. Okay? Because I believe that Natalie told the truth. Okay? And the truth is, in my opinion, which there is no law against this, okay, is, hey, I want you to cover my story from my side of it. Okay. But that's exactly what it would have been. And that's exactly what it was. Because the people that actually reached out to Turtleboy, he refused to reach back out to unless it was to call on a live like he did and try to humiliate them. And that's exactly what witness intimidation is all about. And this is why nobody will cover his case. Nobody will cover his case. And if anybody wants to support this shit, if you're a lawyer and you actually read this document and you now know what Yannetti and Alan Jackson did, it breaks your heart. It breaks your heart. Because those are the ethics and the codes of standards that you sign, and that you would never do something like that. Karen Reed was 1000% framed, in my opinion. I'm of the opinion that you don't need to do certain things. And here, especially don't do illegal things, especially don't, violate your own oath. You only have yourself and everything that you worked for and everything that you believe in. You do not fight corruption with being corrupt. And well, now I know for a fact that things that we were told were not true, and that they lied in front of Beverly Canone. And you wonder why you didn't get calls. Well, this is why. During the meeting, Aiden Carney told Jane to tell the grand jury she did not remember anything, delete evidence from your phone, and told her he would hire an attorney if she cooperated with him. Aiden Carney later assaulted Jane, which led to the Medfield police charging Aiden Carney with assault and battery on family, household member, or witness intimidation. Okay, she did that. Lindsay Gaetani did this, but it was all because of Aiden Carney doing what? Going over there. Carney was arraigned in Dedham Court on those charges on December 6th. Again, none of this has anything to do with all of that shit, which he was indicted for on this day, which was prior to this day. And if you continue to believe that fucking lying ass cuck, then you are a fucking idiot and you deserve to follow. And the path that's happening here is that man is going to try to get himself a deal. That's what's happening. His little motion thing's going to be denied on March 27th, and then he is going to do everything in his power to get a deal. But guess what? Not only is he in a heaping world of mess with the criminal shit, all right? You guys, he is about to get sued out of his ass. He's about to be broke and in jail. Like he likes to say jail. No, broken in prison. His little channel, bye-bye. It's gone. It's just a matter of time. All of that shit is coming down. Everything. The blog, everything. It's all going bye-bye. This is the reality. And I'm a Karen Reed supporter. But I do not support criminal activity. And I definitely do not support lawyers who lie to us. And they should be apologizing to everybody that's been supporting them in the corrupt battle. We are owed an apology. Yeah, we are. If we fought against corruption, we didn't fight it by saying, hey, guess what? Alan Jackson and David Yannetti, you guys can do whatever the fuck you want. No. And you use this little fucking dumbass to do it, then you're going to get, you want to fuck around with idiots? Then this is what you get. You know what they say? The cheap comes out expensive. Heaping pile of shit in prison with his mouth wide open type of boy. Aaron boy. Go get me a noodle. He has no idea who the biggest person that deceived him is. And he's going to find out soon enough. I already know who it is. And I'll see you back here. But this is how Karen Reed got her devices seized. And Karen Reed was traveling all over. And right here, based on the foregoing facts, there is probable cause to believe that Karen Reed, okay, committed. The first thing is witness interference. Witness interference. That's completely different than witness intimidation. And that means that whoever willfully, either directly or indirectly, threatens, attempts, or causes physical, emotional, or economic injury or property damage to, right here, conveys of a gift, offers, or promises, or any of value, misleads, and all this shit to a witness or potential witness, a person who is aware of information records, all this shit. Look at this. Judge, juror, grand juror, attorney, victim, witness, advocate, police officer. Then you're talking about family members, a family member of a person described in this section. With the intent or with the reckless disregard for the fact that it may, you see that? That it may. With the reckless disregard for the fact that it may. With the intent or, you see that big word right there? Or. You guys ever take SATs and ACTs? Or and, they're different. Or. Or. He is fucking toast. He will serve 20 years. At first I thought, yeah, he'll get like 5. Fuck no, I don't think that now. No, I don't. Fuck no. His phone buries him. Why do you think he never wanted to talk about it? Why do you think he's crying right now? I told him this before the phone was ever anywhere. I said that phone is going to make it or break it for him. Whatever on his devices, because that's going to show his intent. He can say whatever he thinks he's going to spin shit for in front of some jury. He's not spinning shit. And his lawyers are going to try to do everything they can to cut a deal. Meanwhile, he says he's going to do all these fundraisers. All he's going to do is pocket all your fucking money. He's going to pocket every fucking penny. Then, right here, it goes up. See how it's just 10 years? But guess what? Right here, it says, if the proceeding in which this misconduct is directed at is the investigation or prosecution of a crime punishable by life imprisonment. Right there, you see that? Ooh-wee. See that? Then that's when it jumps, and now you're facing 20 instead of 10. Based on the foregoing facts, now this is what I'm telling you. He is facing this. He himself is facing. Based upon the foregoing facts, general laws, and this would be like if they conspired then. The information provided by Natalie, and this is when he wants to say it's Natalie's fault. No. Nope. It's not Natalie's fault. Nope. This is why Turtleboy was like, you guys need to keep, why did you guys you have any idea what you're doing? You need to learn the ways. You can't just kick Natalie to the curb. You hear him talking like that after the fact? So it was Natalie and Jane outlines the close communication between Reed and Kearney. The communication has continued, and now what I believe that these idiots didn't know that the signal communications existed. I believe that these awesome cops didn't find the signal communications on Aiden's phone. I think they now have them. So it's going to be interesting. But all I know is that I deserve the truth. You guys all deserve the truth. If you watch the Karen Reed case, you deserve the truth and what happened. People want to ask you, why would I cover this? Well, first of all, Aiden's been begging for people to cover it. So I covered it. Then when I found out what the fuck I've been finding out, I could have even been like, okay, wow, this will blow up the spot. And I could be like everybody else and be a pussy and not be true to who I am and not cover it. Or I can tell the truth of what I found. And I'm telling the truth because that's who I am. And people don't like it. And that's why they're acting out like a bunch of fools. It's fine. I'm not the one that's facing 100 years. Peace out. He's going to prison. And that whole community in the Free Karen Reed camp, you guys wrote an apology.